Good morning. My name's Andrew Chidgey. I'm the Chief Executive of AIDS Concern in Hong Kong. It's my great pleasure to welcome you here to this virtual conference from AIDS Concern. So I'm just going to mute the other microphone. So this conference today is really focusing on what do we need to do to end the HIV epidemic in Hong Kong by 2030. We've seen some great progress in previous years, a big drop in new infections since 2015, but still far too many. So we've got some speakers today from Hong Kong, from the region and around the world, to help us explore what is it we need to do next to get infections even lower still. I'd like to extend a big thank you to our sponsors for this conference, Gilead and also ViiV. And I'd like to thank all of our speakers for giving their time and expertise to help us look at this very important challenge. So over the course of today, you will hear many different speakers. The sessions are being recorded, so if you can't see all of them or listen to all of them, you can actually come back and listen again later. If you need translation, you can select to listen in either English or in Cantonese. Some of the sessions are in English, some of them in Cantonese. 如果有廣東話，唔該有 options translation. Okay, right. So this morning we're having sessions concentrating on an update about the HIV epidemic in Hong Kong from Dr. Wong Kar-Hing. I'll come to him in a moment. Then we have a session looking at some recent particular challenges, including the impact of COVID, chemsex in the region, and some other challenges. Later on, we'll be hearing more about PrEP and also about LGBT+ health. So it promises to be a really interesting and insightful conference. I'm going to just do a small number of housekeeping explanations. I've explained the translation. If you've got questions during the conference, please put them into the Zoom chat so that we can see them and put as many questions as we can to the speakers at the end of their presentations. Okay, so those were the main things I wanted to say. The reason for the title, Powering Through Global Challenges, is to reflect the fact that we're in a very difficult and unusual time because of the COVID pandemic, which has caused major disruption to so many parts of our lives, but also to the HIV work. So AIDS Concern and many other organisations has been impacted by COVID. We've had to make lots of service changes and adjustments. Now a lot of our service is up and running in the same way again. But of course, we've had to switch to virtual format for quite a lot of what we do, including this conference. But at the same time as this global challenge of COVID, we also have the continuing global challenge of HIV. And in Hong Kong, although the numbers have dropped, we're still seeing more than 400 new infections each year in Hong Kong. So this is something that we have work to do on. Okay, so that was what I wanted to say by way of introduction. I'm going to now turn to the programme, and it's my great pleasure and honour to introduce Dr. Wong Kar-Hing, who is the consultant for the Special Preventive Program at the Centre for Health Protection in the Department of Health. He is a very senior doctor who's been working on HIV for decades and knows so much about the local epidemic, but has also been pivotal in driving the interventions that mean we are tackling HIV in Hong Kong. I firstly want to say thank you, Dr. Wong, for all the work you and your colleagues have been doing in the public health system to stop the spread of COVID. It's been a very difficult time in the last couple of years, so thank you for all your efforts. And I'd like to ask you now if you would kindly join us to make your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for your kind introduction, and thank you, thanks to AIDS Concern for inviting me and also organizing this conference. So before I would start the ball rolling for today's very rich program by having a brief overview on the current HIV/AIDS situation in Hong Kong. So the talk will be divided into 3 main parts: the local epidemiology, current HIV/AIDS strategies review, as well as the new HIV/AIDS strategies formulation, which is under progress. So for the local HIV situation, in fact, the reported HIV cases peaked in 2015, and then it comes down over the past consecutive years. And for AIDS, it somewhat peaked at around 2018, and again, it come down in the last few years. For the routes of transmission, we all know that except for the first few years of the epidemic in Hong Kong, which was mainly contributed by bloodborne transmission, mainly infected hemophilia patients, sexual transmission has been the mainstay of the route of transmission in Hong Kong. Initially, it's heterosexual transmission, but then it was overtaken by the MSM transmission in Hong Kong, and up till now. For the last decade, you can see from this schematic diagram, heterosexual transmission has been quite stable for the number of reports every year. For the MSM transmission, as just mentioned, it somewhat peaked. It corresponds with the overall cases in the past decade or so, and then the number actually peaked in around 2017, and it has gradually come down for the trend of the infections. For transmission through injecting drug use, the number of reports has remained low. As for the age of the reported cases, you can see the MSM infections had a younger age, 30-something, over the last decade or so. For the heterosexual transmissions, they are a bit older for both the male as well as the female. And the CD4 at the time of the HIV reports, around the time of the diagnosis, will indicate if the patient has a late diagnosis. And you can see from this chart that overall there hasn't been improvement in the proportion of reported cases with a CD4 greater than or equal to 200 per microliter. For the MSM cases, it's a bit better, but for the heterosexual transmissions, they had a bigger proportion of advanced or late diagnosis. How about the prevalence of the key populations? We all know that MSM community, they had the highest HIV prevalence in Hong Kong. The latest 5 years ago from the PRISM survey revealed a prevalence of about 6.5 among the MSM community. And for the injecting drug users, it's about 1%. TG also is high at about 5%, according to the PRISM 2017. And the future number of cases, the estimation is that in 2020, there are around 8,000 people living with HIV in Hong Kong. And the number will increase to around 8,500 in 2025 and around 9,100 in 2030. And 60% of the people living with HIV will be men who have sex with men. Okay, let's turn to the current HIV responses in Hong Kong. So For the current recommended HIV/AIDS strategies for Hong Kong that span from 2017 to 2021, it was defined that there are two primary target populations, the MSM and people living with HIV. And also there are other key populations, people who inject drug, transgender, ethnic minorities, female sex workers, and their clients. And nine targets has been set then. For the prevention target, you can see here, the red point represent that the current level of response that's fall short substantially of the target. And you can see here, basically the distribution of condom does not meet well the target set by 2020. And for combination HIV prevention services, those key populations who have access at this one item is better. More or less, they reach the target set. And for HIV testing, again, the target is set at 80%, but the current level is around 60% across the different target populations. So here, the trend of the MSM HIV testing, you can see according to the Harris latest one in 2020, the effort testing is around 80% for the MSM. And the testing in the last 1 year and know the result is around 60%. For female sex worker, it's very similar at 60% of those who had tested for HIV and know the result within the last 1 year. And the condom use, again, the level revealed from the survey did not reach the target set. And for the MSM and also for the PWID, you can see in 2020 from the Harris, there is a rise in the percentage for share needle in the past 1 month. So again, here you see a diagram showing the trend of the condom use in last annual sales in last 6 months among MSM with different partner. And for the those with emotional relationship is at 2020 is around 50%, regular partner around 60%, casual partner around 70%. If we add PrEP use or condom use, either or and or of these two protective behavior, then the percentage rose for across the different partners. But again, I think the percentage has a room for further improvement. How about diagnosis and treatment? In fact, it's not bad for Hong Kong. The level achieved, the 390s, and we can see that the except for the second one, the percent who know they are HIV positive are receiving the antiretroviral treatment. The level is around 84%. But this figure might have been biased or affected by the inadequate information, incomplete information as to the outcome of the of some of the patients who might have already left Hong Kong, or we don't know they are on treatment, but they might have already left Hong Kong and out of the service. As for new infections among children, is quite rare. Okay, so it's 0 among locally born children in 2020. Okay, a summary of the end term review of the strategies, the various targets. For the HIV testing rate, it remains suboptimal for all the key populations. For the condom use, it's below target, but it's found that there is increasing use of PrEP among MSM. We'll go to that a bit more in a moment. For the coverage of prevention message and material, generally it reached the set target, but free condom distribution has been affected by COVID-19, similar to many other clinical or patient services. And the needle sharing among PWID, a rebound in the figure was observed in the latest Harris. And there is, of course, emerging service needs and challenges ahead for all of us. There is the increasing use of new digital channels and format towards sex networking. And there is increasing awareness and use of PrEP among MSM. For recreational drug use, chemsex or chemfam among MSM in the MSM community, it remains a major concern for HIV prevention. At-risk communities, and they are more difficult to access prevention and testing services during COVID-19. So there has been increasing awareness and use of PrEP among MSM. From the Harris 2020, 6.3% of MSM reported the use of PrEP in the past 1 year, compared to 1.1% in a similar survey conducted 2018. So the increase has been quite substantial. And as for the breakdown, 2% of them had taken PrEP in the last 1 year, but not in the past month. And 2.5% have been taking PrEP on a daily basis in the past 1 month. And again, around 2% of them has been taking on demand in the past 1 month. So that's the distribution. And for chemsex among MSM, we have been surveying the phenomenon regularly. And you can see there has been different surveys, the PRISM, the Harris, the different time point. And the chemsex use ranges from 7.3% to 16.2%. And if we exclude the popular and the drug for erectile dysfunction, the percentage becomes lower. And also among the chemsex users, about 5 to 10% of them from the different surveys, they had the slamming practice. So lastly, we'll go to the formulation of the new ACA HIV/AIDS strategies. So the Advisory Council on AIDS has been formulating the next strategies, which will span from 2022 to 2027. So the guiding principles that ACA has adopted has been it adopt an evidence-based approach in the formulation, encourage community participation. It advocates to make the services acceptable, accessible, and affordable by the communities and the society, to build a supportive and enabling environment for HIV prevention and also access to HIV care, and to prioritize the funding to the areas in need. So a community stakeholders consultation meeting was held in July 2027, and 7 sections focusing on female sex worker, people living with HIV, and men who have sex with men, adolescent and youth, people who inject drugs, transgender people, as well as ethnic minorities have been held. And the summary report from the consultation meeting was written and also endorsed by the working group in December 2021. In fact, it has been uploaded to the ACA webpage. So from the consultation meeting, there are 8 major recommendations. to intensify the accessibility and availability of HIV combination prevention tools, targeted prevention interventions and educations for priority populations are needed, to devise specific interventions for the subgroups of concern within the priority populations. Fourth, to scale up HIV testing services and enhance and support new testing modalities. To strengthen the HIV treatment and care cascade, to enhance and promote youth sexuality education, to reduce and eliminate HIV-related stigma and discrimination, and also to mobilize the collaboration between government and the wider society to create changes. So these recommendations, which come out from the committee stakeholders consultation meeting, form the 8 core strategic areas, and also with priority actions in the new strategies. So you would all know that in the first half of 2022 this year, the framework and draft of the new strategies has been made. And also the revised draft has been put forth for stakeholders as well as public consultation. And in fact, the ACA received quite a number of comments and opinions from the consultation. And thank you indeed for the support. And for the next half of this year, the final draft of the new strategies will be deliberated by the ACA for endorsement, and the new strategies will be launched very soon. So surveillance is, of course, very important. So it has to be continued, and with also the M&E of the HIV responses. The strategic information is to be collected and analyzed through the enhanced surveillance system maintained by DH and backed with thematic surveys, sexual risk behavioral monitoring, and also prevalence studies. And there has to be regular review of the data collected, as well as timely dissemination of the information. So actually, we just started the PRISM TG 2022, the preference survey, as well as a behavioral survey for the MSM and also BD. So here is some of the publicity material. There is a designated website for this PRISM TG 2022, and flow. Some of the information on the flow. There is actually it's not complicated. You fill the online questionnaire. You approach the collection point of urine for testing the HIV antibody. Get the urine sample, submit the urine sample, and also obtain an coupon as an incentive for participation in this survey, and then of course check the test result after some time. Okay, with that, I close my talk and thank you for your attention.
Dr. Wong, thank you very much for that very important summary of the current HIV situation in Hong Kong, and really useful insight into a lot of the data that we have that's showing us what the situation is. Thank you also for agreeing to take some questions from the audience. So I've got a number of questions that people are asking that I will put to you now, that we'd be grateful to hear your thoughts on. The first one is about the data that you shared on the number of new infections. So we've seen quite a substantial drop since that peak in 2015. And looking at the data, the big drop has been in the MSM cases. I wondered, can you share a little bit more about your thoughts about what are the key reasons for this drop? Because I think people are interested to know what are the changing factors that mean we're seeing fewer new infections.
I believe one contributing factor would be the HIV treatment, that treatment as prevention. That we all know that universal treatment set in a few years ago, and the uptake of treatment in Hong Kong among the people living with HIV who are following up at the HIV clinics is actually quite good. And also with the advance in the treatment regimen, as well as the generally good adherence of people living with HIV, their viral load has been suppressed. A majority of them has been fully suppressed at a very good level. So with this controlled viral load among the people living with HIV, of course, is for those who has been diagnosed with the infection and also go for care and on treatment. But overall, I think this is one contributing factor. And of course, the testing, although the coverage, we would want it to be even better, the coverage among, say, for the MSM, the latest level is around 60% in the last 1 year, as well as know the result. But I don't know, we might have the efforts, the concerted efforts of the NGOs. I think they have been able to reach the target, maybe the targeted segments, those who have a high risk, those who may be at a high risk, high chance of getting the infection. They maybe we are reaching a greater proportion of them.
Yeah.
So we have been able to, I believe, the proportion of getting the diagnosis of the people living with HIV population in Hong Kong, I think there has been improvement in the past years. Yeah.
Okay, so some good progress. Thank you. Thank you for helping us understand that. So one of the things that we're having presentations on later is about PrEP. And the data from AIDS Concerns testing users survey is showing that nearly 20% of people of MSM who are coming to do HIV testing at AIDS Concern have tried PrEP. That doesn't mean 20% are on PrEP, but 20% say they have tried PrEP, which is a big increase compared to, in our data, compared to a year, 2 years ago. And it's certainly much bigger than the data coming from Harris. Now, I'd expect it to be higher than the data coming from Harris, because Harris is a broader survey than the AIDS Concern BCT users survey. But even so, it's showing growing interest from MSM in PrEP. But I think one of the things that we notice is that when we ask people who are high risk for HIV, why are you not on PrEP? They will say, oh, the barriers. They talk about, I don't know how to get it. It's expensive. So all of these problems. I noticed the strategy, new draft strategy, talks about looking at models for PrEP. Do you think we can see some progress in getting PrEP available in the coming years in Hong Kong?
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I think that's interesting. Your data, latest data, show around 20% have ever used PrEP. I don't know the time frame. Of course, the Harris that I just pointed out is 6%. Is around 6% is within the last 1 year, and some of them, about 2/3 of them, even within the last 1 month. And yeah, for PrEP, I think is an important modality of prevention within the combination package for HIV. And if there is correct use of the PrEP, of course, we know it must be very effective. And yeah, it's while there has been increasing awareness and also usage of PrEP within the MSM community, I think it's also important to have a good, I mean, it's a correct use. You have to monitor. You have to monitor the use because after all, it's a drug. that may have side effects for some of the users. You should have regular monitoring for the drug toxicity per se, as well as the HIV outcome, because while it's effective, there could be breakthrough, especially if sometimes if there is a lapse in the adherence. So it's important to note this point for the users and
quite right.
Also
quite right. Yeah. I just wondered if so we've had the pilots at the Chinese University of Hong Kong now on PrEP, looking at local use of PrEP, which are now coming to a close, and we've got very clear evidence from them about people being interested, local population being interested in PrEP and able to use it. And also they're willing to make a financial contribution towards the cost. We've got NGOs educating the community about PrEP, what it is, how to use it, the medical checks that need to be taken, as you've just described. And also some NGOs like AIDS Concern providing medical checkup services for people who are using PrEP. So I just wonder if you have an idea about what the implementation steps might be next for us to open up access, because it seems as though we need to now try and move beyond the pilot phase, really. I mean, I wonder what you think.
Yeah, over the past few years, thanks to the Chinese University, they have conducted very good studies in the local setting on using PrEP, gaining experiences, and which is very positive. And for the new HCA strategies, and there is more mentioning about the PrEP. I think we are moving forward. There has been progress certainly in the last few years, and with the community's opinion, the NGOs, I think it's important there would be a collaboration to take this important subject further in the correct, I would say, in the positive direction for HIV prevention in Hong Kong. I am hopeful there would be progress with time as we all move on. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Wong, very much for your time. We really, really do appreciate it. We look forward to working with you further on trying to get to 0 new infections by 2030. Thank you very, very much. Hello and welcome back to the AIDS Concern Conference Powering Through Global Challenges 2022. We're now really delighted to have a session this morning where we'll be looking at some of the very recent challenges that have been affecting the HIV epidemic. And we've got three speakers joining us who will be focusing on different aspects of this challenge. The first one is Dr. Phoenix Mo from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And she's the Program Director in Community Health Practice and also the Associate Director for the Center for Health Behaviors Research. She's going to be talking about sexual behavior and HIV testing under the COVID-19 pandemic among MSM in Hong Kong. So thank you very much, Dr. Mo, for joining us, and I'd like to hand over to you for you to make your presentation. I'll remind people listening in, if they want translation into English or Cantonese for any of the presentations today, please go into options and select translation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank again for the invitation from AIDS Concern and the conference committee. And I am Phoenix and Associate Professor of the School of Public Health and Primary Care of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So today I'm very delighted to be able to share with you some of the findings and that we have done among MSM during the COVID, which is on the patterns of sexual behavior and HIV testing under the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think just a brief introduction. I don't think I need to spend so much time on that, but we all know that MSM remains a very vulnerable group for HIV infections. We see a high HIV prevalence among MSM group, and also an increasing trend. And also the inconsistent condom use is also an issue among MSM. And a recent study actually find that around 47% of the MSM did not use condom with their emotional relationship partners, and 37.8% did not use a condom with their regular sex partner. So this is a concern for us. And we all know that the recent COVID-19 pandemic have also created additional challenges to everyone, including MSM. And we are now experiencing a fifth wave of the pandemic, and probably the worst wave that we have been experiencing so far. So yeah, with daily high record of about 50,000 confirmed cases per day in around March time. So as of June 12, we have around 765,000 confirmed positive cases. So for the COVID-19, in addition to the infections itself, there are a lot of the social distancing measures that have been in place actually may have a great effect or impact of the behavior patterns of the MSM. So these social distancing measures may include limited public gatherings, mandatory mask wearing in outdoor public places, prohibition of dining inside the restaurant, or some of them may be even more impactful for the MSM, including the closure of some entertainment venues or public events. We have tried to look at some of the literature to try to see whether the COVID-19 has caused a changing patterns of MSM, and the findings have been quite inconsistent, but overall they suggest that the COVID-19 pandemic may result in a change in sexual behavior, partner selections, and also change in HIV testing pattern. So these changes may include a reducing amount of sex and number of sex partners due to lockdown and difficulties in finding sex partner. And also they may be avoiding certain kinds of sex with their partner in order to reduce the infection of COVID-19. And some of which may also affect their sexual behavior as well. some studies also suggested that their MSM may be shifting to some online platforms and social and sexual networking sites to look for sex partners. In terms of the HIV testing, some studies find that there may be a suspicion of HIV testing from the NGOs may shift some of the facility-based HIV testing to self-testing. So we are very interested to see how COVID-19 pandemic actually put an effect on MSM behaviors. So it would be interesting to look at the factors that may explain their sexual behaviors and HIV testing during the COVID-19 pandemic as well. We all know that there's sexual behaviors and HIV testing behaviors are affected by multi-levels, including individual levels, interpersonal levels, and also contextual levels. So we may want also interested to see whether these factors may affect or explain their sexual behaviors and HIV testing behaviors during the COVID-19. So for today's presentation, I will mainly present some of the work that has been conducted by our team, which is mainly to look at the pattern of sexual behaviors and HIV testing among MSM. So the main objective is to look at the pattern of sexual behaviors in terms of their number of male sex partners, condoms, anal sex, and the use of alcohol or drugs during the sex, and also to look at the factors of risky sexual behaviors. We also try to look at the levels and changes in HIV testing among the MSM during the COVID-19 period, and to see whether any COVID-19 related perceptions are associated with their HIV testing behavior. So the study design is actually we conduct 2 cross-sectional surveys because we want to have a very detailed investigation on their behaviors. So we did 2 surveys, one particularly on their sexual behaviors and another one on the HIV testing. So both studies are targeting male age 18 or above and who self-report having sex with a male. So for participant recruitment, we mainly recruit these participants through online outreach and peer referral. And we contact them and conduct telephone survey. Due to the COVID-19, we try to avoid face-to-face encounter. So the data collection period spanned from March 2021 to January 2022. So altogether for the 2 studies, we have 463 in study 1 and 400 participants in study 2. So study 1 is mainly about the sexual behaviors and study 2 is mainly about the HIV testing. So you see for both surveys, their demographic characteristics are similar. So you see around half of them are below 30 years old. A majority of them is homosexual. Half of them in study 1 claim that they were single, and about more than 80% of them have a university degree or above. So so here is just the findings of study 1. So in study 1, we try to look at the pattern of change and sexual behaviors, and also try to see whether there are what are the associated factors from different levels. So first of all, we ask them to report their sexual behaviors in the past 6 months, which is during the COVID-19 period. And we also ask them to record their sexual behaviors before the COVID-19 period. So we try to compare whether there are any changes in all of these aspects, including the number of sex partners, condom sex, methods of approaching their partners, use of drugs and alcohol during sex, and group sex. So those that are bold and in black are those that we see as significant differences between the 2 periods. So in terms of a number of sex partners, the MSM report an average of 1.24 regular sex partners in the past 6 months, which is during the COVID-19 period. And average 2 non-regular partners in the past 6 months. So compared to the pre-COVID-19 period, there seems an increase in the number of regular partners and number of non-regular partners. In terms of condominium sex with each of these partners, 51.6% report condominium sex with regular sex partner in the past 6 months. 31.8% report condominium sex with non-regular sex partners, and 46.7% report a condominium sex with a casual sex partner. So when compared with the pre-COVID-19 period, there is an increase in condominium sex with non-regular sex partner during the COVID-19 period. So in terms of methods on approaching the male partners, it's interesting to see that the MSM report a decrease in both approaching male sex partners from gay bar and websites. So possibly due to the reduced sex behavior general during the COVID-19. And in terms of group sex, okay, 12.3% of our participants report having group sex in the past 6 months, which is a decrease, okay, compared to the pre-COVID-19 period. So these are the receptions related to COVID-19. We also want to see how the MSM, they are seeing the COVID-19 infection, and some of them may affect their sexual behavior. So in general, around 2/3 of them perceive that there is a high chance of COVID-19 transmission through the intimate contact behaviors. And they also, some of them showed concern of being infected with COVID-19 from sex partners. And also around 44% of them perceive COVID-19 as a serious or very serious. And ranging from 12% to 33% report some impact of COVID-19 in different aspects in their life. So this one, we also try to see whether they use any of the COVID-19 risk reduction behavior during the sex encounters. So for example, avoiding sex behaviors, or wearing masks, or sanitizing the areas before or after they have sex. So we find that around 43% of them report avoiding having sex with non-regular partner, and 45% also report that they would only have sex with one regular partner during the COVID-19 period. And around 40% they reported they will have sex partner only at home. So and 66% of them reported they will wash hands before and after having sex. So in terms of the psychological attributes, 58% actually report high level of stress, 40% report depressions, and 14% of them report higher cutoff for anxiety. And they actually report some sort of loss in their personal or social resources. So for example, they present that the COVID-19 has a very negative impact on different aspects in their life. So these are the contextual factors. We also ask them how they perceive the MSM community in general in terms of the changes in sex seeking behaviors. So 15% report having difficulty in finding a male sex partners. And they also find 51% of them report that their availability of sex venues have greatly reduced during COVID-19. And 74% also report that the places where they can find male sex partner has greatly reduced during the COVID-19 period. And 69% also report that the entertainment venues have greatly reduced. So our next is we try to see whether any of these factors are associated with their sexual behaviors. So first of all, is a number of sex partners. So here I just report the factors that have approached statistical significance. So in general here, we see that the perceptions of COVID-19. So for example, perceive that there is a risk of COVID-19 infection, perceive that COVID-19 is severe, and the risk reduction behaviors that they adopt for COVID-19, they are all associated with a decreased number of sex partners, so as indicated as a negative values of the beta. Sexual satisfaction has a positive value, which means that sexual satisfaction is a risk factors for number of sex partners. And difficulties in finding male sex partners is also associated with increase, possibly associated with number of sex partners. And social isolations is associated with a decreased number of sex partners. And they reported that the number of members seeking same-sex partners is also associated with number of sex partners. With regards to condom sex, we also see a similar trend. So the COVID-19 perception is reduced to less condom sex. Condom negotiation is also reduced and condom sex. And our collective efficacy is also associated with a reduced condom sex. For using alcohol or drugs during the sex, we only find two significant factors, which is related to COVID-19 perception. So perceiving COVID-19 risk reduction behaviors is associated with less use of alcohol or drugs during sex. Next is about HIV testing. For HIV testing, we asked the participants to report the HIV testing behavior during 3 periods. Period 1 is before the COVID-19 period. Period 2 is February to December 2020, and period 3 is January to June 2021. So period 3 and period 4, period 2 and 3 are during the COVID-19 period. So from this table, we see that the number of MSM who have not conduct any HIV testing actually increased from period 1 to period 2 and period 3. So you see 35% of MSM did not have any HIV testing in the pre-COVID-19 period. But when it goes to the COVID-19 period, 46% and 50% of them did not receive any HIV testing. So we also try to see whether their types of HIV testing has changed as well. So those that is bold in the black are those that have reached statistical significance. So in terms of HIV testing as an NGO, we see a significant reductions, okay, from 41% in the pre-COVID-19 period to 31% and 26% during period 2 and period 3. For HIV testing at governmental clinics, interestingly, we see an increase from 5.8 during the pre-COVID-19 period to 9.5 in the COVID-19 period. So for any types of HIV testing in general, in the last column, we see that there is a general reduction from 64% during the pre-COVID-19 period to 54% and 49%. So we also ask about the intention. So we give them 2 scenarios. So scenario 1 is when the COVID-19 pandemic continues in Hong Kong. So, and then the scenario 2 is, when COVID-19 disappear, then what would be their intention to receive their COVID-19? So they find that the intention of receiving HIV testing when the COVID-19 pandemic disappear as increased. Okay, there is more people show that they have an intention to receive HIV testing when the COVID-19 pandemic disappeared. And also more people reported that they would be likely to receive HIV testing at the NGO and or any facility-based HIV testing when COVID-19 disappear compared to like when the COVID-19 continues. So yeah, these are the significant factors that is associated with HIV testing. So we find that those report increase in sexual behaviors, okay, and also increase in the frequency of seeking male sex behaviors, and also those that receive increased use of PrEP, and those that report an increased frequency of searching HIV information are associated with a higher likelihood of HIV testing uptake during the COVID-19 period. So in general, we find that there is a decrease in number of sex partners, but an increase in continuous sex with non-regular sex partners during the COVID-19 period, okay, according to our research. Some MSM show concerns about being infected, and they use a variety of risk reduction behaviors during the sex encounters. And these factors are related to their sexual behaviors as well. In terms of the HIV testing, we also see a decrease in the utilization of HIV testing, and also in particular is facility-based HIV testing at NGO during the COVID-19 period. The use of HIV self-testing is low and stable before and after the COVID-19. So it's interesting to see that, to see this trend and to have a further investigation, because we imagine that the negative impact of COVID-19 may still be long-lasting. So also we find that the frequencies and the pattern of sex behaviors, the HIV information seeking and the PrEP use may be associated with the HIV testing behavior. So overall, we see that the controlled measures that has been are in place for the COVID-19 pandemic has an impact of the sexual behaviors and HIV testing. So as the impact of COVID-19 is expected to last, its impact on the sexual behavior and HIV testing may be longer lasting. So it's important that any interventions on safe sex maybe need to highlight both prevention of COVID-19, but also the HIV testing, HIV and STD prevention as well. And we see that HIV self-testing may be a useful strategy to improve or increase the HIV uptake rate during the COVID-19 pandemic. So yeah, this is all for my presentation today. And I would like to give our thanks to my team members who have made these two pieces of studies successful. And we also want to thank the AIDS Trust Funds for funding these two pieces of research. So again, thank you very much. And if you have any questions, we will be delighted to discuss in the Q&A section. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mo, thank you very much for that really valuable contribution to this conference. I think a lot of us have been asking ourselves, what is the impact of COVID on HIV prevention strategies? And I think you've given us a lot of data to help us see that for some people, their risk has been increasing, and for others, their risk may have been falling. So I think this is very useful for us to have some discussion about in the question and answer session later. So reminder to the audience, if you have questions, we'll be taking them at the end of this session after the three speakers. So please put any questions into the Zoom chat. So I'm going to now introduce the second speaker for this session, who is Dr. Stefan Wenwei Koo. And he is a leading HIV doctor in Taiwan. He has done a lot of work looking at issues of the MSM epidemic in Taiwan. He's worked on HIV self-testing, and he's also done a lot of research which has been presented at recent international conferences on the issue of chemsex. So I'm really pleased to introduce now Dr. Stefan Koo, who's going to talk about sexualized drug use in Asia with some experience from Taiwan. Dr. Koo, welcome, and thank you for joining us for this conference.
Hello. Good morning. It's my honor to be invited to give my talk at the AIDS Concerning HIV virtual conference today. So my topic is sexualized drug use in Asia, experience from Taiwan. So this is my outline. We'll first talk about sexualized drug use in the general population, then move to chemsex, a specific phenomenon among GBSM, gay bisexual men who have sex with men. And we will focus on crystal methamphetamine, which probably causes the most harms among people doing chemsex. Then we will also talk about potential interventions and harm reduction strategies. I'll share some latest data regarding chemsex we observed during COVID-19 soft lockdown last year. And finally, we will talk about the challenges we have now and what we should really think about doing in the future. So drug and sex are two biggest taboos in many cultures and societies, which also give us a great pleasure. Recreational drug use with or without sex is actually nothing new and pretty common. Many studies have shown that substance-linked sex occurs across all genders and all sexual orientations. From the annual survey for regular MDMA users in Australia, they found both heterosexual and LGBT users had similar rates of condonless casual sex while under the influence of drugs. In the 2013 Global Drug Survey, regardless of genders or sexual orientations, alcohol is actually the #1 drug used to have sex on, followed by cannabis and MDMA. At least 20% of each group reported to use drug with intention to enhance sexual experience. These small sachets on the right upper side of the slide is called coffee pack, but it contains no caffeine at all. Inside are a mixture of cathinone, such as methadone and ketamine, MDMA, and benzodiazepam. And they were used exclusively by heterosexual clients during sex in Taiwan. Dr. Mills and her colleagues have compared the recreational drug use among HIV negative and HIV positive individuals attending sexual health and HIV clinic from two large cross-sectional studies in England. It's called AURA and ASTRA study. So there are 4 groups: HIV negative women and heterosexual men in the AURA cohort, and HIV positive women and heterosexual men in the ASTRA cohort. So in her study, in all 4 groups, cannabis was the most commonly used drug, followed by cocaine, and recreational drug use was associated with condonless sex, depression, and anxiety. Chemsex, literally using chemicals when having sex, was used to describe a specific phenomenon where the sex between men that occurs under the influence of drugs taken immediately preceding or during the sexual session to facilitate or enhance the sexual experience. It has been called party and play, chem farm, high farm, ice farm, and other names on the geosocial dating apps in different countries. So different from the drugs used in heterosexual individuals, which we just introduced, substances commonly used during chemsex are crystal methamphetamine or ice, GHB, GBL or G-water, methadone in some countries, nitrites or poppers, and erectile dysfunction agents such as Viagra or sildenafil. Most chemsex studies are from North America, the UK, and Europe. Dr. Maxwell and his colleagues have performed a systemic review of the literature published between 2000 and 2018. For a total of 38 studies included in the review, the overall prevalence for chemsex ranging from 3 to 29%. Some studies suggested methadone was the most commonly used drug, while others suggest GHB or GBL, depending on the geographic locations. The prevalence of methamphetamine use, however, ranged from 3 to 22%. Regarding the prevalence of injection drugs, it ranged from 1 to 50%. It appears that methamphetamine is the most commonly injected drug. Several studies found that HIV-positive GBSM were more likely to have chemsex and more likely to engage in high-risk behaviors. However, HIV-negative GBSM also had a high risk of HIV and STI transmission when drugs were combined with sex. So compared to the Western countries, there are less data regarding the prevalence of chemsex in the Asia-Pacific region. Depending on the definitions used and the specific population assessed by the questionnaires, the prevalence among GBSM in our region varies. From the studies between 2013 to 2018, the prevalence of chemsex in Thailand is around 18%, in Vietnam 14%, in Singapore and Taiwan 9%, Malaysia 7%, and Japan 4%. One study from Australia showed 40% of the chemsex user use crystal methamphetamine in the past 6 months, and around 5% did slamming or intravenous injection of crystal meth. Some studies specifically describe prevalence of chemsex among GBSM living with HIV. And the prevalence was around 30% in both Taiwan and Australia. Now we will focus a little bit on crystal methamphetamine, a potent CNS stimulant. It can be taken orally, snorted, smoked, or injected intravenously, or called slamming. The onset was quickest with smoking and slamming. It just takes a couple of minutes to have the work into effect. Crystal methamphetamine releases dopamine and norepinephrine in the central and the peripheral nervous system and causes a myriad of physiological responses. Rush or flash is the initial response with euphoria and increased body temperature and heart rate, then followed by a high when the users become talkative, feeling overconfident and adventurous, and intensely focus on certain activities, for example, having sex repeatedly for hours. When there's no more rush or high, the users enter the stage of tweaking, when the users were deprived of sleep, feeling irritable and paranoid, feeling emptiness and craving. They can be hostile and dangerous to themselves or others at this particular stage. Finally, the user crash, become lifeless and sleepy. And after several days of feeling depressed and lethargic, the users may return to their baseline. Then the craving of using crystal meth kicks in again and start the cycle, which can occur as delayed as 3 months from the time of last dose. There are clearly several harms associated with methamphetamine use. Compared to other recreational drugs, Astra study from the UK again showed crystal meth is more strongly associated with riskier and condolences sex. When people overdose crystal meth, symptoms like hallucination, hyperthermia, or arrhythmia can occur and even threaten lives. The long-term use of methamphetamine will change brain structures and functions as well, causing addiction, psychosis, decreased attention, mood swings, and weight change. Slamming or intravenous injection of crystal meth may cause extra harm, such as local injection site injuries and infections such as endocarditis. Sharing needles will increase risk of bloodborne infections such as hepatitis C as well. And our colleague, Dr. Jiawen, also found that slamming is actually associated with an increased risk of crystal meth dependence compared to other route of intake. So far, the intervention with the highest level of evidence for mass addiction is cognitive behavior therapy, such as the matrix model. It was first developed in the 1980s and it's proved to increase the interval with the participants staying in treatment and abstinent. It is a highly structured 16-week treatment comprised of many different kinds of therapies and drug testing. My psychiatrist colleagues always compare themselves to personal trainers in the gym, only that they work on the client's mind instead of their body. There will be very intensive courses teaching the users early recovery skills and relapse prevention, such as the thought-stopping technique shown in the picture on the right. Other incentive-based interventions such as contingency management and the meter have also been shown to be effective among crystal meth users. There are many non-pharmacological intervention models in Taiwan. The most eye-catching one is probably this one, the Luder Association's therapeutic community. It was first established in 2019. In this therapeutic community, these highly motivated participants will need to stay in a quite structured setting, or actually a fruit farm in the mountains for at least several months. The participant will need to follow a very structured daily schedule full of physical activities, therapeutic sessions, and group discussions led by peer instructors and social workers. The participants will return to society once they become and remain sober stably. However, as you can imagine, it's a very labor-intensive model and can only accommodate a dozen of participants at maximum. They try their best to be self-sustainable, so you can also support them by buying their delicious peaches and persimmons online. Unlike heroin, there's no replacement therapy for methamphetamine. Only some pharmacological interventions have proved to be effective in addition to standard counseling. Mirtazapine is an antidepressant with mixed noradrenergic, serotonergic, and dopaminergic effects. In the double-blinded randomized control trial conducted among cisgender men, transgender men, and women who have sex with men, mirtazapine resulted in reductions in positive urine test results at 12, 24, and 36 weeks, shown in the figure on the right upper side. And also, it resulted in fewer sexual risk behavior. Long-acting naltrexone injection, which is an opioid antagonist given every 3 weeks, along with daily oral bupropion and a typical antidepressant. So compared to placebo, they proved to have better response over 12 weeks among participants with moderate to severe methamphetamine use disorders, as shown on the right lower side. So in most daily clinical settings, probably harm reduction strategies seem more feasible. People should be tested regularly with an HIV combo test to pick up acute HIV infection as early as possible. If tested positive, early initiation of HIV treatment and choose ART regimen, which suppresses the viral load rapidly with greater genetic barrier and with least drug-drug interaction would probably be ideal. For people testing negative, they should be offered individualized protection options such as calm-down loops, PEP or PrEP. In one study from Australia, it's shown that GBSM in intensive sex partying networks are increasingly adding PrEP along with other drugs. Screening other STIs is also important, especially those treatable and preventable with vaccination. Clearly, though, is crucial for slammers. Although we might have a long-established needle exchange program for hearing users, it may not be culturally attractive, accepted, and even utilized by the crystal meth slammers. And most clients with sexualized drug use do not go to traditional drug services or mental health clinics. They usually appear in the clinic for HIV or STIs. Our co-med study in Taiwan also found that chemsex clients prefer LGBT-related or HIV-related organizations to traditional rehab centers. Therefore, it is important that we screen and help our clients in the setting with integrated sexual health services. One of the world leading model is 5016th Street based in London. Our late friend David Stewart and 5016th Street created a friendly space for all people using camps to talk about their conditions and have other services in the same building. Following this model, Hero Center was established in Kaohsiung, Taiwan in 2016, providing similar integrated services for the local communities. KPCC, a public STI clinic where I've been working in Taipei, also has psychiatrists and hepatologists clinic on the same floor, providing chemsex counseling and HCV treatment on the same day. Our colleague, Dr. Strong, has recently finished and submitted a review on chemsex and HIV infection to Lancet HIV. This is the Venn diagram in the review we love to use to demonstrate how different harm reduction strategies can be integrated and implemented at different timing of the chemsex session. Some are related to drug use, like intoxication overdose management, hydration and nutrition support. And some are related to HIV and sexual behaviors, such as needle service programs, condoms and lube, PEP and PrEP, regular testing and treatment for HIV and other STIs. Providing information, education, and communicating with the user regarding these three different aspects are really the center of these harm reduction strategies. In the past 2.5 years, COVID-19 has impacted the community on their sexual and mental health greatly. In Taiwan, luckily, we have only imposed soft lockdown once during the worst outbreak of Alpha variant from May to July 2021. We conducted an online survey among GBSM Joe social app users by the end of 2021 and asked the participants for changes they experienced during the soft lockdown. Among 6% of participants reported chemsex use. The majority had decreased frequency of chemsex or slamming during lockdown, regardless of their serial status and PrEP use. Although there were very few people who actually reported increased frequency of chemsex and even slamming. Compared to participants without chemsex, there was no significant difference in the change of PrEP use, missing ART doses, number of sexual partners, and frequency of contactless anal sex, except for more HIV negative participants reporting both PrEP and chemsex use had increased number of sexual partners during COVID-19 soft lockdown. We haven't really looked at why it happened, but surely we'll do more analysis. Apart from some issues we have mentioned in the talk previously, there's still a lot that we can do now and immediately. We need to have constant financial support from the system to support sexual mental health services. We need to build international and multidisciplinary networks for collaboration and advocacy. We need to talk about sexualized drug use openly, non-judgingly with the communities and also with the general population so that we can bring down the stigma coming inside and outside. Finally, we should advocate together for changing drug and anti-LGBT laws and policies which are against human rights and kill people. So this is my take-home messages. Sexualized drug use occurs across sexual orientations and genders, although there is difference in substance preference. Chemsex, especially with the use of crystal methamphetamine, has emerged in a subgroup of GBSM globally and impacts the sexual and mental health of this population. And culturally sensitive and evidence-based interventions integrated with HIV preventive strategy should be developed and implemented promptly. I'd like to thank the communities who have always trusted us, inspired us, and supported our studies. I also like to thank Dr. Su and Department of Public Health in Taoyuan for supporting Asia Pacific ChemSex Symposium for the past 3 years, which had a great dynamic of exchanging experience with the first-line worker and also the users. My amazing staff, Hongdi, Xiaozhu, and Oscar. Many thanks to Jawan, Carol, Howie, Poya, Alex, and Adam for their support and inspirations. My gratitude to Dr. Isaac and Dr. Fritz for the inputs while preparing this talk. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Koo. That's a really, really excellent introduction and insight into some of the more recent data about chemsex in Asia. So we can think about that and come back to some of it in the discussion session later. I think we've got a lot of chemsex use in Hong Kong, which unquestionably has a connection to the HIV epidemic. So it's really important for us to understand what is the connection and how do we support people who are involved in ChemFund. Okay, so the final presentation in this section is from Professor Wong Nai-Zi Candy. So we're really, really delighted to have her here with us. She's an assistant professor at the Stanley Ho Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases. She's got a lot of research expertise in epidemiology and in modeling, epidemiological work in southern China. So she's going to talk about features of heterosexually transmitted HIV infection in Hong Kong. Professor Wong, it's really great to have you here with us. I'd like to invite you to make your presentation, please.
Thank you, Andrew. 咁我以下落嚟咧，可能就準備咧就用中文講噶啦。咁咧就好多謝AIDS Concern 嘅邀請啦，等我有呢個機會可以同大家去探討一下咧，就係關於呢一個嘅 heterosexual， 即係異性戀群組嗰邊有關 HIV 感染嘅傳播。咁咧喺講呢一個嘅香港嘅情況之前啦，或者我哋大家咧就係可以睇下呢一個亞太區嘅情況嘅。咁就自2000年開始去到2020年嘅時候啦，咁咧就你可以見到咧每年即係嗰個新增 HIV 嘅感染個案咧，佢咧就係下跌咗21%嘅。而喺2020年嘅時候咧。heterosexual 嗰邊咧，佢哋加埋所佔嘅百分比咧係大概27%，而其餘嗰啲咧係一啲嘅吸毒者啦，或者係 MSM。咁喺 sex worker 嗰度咧，佢哋嘅 HIV preference 喺圖中都可以見到咧，顏色咧係屬於淺色啲嘅部分啦。但係咧，如果 for MSM 你就會見咧顏色咧係深色咗好多嘅。咁究竟香港係點樣咧？咁其實我哋喺每一年嘅嗰個 annual 嘅 surveillance report 嗰度咧，就可以清晰可以見到嗰個情況啦。特別係例如 heterosexual， 其實咧喺早幾年嘅時候咧，可以見到佢所佔每年新確診人數咧，其實係超過咗一半嘅人嘅。咁咧喺2005-06年開始嘅時候咧，佢嗰個百分比咧就開始減少啦。咁原因咧其實就係因為 MSM 嘅人數咧開始過百啦，咁就透薄咗嗰個百分比嘅。而呢一個嘅人數嘅話咧，就會係定期咁樣咯，就係定期你會見咧，如果我哋睇真實嘅確診人數嘅話咧，其實 heterosexual 咧佢每年咧都係維持係一個差唔多嘅人數嘅數目。咁如果我哋睇呢一個圖咧，就會見到咧更加顯眼啦。紅色嘅巴咧，其實佢嗰個每一年嘅嗰個人數都係差唔多，唔會話有好大嘅改變啦。而同 MSM 所比嘅，真係即係近乎直線上升 不過好彩近呢幾年亦都係連續幾年下降嘅情況咧，係好唔同嘅。咁除咗睇每年確診數字之外咧，我哋如果想去了解究竟喺香港嚟講 heterosexual 呢一個群組佢哋嘅 HIV 嘅感染病毒嘅感染情況係點樣嘅話咧，其實 HIV preference 係一個好好嘅反映嘅indicator 啦。咁一個咧就係喺捐血者裏面，我哋可以睇到咧，佢所佔嘅嗰個 positive 嘅 detection rate 咧，其實係低過0.01%嘅。而喺產前婦女裏邊嚟講咧，佢亦都係大概即係0.01%左右咯。咁甚至乎係喺社會衞生科裏面去嗰度嘅人咧，當中可以測到呢一個 HIV 嗰個感染嘅嗰個數字咧，亦都係少過1%。而 female sex worker 喺一啲嘅community 裏面咧，你可以見到咧，佢係直情係近呢幾年係揾唔到任何個案啦。咁人數咧係即係0%嘅。咁另外啦，就係呢一個嘅即係喺嗰個 surveillance report，即係 reporting form 嗰度咧，其實係有問過啲確診感染嘅人，佢哋覺得自己可能會喺邊一度會係感染到咧。咁你會見到咧嗰個 pattern 咧喺 heterosexual 咧，佢咧係佔一半嘅人都覺得自己係非本地嘅。咁而 MSN 咧，佢哋反而就多過一半嘅人咧係覺得自己係本地，唔係太多人覺得自己係非本地感染啦。咁呢個我覺得係值得一個 highlight 嘅一樣嘢，因為頭先我哋嘅印象就係其實香港嘅 HIV preference 喺 heterosexual 裏面係真係好低。咁而佢哋另外一個印象想highlight 嘅就係佢哋大部分嘅人其實都係 delayed diagnosis 啦，因為你可以見到咧喺呢一個嘅 recent HIV infection 嚟睇咧，佢所佔嘅百分比咧其實都係好低嘅。即係佢哋好多都唔係近期嘅咯，好多時都係等夠3、5、7年咁樣先至會有呢一個嘅確診嘅情況出現。咁所以總括呢一啲嘅現象嚟睇咧，其實咧heterosexual 而家呢一段時間咧，其實喺香港唔係佔一個好重要嘅即係好高嘅百分比啦。咁而佢哋嘅 preference 咧亦都係好低啦。咁好多咧亦都係非本地感染嘅。咁而且佢哋好多咧都係 late 嘅 diagnosis 啦，同埋亦都開始有啲嘅 aging 嘅問題嘅。咁然之後咧呢一個嘅prevention 嗰度咧。in general 嚟講啦，當我哋去講話有啲咩嘢嘅措施可以睇下會唔會可以控制到呢一個嘅sexually acquired infection，無論 HIV 定係性病啦。咁我哋一般最主要當然係 promote 呢一個 condom 嘅 use 啦。另外咧亦都係咧係希望可以 expand 多啲嘅 testing， 就等啲人咧係做測試啦。如果真係發現係 positive 嘅，咁就當然係盡快做 treatment 啦。因為而家大家都好熟啦，呢一個 treatment as prevention 啊嘛，開始咗治療之後，好快就可以達到病毒載量嘅下降到睇唔到嘅水平啦。然之後咧就可以減低呢一個 further ongoing 嘅 transmission。咁當然佢一去到呢一個嘅去到個 clinic 嗰度嘅時候，我哋亦都係盡量咧唔好俾佢走啦，留喺呢一個 clinic 嗰度，等佢可以持續地咧 on treatment。咁而對於一啲HIV negative 嘅人咧，就當然就係on PrEP 咧係一個可以選擇嘅一個選項啦。如果佢覺得自己個 risk 係比較高嘅話。咁所以咧呢一個研究咧，我哋就係希望通過呢一個模型嘅建立啦，係去了解多啲關於heterosexual 呢一個社群嗰個 HIV 嘅 transmission 係點樣嘅。咁嗰陣時咧，我哋咧就收咗一啲臨床嘅數據啦，一啲監測嘅數據啦，同埋基因列序嘅數據。咁咧就建立咗基於呢啲數據得出嚟嘅一啲summarize 一啲嘅數字啦。就整咗一個嘅數學模型，咁呢個係一個倉嗰啲叫 compartmental model， 一個倉，你會見咧其實唔係好複雜嘅，佢係一個架，即係啲人咧想象有一堆人咧由一個架咧就移去另外一個架，咁移去嘅嗰個速度咧全部都會有啲不一樣。咁其實整體嚟講咧，最主要都係分一個人由冇感染而變成有感染。有感染之後，佢哋因為某啲嘅情況或者原因， 所以有不同速度嘅測試嘅情況啦。測試咗之後咧有確診，然之後咧佢哋咧就開始咗做呢一個接受治療啦。咁接受治療之後，自然就會有一個 rate 係去一個即係病毒載量嘅嗰個壓制啦，或者佢可能中途咧斷咗離開即係有一個 lost follow 嘅情況都會有發生嘅。咁呢個就喺 model 裏面咧就包含咗喺裏面啦。咁除此之外咧，個 model 仲有一個assumption 咧，就係我哋覺得咧人同人之間嘅關係咧唔係隨機嘅。特別係 sexual 嘅 relationship 咧，都唔係好隨機，或者係大部分人都唔係好隨機嘅。咁好多時都係有選擇性嘅，即係就例如揀個 partner 都唔會求其揾一個啦，係咪？咁所以咧，我哋咧就覺得咧，嗰啲關係咧大概可以分幾種啦。一種我哋叫 direct 啦，一對一。咁 heterosexual 咧就一男一女啦。咁另外亦都有啲叫 triad 啦，我哋係一對二咁樣。咁如果再多啲嘅話咧，我哋就大概叫 cluster，即係群組咁樣。咁其實喺社區嚟講，可能個分佈會有啲唔同啦，即係唔同種類嘅有唔同嘅 percentage 嘅 pattern。但係整體嚟講咧，即係我哋如果假設呢個係一個community 嘅情況啦 ，for example。咁如果我哋喺呢一個 community 裏面 random 揀3個人，佢哋係positive 嘅話，咁咧，佢哋喺下一個時間咧，就可能咧就會傳咗俾另外一個人啦，即係基於唔同嘅個 risk 嘅計算之後。但係如果我哋有一啲嘅 intervention，例如話嗰個人佢做咗 testing， 然之後佢可以及時做到 treatment。咁因為呢一個 treatment as prevention 呢一個嘅基於呢一樣嘢，我哋咧就可以覺得咧就可以推算到咧佢咧傳俾下一位嘅機會率咧就會降低好多啦，所以就截斷咗呢一個傳播鏈啦。不過假設我哋香港呢邊做得好好啦，但係其實人係會喐噶嘛，咁佢哋咧有啲人咧就會有機會喺出面咧就感染咗嘅，又即係唔一定係喺外面就感染，又或者係佢喺香港本地，但係佢對住啲人係喺外面感染入嚟嘅人都有，我哋叫做非本地感染啦。即係如果係籠統嚟講，咁佢咧就有機會會傳俾下一位啦。咁所以就係非本地感染咧，我哋覺得會係其中一個嘅因素啦，或者變數咧，係會影響到呢一個transmission 嘅推動。咁有一樣嘢要特別提醒啦，我個 model 咧就唔係 network base 嘅，即係唔係based on 呢啲 network 仔細去做咯。咁一般係我係 group 埋咗佢係分幾個大類，然之後幾類人咁樣去整嘅。咁收集到嘅嗰啲嘅結果咧，我哋咧就係可以睇到啦。由1984年去到2014年，HIV 確診個案裡面嘅人嘅 heterosexual 嘅人咧，你可以見到啦。female 咧佢哋嘅年紀，即係喺 diagnosis 嘅確診嘅時候嘅年紀咧係後生啲嘅。咁而佢哋咧係中國人咧，其實只係佔48%。咁呢個同male 比，你見80%咧係爭好遠，即係少好多咯。咁另外佢哋 late diagnosis 咧，其實咧亦都高嘅26%，同埋呢一個嘅30幾個%。而呢一個嘅我哋亦都收到啲基因列序嘅數據啦。咁佢有咩用咧？其實佢可以等我哋大概去估算一個diagnosed case 同另一個 diagnosed case 佢哋之間會唔會有機會有互相傳播，因為佢哋嘅基因好類似。咁可能係傳播埋一齊，咁大家而家因為 COVID 都好熟啦，咁所以咧就會係可以見到咧，我哋喺 heterosexual 呢一個 population 嚟講，我哋就會見到你見好多都係兩個咁樣嘅啫，即係原點先至係一個人啦，正方形嗰個唔計嘅，咁所以你可以見到咧，其實總括嚟講12%嘅人咧，佢係同一個人係有聯繫。而5%嘅人咧係同兩個人係有聯繫嘅，13%咧係3個或以上嘅人有聯繫啦。而剩翻個70% 咧，我係揾唔到佢同其他人有聯繫。咁呢個有可能係因為我啲 sampling 個 sample 唔夠足啦，但亦都有可能係因為佢係非本地感染，而所以我就唔會包喺香港呢一個 sample 裏面。咁但係你可以見到其實最大嘅 cluster 都係唔多咯，都係幾個咁。咁所以我哋亦都加咗一啲 因為我哋有即係估算佢可能係非本地感染嘅數字落去個模型嗰度啦。最後咧就係呢個咧就係個 projection 嘅結果啦。咁可以睇到粉藍色呢一個 bar 咧就係佢嗰個估算嘅人數啦。for 呢一個 male 新感染人數同埋 female 嘅新感染人數，你會見到咧，佢其實啲數字咧都係冇乜浮動嘅，都好直線咁樣咧，係差唔多微微上升咁樣。咁而 diagnosed case 咧，即係佢之後確診嘅人數咧就會多啲啲啦，會高少少嘅，但係都係即係平面上升少少啦。咁原因係因為 heterosexual 嚟講，佢哋啲late diagnosis 比較多啦。即係感染嘅時間同確診時間咧，係有一個時差喺裏面嘅。咁如果我哋咧係比較即係 overall 嚟講嗰個人數，即係喺個 model 裏面2014同2023即係10年之間嘅數目去比較嘅話咧，new infection 咧係呢10年裏面咧，我哋估咧可能係升咗8%度啦。咁人數都係大概多，不過呢個係 new infection，即係每一年新增咧就即係上升嘅嗰個比率未至於話太高，但係我哋都會希望啦，就當然就係盡量 control 減到冇啦。咁所以咧就係呢一個咧就係我哋會係希望咧 introduce 一啲嘅 intervention 嘅 scenario 放咗落去個 model 睇下點樣可以控制到個疫情嘅。咁一個咧就係當然最好咧就係嗰個啲人咧大家確診咗之後咧，永遠都係喺嗰個即係好乖咁樣食晒啲藥啊，即係定期 on treatment 啊，係有 visit 啊，有 follow up 咁樣嘅，所以有100% 嘅 in care retention。咁可以睇到 new infected case 咧，嗰個數字咧呢度咧係跌，可以 compare with 個 base case，即係 baseline 嘅情況咧，佢係跌咗大概10幾個%度咯，而 female 可以跌到20% 左右嘅。咁佢個你可以見到佢個 effectiveness 咧係好過可能間唔中做個 testing 啊咁樣，但係其實間唔中做一個 testing 都唔錯㗎，因為呢度我哋估計咧，如果間唔中做一次大少少嘅 testing campaign for heterosexual 嘅話咧，其實咧都可以咧揾到一啲可能已經感染咗，但係佢哋未 diagnose 嘅人嘅。不過呢個 effect 咧，可能對 female 嘅用處咧就會高過對 male 嘅用處啦。如果喺個 model 嗰度 present 出嚟講，咁另外仲有一樣嘢想特別 highlight 就係話雖然你見啦 intervention 嘅影響好似唔太多，但係問題係可能係因為我哋而家做得太好啫。我哋而家做得好，當然我哋要做得再好啲嘅時候咧，就變咗個效果可能未必咁顯眼。咁所以我咧就假設我哋因為見到而家啲效果好好，所以放鬆晒啲資源啊嗰啲，即係減少咗之後，例如話 retention in care 得翻50%個影響會點咧？咁就會好麻煩啦，因為咧會即刻咧人數咧就飆高咗好多，即係比起 base case 咧就人數咧即刻咧就多咗1倍咁滯咁樣，咁所以就係不能放鬆咯，真係。咁另外一個因素咧就係呢一個非本地感染啦。咁如果冇任何嘅非本地感染嘅個案喺香港出現嘅話咧，過多幾年咧，其實佢嗰個數字你會見咧，佢係跌係咁跌落去噶啦。即係無論係 under 邊個 intervention，佢都會跌嘅。咁但係如果我哋嗰個非本地感染係 double 咗甚至 triple 咗嘅話咧，咁咧你就會見到咧個數字亦都係咧升咗好多，高翻好多嘅。咁所有嘅study 啊、模型啊嗰啲都有唔同嘅 limitation 啦。咁呢個亦都係一個咧就係我哋啲 data 咧就係 up 到2012年啦。咁所以咧就係即係如果而家要睇將來嘅話，可能要再 update 個 model。咁另外就係嗰陣時我哋未加啲 aging 嘅 effect 落去啦。咁其實佢哋啲 aging problem 都幾嚴重。咁其實需要一個 age structured model 咯。如果而家嚟講。咁我哋因為 female sex worker 同埋佢哋啲 client 嘅HIV preference 太低啦，咁所以亦都冇特別去 highlight 一個 group 係叫 female sex worker 或者係佢哋嘅 client 嘅。咁所以咧就係呢個需要留意翻啦。同埋咧我哋亦都即係因為係 based on 啲 genetic 嘅嗰啲嘅 pattern 去grouping 咯。如果突然之間無啦啦多咗一個好大嘅 cluster 嘅出現嘅話咧，咁可能會影響咗嗰個model 嘅 estimation。 但係啦，我哋覺得咧，其實間唔中整一個嘅 HIV 嘅 testing campaign 咧，可能其實係有啲幫助啦。同埋咧，最主要亦都係一定要有呢一個嘅 immediate treatment 同埋enhance 一個嘅 retention in care 係非常之重要嘅。咁最後啦，就因為呢一個嘅非感染嘅情況咧係比較你會見佢個影響好大啦，所以可能定期做翻一啲嘅 behavioral study 去睇翻佢哋嘅情況咧，都係值得去考慮。咁最後咧就多謝3間嘅clinic 啦，佢哋 provide 咗個 data， 等我哋可以做到呢一樣嘢啦，同埋多謝 HS Fund 嘅 support 啦，亦都多謝我哋嘅研究團隊，多謝大家 ，thank you。
Okay, Dr. Wong, thank you very much for that detailed insight into some of the epidemiology and some really clear thoughts about what it means for the way that we need to develop interventions for the heterosexual community in Hong Kong. So we've now come to the end of the 3 presentations in this section. And what we're going to do now is to have some question and answer discussion with the speakers. So I've got a range of questions that people have already submitted during the conference session this morning. If you've got more, please do add them to the Zoom chat so that we can try and pick them up with the speakers. I've got a question first for Dr. Phoenix Mo about her data on the Hong Kong epidemic and the COVID impact. I think people are interested to know, you presented some data showing that some MSM have had higher risk behavior for HIV during COVID, but others have had lower risk behavior because they're taking more precautions. Do you think there's a way to estimate what you think the overall impact has been on the HIV epidemic? So I know this is not very easy to do, but I suppose do you have any observations about the numbers of MSM who've been responding in different ways in your study, and how it might be impacting the overall epidemic in Hong Kong?
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. I think this is certainly an interesting questions, and this is something that we want to look at as well. So yeah, we see that actually the COVID-19 period may bring some challenges, but some of the mitigation strategies adopted by the MSM may have been a protective factors for the sexual behaviors as well. So I think, yeah, that's true that overall the effect on the MSM seems to be vary, and there may be some individual differences. But overall, we seems that in terms of the partner selections and also the risky sexual behaviors in general, when we just look at the numbers and the patterns, there is a degrees in sex and degrees number of sex, but yeah, in return maybe more risky sexual behaviors like condonous use. So I think overall, yeah, how these would contribute to give an overall pictures of their sexual behaviors is something that we can. We hopefully will be able to see. So I think our future our step is to try to look at to identify whether there are any specific factors, okay, that would explain the high level of risk for the MSM, and there are any particular behaviors that is in general may be a protective factors for the risk behaviors. Yeah, so I think, yeah, we can look at these together, yeah, in terms of sexual behaviors and HIV testing, and hopefully present a more comprehensive picture. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So I was interested, there's a parallel, I suppose, with financial markets and economic crises that have been going on. People talk about the shock that there's been from COVID, so how it's changed the ways countries do things and the way people plan their economic policy and so on. And I suppose what we're asking, partly in the HIV world, is has there been a shock from COVID to HIV prevention, to stop transmission chains? Is it temporary or is it longer term? I think you touched on that in your presentation, because you talked about whether the drop in HIV testing rates, for example, is temporary or not. I mean, how long do you think it will take us to be able to see what is the longer term effect?
Well, I think for the longer term effect, I think it would best like if we were able to follow them up for a longer period of time to see whether there are any significant changes. But when we look at the data, it seems that behavior change is highly depends on the measures, okay, that the Hong Kong has been in place. So like the closures of venues, the contextual factors, they really have an effect. And we also see that COVID-19 perception is significant factors as well. So I think these two are the important things. So I think it's yet to see how the COVID control measures are going on in Hong Kong. And I think as long as the COVID has been here for a long time, and people's perceptions on COVID-19 has been changing, especially now we have gone through the 5th wave. So it's changed a lot of perception of the MSM. So these perceptions change may also lead to a change in their testing behaviors as well. So I think, we will see that in the longer term, we may see a change in the HIV testing behavior. So and of course, it will be good to have more data to support this in the future.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mo. Okay, I'd like to ask Dr. Stefan Koo a couple of questions from the audience. The first one is, someone is interested in, you mentioned the possibility of pharmacological intervention for chemsex users. And one of the participants wanted to ask more about this and how does it work and what might the connection be to psychiatry services? How does it work? So I wondered if you could talk a little bit about that. And then the second question for Dr. Koo, I wanted to ask about slamming, so injection of crystal meth. We had a presentation from Dr. Wong Kar-hing this morning at the Centre for Health Protection, and his data was saying that 5 to 10% of ChemFund users in Hong Kong report that they have used slamming. And I wondered what you thought might be, is slamming growing in Asia? And what do you think the implications are of it for the way that we need to develop our interventions? So Dr. Koo, could you maybe comment on those two things, please?
Thank Andrew for this really brilliant and very important questions. The first one is, a lot of people are they thought that from the data that there will be very promising pharmacological therapy for crystal meth users. But actually, we have to emphasize on that the paramount of the treatment is mainly on counseling and cognitive behavior therapy, because there's no really specific replacement therapy as we see in the opioid dependence disorder in the past. So these are just several of the candidates which have been shown effective in addition to standard counseling. They have decreased the chance that people are using crystal meth. So these are like a juncture therapy to the daily management of our patients. So and also apart from what I introduce these two combination, mirtazapine and also long-acting naltrexone. There are other atypical antipsychotics have been tested and in the clinical trials nowadays. So not just only these two options, but other antipsychotic are also being tested. For example, like in our daily clinic, our psychiatrists will use Abilify, another drug, to decrease people's craving in order to get these similar effects. So I think there's still a lot of, they're not perfect. They are part of the treatment, but they are not all. So still we still rely heavily on traditional CBT and also other interventions. But it's good to know that we have new candidates or new treatment options, and which might add more weapons to this management. And for the second question, I think this is a very, very good one. In general, we will see that the prevalence of chemsex, not really specifically saying slamming, but chemsex is pretty stable. In our study in Taiwan, that we see is always around 6 to 8% people in the past 5 years. So in general, it doesn't really change a lot. It still remain the subgroup, practice among subgroup of GBSM. However, we do see that slamming become more a preferred route of using crystal meth in the past few years. There might be a lot of explanation. For example, the price of crystal meth was becoming really high nowadays. So slamming would probably save money. And then also once people are more prone to, they're familiar with slamming, they might start using crystal meth by slamming instead of going from smoking, snorting to slamming. So a lot of first-time users of crystal meth, even in Taiwan, are experience slamming as well. So we do see this kind of trend. So that's why we feel that needle exchange services is very important. Also, we need to incorporate other interventions we used to have for people with injection drugs to our GBSM communities.
Thank you, Dr. Koo. I'd like to turn then to Dr. Wong, if I may. So I was really interested in your explanation of the data and the modelling. And I know that you've got some expertise in particular in southern China. So I wanted to ask whether there is, you see similarity in the heterosexual epidemic in southern China as in Hong Kong. To begin with, that's the first question. The second question I wanted to ask is really to do with the way that community organizations intervene in the community to educate and support heterosexual people at risk of HIV. So we've got this very large population group of heterosexuals, and we need to find the people who are most at risk. And I wondered if you had any thoughts to advise organizations on how they might best do that using the data and modeling that you've described. So maybe Dr. De Wong could comment on that.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. For the southern China, previously I mainly focused on MSM instead of heterosexual population, but from my understanding of the similarity on the HIV preference among female sex workers in at least Guangzhou is also very low, near zero as well. And so that may be one of the hints showing that the transmission pattern might be also heterosexual is also not the main route of transmission in at least Guangzhou city. And for the community that is in the community in Hong Kong, yes, the population size of heterosexual is very, very big. It is the general population. And so that maybe we should target at those maybe at higher risk of HIV infection, such as, because non-local transmission is one of the key. So maybe for those persons who are having a more frequent traveling, I'm not sure. And also for people like domestic helper, I understand that the governments previously, maybe a few years ago, they have conducted a survey among domestic helpers and showing that actually their HIV testing rate was very low, and their awareness on the HIV testing facilities and supports in Hong Kong maybe not very high as well. So I'm not sure whether this is one of the hints for us to maybe further enhance, at least let them know the availability of the facilities in Hong Kong where to find free testing, and the availability of free self-test kit maybe, and also the condom as well. I hope that this viewpoint is useful.
This is very useful. Thank you, Dr. Wong. So I've got a question from Dr. Nathan Tan, who wanted to thank all the speakers for their presentations. He wanted to get some insight from the speakers on mental health impact due to COVID on sexual behaviour, substance use and healthcare test-seeking behaviour. So his question is, to be better prepared and mitigate for the coming waves of COVID, what are your thoughts on integrating mental health into the overall HIV prevention strategy? Maybe I could ask Dr. Koo to comment and then maybe see whether Dr. Mo wanted to add to it. So on integrating mental health into the overall HIV prevention strategy. Maybe Dr. Koo could go first.
Yeah, very good question. We definitely think we need this kind of service. And so far, actually, it wasn't being part of the services. We do have telemed services providing for people who are confined in their homes while having infection or doing isolation. But a lot of time there was no psychiatric doctors who do so. So definitely this is something we're lacking. For people who do chemsex, for example, we, as from our survey, you do see that most of people are decreased use chemsex or having less sexual life, or at least being less active during the COVID lockdown in Taiwan. However, in the psychiatrist clinic, there are a subgroup of people who actually use more drugs or do more chemsex during COVID because of the economic impact they have. They might lose their job and they turn to use drug more frequently. So we definitely see there a small population who probably need more attention, and especially during epidemic.
Thank you. Dr. Mo, did you want to add anything? I think quite a number of your questions in your study did look at some of the mental health impact.
In our study, we are actually trying to look at the mental health impact and how the COVID has an effect on their psychological and social health in general. So we find that a significant number of participants they encounter different aspects of mental challenges and also the psychosocial challenges as well. So for example, feeling depressed, anxious, worry about the COVID, and also worry about the impact that the COVID will have on various aspects of their life. And also they report some loneliness and social isolations. I think these are some of the significant issues that we have seen in our survey, with regards to their psychosocial and mental health. And overall, like the literature suggests that mental health is related to their sexual behaviors as well. So we do believe that if we try to have the interventions for sexual behaviors, we should also target the mental health, or at least to address the issues on, for example, anxiety and social isolations or loneliness. And yeah, because the over the literature, there is a lot of findings suggesting that there is a significant association between these factors. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. We've come to the end of this session, so I'd like to thank very much the three speakers for three excellent presentations, which give us a lot of data and information about the current Hong Kong HIV epidemic and some associated factors that I think can help inform our planning for service interventions in the coming years. So thank you very much to all of those speakers. We're going to now go to a break. So we'll be back at 11:25. So still, please stay tuned. We're going to be having a sofa chat style discussion. Because we're virtual, it's not going to be one sofa, people are in different places, but we've got some really interesting discussion looking back at what's happened so far in the HIV epidemic, and also hearing from some really eminent speakers about what do we need to do next to get to 0 new infections by 2030. So please join us at 11:25. Thank you very much.
There have been almost 10,000 reported cases of HIV in Hong Kong since 1984, when the first of its kind was diagnosed. It has now been over 35 years and a lot has changed, especially on the development of HIV prevention and treatment. However, the stigma and discrimination towards people with HIV remain. The first non-government organisation committed to the service of AIDS care in Hong Kong, AIDS Concern has a dedicated team of staff, volunteers and supporters. We focus our effort on where we know we can have the most impact.
Thank you for supporting AIDS Concern Hong Kong. We really need your help to do the work that we're doing in the local community. HIV remains a real threat to health in Hong Kong, with many people being infected every year. If people get HIV, it can mean real health challenges for them. So we need to prevent HIV by helping young people understand that HIV is relevant to them and how they can stop it. We're also working to make sure that people living with HIV get onto treatment so that they can have good health and a good quality of life. This is the work that AIDS Concern's been doing over the last 30 years. We need to continue doing this work to make sure that people don't have to live with HIV, and those who live with it can do so well. In the coming months and years, AIDS Concern will be rolling out new innovations in HIV prevention and care. So we think it's really important that international innovations that are coming can be used in Hong Kong. So this is what AIDS Concern has been doing already this year by launching HIV self-testing, where people can test themselves. So please encourage people to test. And also in the coming months, we will be launching a PrEP medical checkup service. This is using HIV medication to prevent HIV. It's not available in Hong Kong easily. We're going to help people to get access to it by having the necessary medical checkups. Thanks again for your support.
Our team works with Men Sex with Men, so we actively engage in LGBT community. Like we go bars and sauna to teach them about the combination prevention. We also engage in public events like Pride and Pink Dot. We also hold sex-positive workshop and activities like BDSM and sex toy to increase the awareness of consent and safer sex negotiation. Community use social media to talk with their friends. So we use Grindr and Hornet to reach them. We also reach the public forums like He Secret and TT 1069to teach them about sexual health.
more than 900 clients have been referred to testing service. We have reached 38,000 followers on Gazami Facebook page, where we engage with them regularly with interesting and attractive information related to HIV and sexual health. Also, our team launched Know Your Risk, Know Your Status campaign, providing online emotional support and counseling service for high anxiety service users.
Let me introduce our team service to you. We have no official sex education in schools. Youth usually learn sex and bodies from social media. However, the information is not accurate and full of myths. They may use incorrect methods to prevent pregnancy and STI. Our testing service data also show that their STI infection rate is also very high and alarming, especially in young women cases. In the long run, we hope to establish a healthy and friendly environment, reduce the stigma associated with sex, so as to enhance youth sexual health well-being.
Here at AIDS Concern, we currently provide over 4,000 testing and counseling services that are free and anonymous. And also, any positive cases are referred to our PLHIV team, which provides supporting services and also counseling services needed as well. One of our new testing projects is our self-test kits, which comes in either finger prick or oral swabs, both of which can benefit those of you who are interested in testing in the convenience of your own home and in privacy as well.
The ethnic minority services at AIDS Concern aims at enhancing the HIV, STIs and sexual health knowledge of Filipino, Indonesian women, as well as African men and women in Hong Kong, as well as increase their testing behavior. Since the project started in April 2018, we have reached out to more than 10,000 people through our physical and internet outreach. We have engaged more than 4,000 people through our partnership workshop as well as individual workshops, referred more than 300 people to our testing services. In our experience, we find that peer development and partnership program is very crucial to achieve our aim.
From everyone at AIDS Concern, thank you for your support, which is so important so that we can stop the HIV epidemic and help people living with HIV.
Hi, I'm Benji. I'm a fitness instructor, and I'm here to discuss some great news with you about AIDS Concern. Do you know about PrEP? Well, PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis, is a proven and effective way to prevent HIV. Many people use it, together with their partners, to have sex without fear of HIV. How can you get prepped? In private clinics in Hong Kong, or in clinics in Bangkok, Thailand. No matter which way you get your PrEP, it is important to do a blood test and some regular checkups before taking your PrEP. You also need to do some regular checkups after 1 month and every 3 months after taking your PrEP. Wondering where to get that? AIDS Concern, a well-established organization committed to the services of AIDS care in Hong Kong, has established a new service lately. They're offering an accurate, affordable, and community-friendly checkup services for people who want to use PrEP. All you have to do is give them a call and book a blood test. The hotline is 2394-6622. On the day of the appointment, come to My Place by AIDS Concern in Jordan Kowloon and do the blood test. This is to make sure that you haven't got HIV, because people with HIV who take PrEP could develop drug resistance. This can also test your kidney and liver functions to make sure that the medications won't have problematic side effects. When the report of the blood test is back from the lab, you can then come and meet the doctor. He will explain the report and how you can access PrEP. Don't worry, our doctors are very friendly and experienced. You may ask them any questions you like. If everything looks fine, you will then have a prescription from the doctor. And AIDS Concern has some really good suggestions on where you can get your PrEP. And you can check their website to look for some details. And also remember that you have to come back to get some tests after 1 month and every 3 months while you are on PrEP. And if you have any questions, you can call the number 2394-6622.
PrEP 嘅全名咧就係 Pre-Exposure Prophylaxis， 咁而中文譯名咧就係暴露前預防性投藥。咩叫暴露前咧？就唔係裸露嘅意思，而係話咧使用呢隻藥物嘅朋友咧，當佢哋身處一個所謂暴露啦、高危可以感染愛滋病病毒嘅環境底下咧，剔咗呢隻藥就有機會可以減低嗰個感染率啦。由於個成效非常之高嘅關係啦，咁以至到咧係引入咗呢一種藥物嘅城市咧，嗰個感染愛滋病病毒嘅比率咧係大大咁驟降嘅。例如好似新南威爾斯啊、倫敦啊，甚至係美國好多個州份啦。咁但係好可惜，香港暫時咧就未正式引入嘅。咁所以喺現時香港嘅公共醫療系統裏面咧係揾唔到呢一隻藥。咁所以有不少咧同志社群嘅朋友咧都會透過譬如私人診所啦去買呢一種藥啦。咁但係個價錢咧相當之高昂嘅。咁大概可能每個月咧動輒都要用到8000咧至到1萬蚊不等嘅。咁所以未必好多人可以 afford 得起。雖然咁貴就未必咁多人 afford 得起啦。咁但係咧同志社群就好醒嘅，可以透過其他嘅途徑啦去買到一啲較為廉宜啦。咁但係個成效係相仿嘅一啲仿製藥嘅。咁但係問題咧，服食 PrEP 有一個巧妙嘅地方就係，其實之前要做一個身體嘅測試啦，同埋食完之後咧要定期做測試嘅，你要睇下你嘅身體到底適唔適應到啦，會唔會有副作用啦咁樣。咁雖然香港有好多嘅私家診所可以提供一啲身體嘅檢查啦，咁但係每一次咧都要成幾千蚊嘅，都唔平。咁但係最近我收到風，咁就係關懷愛滋咧，就啱推出咗一個叫做 My Place 嘅社企嘅一個體驗嘅計劃，係專係 for 同志社群嘅。咁啊，當中包括咗 PrEP 前嘅身體測試啦，同埋定期嘅測試啦。不過呢個時候咧，梁少輝帶大家咧去認識下呢一個咁有趣嘅服務啊！跟我嚟。而家我哋上到嚟咧就係關懷愛滋位於佐敦嘅中心啦。上到3樓出 lift 轉左咧，你就會見到一個門牌寫住 My Place。咁去啱地方啦。呢度就係提供咧就係食 PrEP 之前咧定期嘅身體檢測嘅服務嘅。咁但係記住就唔可以隨便 walk in 嘅喎，一定要電話預約。而預約嘅電話號碼咧就係23946622嘅。咁預約咗之後喺個鐘數咧就上到嚟撳鐘，咁就有人應門㗎啦。Hello。我姓梁㗎，我之前打個電話嚟咧就預約 PrEP 嘅身體檢查測試嘅。
唔該晒你。好，咁我哋咧收翻個檢查費，咁之後咧我就會俾呢個小便樽你啦。咁你記得要留至少1/3樽喎。
而家有啲緊張啦嚇，因為平時幫人咧我都會有做呢個咧定期嘅愛滋病測試嘅。不過咧我哋自己同自己做，就係嚟關懷愛滋咧買嗰啲 self test kit 嘅，咁自己翻屋企拮手指啦。但係今次咧就係姑娘幫我做啊。嚇？抽完㗎啦？拮咗落去都唔係好覺喎，原來。
其實食 PrEP 都的確係有2個方法嘅。第一個方法就係每日都食，而第二個方法就係有需要先食。咁如果有需要先食嘅話，就係喺性行為發生之前2個鐘至到24個鐘就食2粒。咁之後再喺食呢2粒藥之後嘅每24小時再食多1粒，即係總共要食3個劑量㗎。
咁今日 Brian 咧就帶大家嚟到去認識啦，同埋去試下嘗試呢一個咧由關懷愛滋提供嘅 My PrEP Service 啦。我嘅用後感咧就覺得首先好方便啦，1個禮拜已經知道結果啦。只需要醫生嘅電話預約啦。咁同埋最好同埋最大嘅賣點咧就係上到嚟咧，我覺得係個好安全嘅空間啊，好 LGBT friendly 啦，咩都唔需要解釋啦，同埋絕對保障大家嘅私隱啦。而最難得嘅地方就係連嗰個幫你檢測嗰個醫生咧都係自己人，呢個先正啊！喺邊度我都揾啦，係咪？咁同埋咧攞咗呢個處方之後咧，雖然喺呢一個 My Place 嘅中心裏面咧就唔會提供任何 PrEP 嘅藥物，但係拎住醫生紙咧就可以透過其他途徑咧去買到你所需要嘅藥物啦。所以 My PrEP 我有信心。
Together, we've changed the way HIV impacts lives. Together, we've helped people live longer, healthier. Together, we've turned the impossible into reality, knowledge into innovation, ideas into action. In joining together, we've continued to push what is possible. At Gilead, we will continue to make scientific breakthroughs in the space as we've done over the past 35 years. And while science will continue to drive us forward, we know that there is more work to be done together to address deep-rooted stigmas, mass misinformation, and ever-present homophobia. Collectively, we must continue to push our curiosity, our thinking, joining together in courageous and unexpected ways to dismantle these barriers. Frontline healthcare leaders and relentless problem solvers, tireless advocacy groups, and groundbreaking scientific innovators. By working as one, we can advance innovation and equitable care for all. Together, we can ignite action. Together, we are the difference. Together, we can end the epidemic for everyone, everywhere.
大家好，我係關懷愛滋大使劉俊剛。關懷愛滋喺2015年推出同志友善醫療推廣計劃，鼓勵香港嘅醫護人員了解更加多同志社群嘅健康資訊，增加佢哋對同志病人嘅敏感度，同時建立一個更加友善嘅醫療環境。研究發現，全世界大約有5%至10%。
Good morning and welcome back to the AIDS Concern HIV Conference 2022, Powering Through Global Challenges. We've had some great presentations this morning giving us insight into the local HIV epidemic in Hong Kong, and also hearing about some of the more recent research about local issues such as the impact of COVID, chemsex, and also the heterosexual epidemic. And now we're going to turn our attention to U equals U, undetectable is untransmittable. International research is now very clear on the fact that people living with HIV who have reached undetectable, which means the level of HIV in their body is so low it cannot be picked up by a standard HIV test, that they cannot pass on HIV to other people through sex. So this is a really important piece of knowledge for us to have, and it's also a really big breakthrough in helping people with HIV to understand that they can't pass on HIV if they reach undetectable. So this is the U equals U campaign. There's a big international coalition of support for this work, and it was put together by a group of people in the US under the banner of the Prevention Access Campaign. And we're really delighted that Bruce Richmond, who set up the Prevention Access Campaign, has agreed to record a special video for this conference with some of his colleagues, talking about the campaign, what they've done and where they're hoping it can go next. It's the middle of the night where they're living, so we thought we'd be more humane and ask if they could pre-record it rather than give it live. But we're now going to see that video, and afterwards I'll just give some comments on U equals U in Hong Kong before we move on. So if I can ask my colleagues to now play the presentation of Bruce Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm Bruce Richmond. I'm the founding executive director of Prevention Access Campaign, and we're really thrilled today to talk with you about the U equals U global movement, which is really a revolution and what it means to live and love with HIV around the world. I'm thrilled to introduce my colleague, Jacqueline Alessi, who is the director of the U equals U Global Community Leadership. Jacqueline, take it away.
Hi everyone, my name is Jacqueline Alessi. I am based in Kampala, Uganda. Like Bruce said, I'm the director U equals U Global Community Leadership with Prevention Access Campaign. I'm going to be introducing the U equals U revolution. Probably most of you know U equals U, but U equals U is an acronym that means undetectable equals untransmissible. And this is when people living with HIV are on treatment and have undetectable viral load and cannot transmit HIV. The known copies are below 200, but and this is what we call U equals U. Prevention Access Campaign started all the way in 2016, where activists, researchers, health workers, and different officials launched the U equals U. It started on 3 pillars, which is building a global science based on consensus, disseminating widely known U equals U science, and also advocating access of quality treatment and care for people living with HIV to stay healthy. We've successfully and confidently finished the number 1, that is the building of global science based on consensus. And now we are working on disseminating U equals U and advocating the access to quality treatment. Why is U equals U a game changer? I'll start by sharing a very brief story. I was diagnosed with HIV in 2003. And for the past years, I actually officially started treatment in 2009. And this is where I really, ever since I started treatment until now, I have really felt the improving, my life of quality has improved. And U equals U is something that I really embrace, because I am married I have children and they're all HIV negative. And to me, this is why I call you because you're a game changer. It improves the quality of life people living with HIV. It reduces HIV stigma. It also accelerates progress towards the 95-95 targets. And that's what we mean by diagnosis, treatment, and viral load. And this is something that we really see as something that happens because of U equals U. It also modernizes discriminatory laws, policies, and practices, and also calls for universal access to treatment, care, and diagnostics. Knowing that U equals U is a game changer, we also have to embrace the fact that we are in exciting times, especially for people living with HIV. U equals U is a game changer, and that means access to treatment and care, because when people living with HIV have what they need to stay healthy, and then U equals U becomes reality. That means this is the key to ending the epidemic. And this is what we call the win-win strategy, where we see there is access to services, there is access to information, and then we look at ending the epidemic. It's both for the personal health and the public health. This is what we mean when we say the win-win strategy. Knowing that U equals U is a win-win for everyone, one of the things that has been very important, that science doesn't have published. That's why this campaign was needed from the start, and a conclusion on the science wasn't being promoted. So the U equals U is promoting science. And when it comes to also knowing the stigma, HIV stigma, and U equals U, you would realize that, the HIV stigma is a public health emergency, while U equals U is an immediate response. And that's why we are making this a very important call. So we have no time to waste, and this is something that we want to make sure that happens. So U equals U has been a global response. Very many partners countries have really pushed this forward, and some have risked their personal and professional reputation. And this to mention a few, we have over 105 countries and over 1,050 partners, network partners who have really signed on this globally. And this is also to mention a few that we have global endorsements who have made the U equals U appear in their documents and also partners. This is tremendous strength from top bottom to bottom up. So some of them, you already know them, or you already know all of them. And this is PEPFAR. We've seen PEPFAR endorsing, including it in their current COP. We've seen WHO having it part of their consolidated guidelines, the one of 2021. We've also seen them include it in the joint statement in 2020. And also we've seen CDC endorsing U equals U. And this is something that is very, very important to us, where it has really stated that viral load is 100% effective for prevention of HIV sexual transmission. We've also had we've seen these endorsements via social media. We have seen PEPFAR, UNAIDS, and CDC. They are verified pages actually mentioning about U equals U, and this is very, very important to note about. We've seen some countries have fully endorsed U equals U, and one of them is Brazil, which has really integrated U equals U in their official HIV guidelines. And we've seen Japan also have U equals U part of their national guidelines. We've had U equals U in the medical journals, and these are journals which can always you can always have them online, the Lancet, the JAMA, and the New England Journal of Medicine. The recent one has also been the IAS, where we've seen U equals U future in there. We've had regional conferences like the Asian Stigma and Discrimination Forum in Asia, where we've seen presentations made. We've had, we were part of the Gulf region, Dubai, where we saw a very great response of U equals U, where one of the ministers presented and said U equals U is a war between ignorance and knowledge. And to us, that is really very important message that we really appreciate, and it's great. We've also had national conferences. One of them was in India, and we were very happy that, you know, most of the materials that were shared in this conference, the AIDS Society of India had the U equals U message. So we really saw that the hashtag of end AIDS, but it was really focused on U equals U in reality. We've had the Japan HIV Research Society, which also did several cities in Japan, and this was a very great conference also. China also had a conference of young people that UNAIDS really was part of, and CDC in China made a statement in agreement with U equals U being a win-win. We've had also the Russian conference, that is 2021, and this is where we also saw very great presentation that was made. These are all examples of the different campaigns. Also, we've had campaigns in Ukraine, and also on behalf of Prevention Access Campaign, we want to say that our hearts are with people in Ukraine, and we are really praying and putting them in our prayers. So these are some of the campaigns that have happened. We've had many national campaigns in Zambia, Kenya, Vietnam, and this is the former president of Zambia who was wearing the U equals U t-shirts. That means it's really at the heart of everyone, countrywide and globally. These are examples of different materials and messages that have gone out, and we can always share this for members to have a look at them. We've seen Japan had very good messages there. We've also seen Taiwan, Korea, who have done an excellent work in also making this happen. This is just a different networks, Ireland, Vietnam, and Argentina, who have actually done a great work in presenting U equals U. So at this time, I want to welcome my colleague, Bruce Richman, to take us through the next slides and also to officially do the communication, what it means of U equals U. Over to you, Bruce. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. I really appreciate it. So I'm going to talk about communicating U equals U. Why is it important? What's the impact of communicating it? And some tips that we've learned from around the world about how to do it, and then how you can get involved. So what's the impact of communicating U equals U? Well, there was a study called Positive Perspectives 2, which was in 25 countries that showed when healthcare professionals informed their patients with HIV about U equals U, they reported better overall health, better mental health, better sexual health, greater viral suppression, more comfort sharing their status with people, and better adherence. So it's really important for healthcare professionals to share this information with people with HIV, because we're seeing these positive health outcomes. And it's important to be sharing this information with people who are getting tested for HIV, because we were seeing, there's this one study in South Africa that shows that when men were informed about U equals U in HIV testing outreach, they were 89% more likely to get tested for HIV than those who were not informed about U equals U in the testing outreach. So as Jacqueline said very early on in the presentation, that this knowledge about U equals U is accelerating progress towards 95, 95, 95, because we're seeing more people getting tested, more people going on treatment and getting virally suppressed because they've learned about U equals U. So how do we communicate U equals U? It's not that difficult. Sometimes people get confused and feel it's too nuanced. It's really not. The main thing is take your treatment, get your labs done, and stay in care. So TLC is what we call it in the United States. Treatment, labs, and care, and live your life. This isn't very complicated. Medication works if you take it and you take it consistently and you stay in care. And as Jacqueline said earlier, the number to remember is 200 copies per milliliter is untransmittable. So when we're talking about U equals U with our patients or in any forum, we're describing it. The words that we choose and the way that we say U equals U matters. So we need to be clear, we need to be confident, we need to be consistent in our language, and we also need to be conscious in the ways that we talk about U equals U. And I'm going to go a bit deeper into each of these. So first, it's really important to be clear. We do not want to say the words on the left, right? Because anything that opens up a little window of risk, like extremely unlikely or helps prevent, these things continue to open up a window of risk. And that puts our lives as people with HIV at risk. And it undermines all the impact of the message. The reality is there is no risk. We can't pass it on. We can say 0, we can say 100% effective. As Jacqueline showed earlier, we have the backing of the world's greatest medical, scientific establishments and leaders are saying 0 and saying no risk or 100% effective. So there's plenty of backing for us to be very clear in our language. And the other thing is let's be confident. We need to be confident. I think you probably heard people say, I believe in U equals U, but just use a condom or just use PrEP just in case. Well, the reality is what you're saying is I don't believe in U equals U if you say that someone actually needs to use PrEP. Condoms or PrEP are not clinically necessary when somebody has an undetectable status, when you're having sex with someone who is undetectable. U equals U is solid, but you might want to talk about using condoms or PrEP if with condoms to prevent pregnancy or other STIs. If the partner with HIV is struggling with adherence, there's no shame in using PrEP or condoms. It's an added feeling of security, or with certainly having sex with partners outside of the partner who is undetectable. If you're having sex with partners who you don't know their status, then you could consider condoms or PrEP. But U equals U on its own does not require anyone to be using condoms or PrEP to prevent HIV. For other STIs or pregnancy, you can think about it. We also hear this is really scary when doctors say you're only as good as your last viral load test. Well, that's scary. To Jacqueline or to myself, someone like that, that means, oh my gosh, well, I got my viral load test 3 months ago, or some people 6 months or a year ago. That means at any moment I could be infectious again, even though I'm taking my medication every day, or and there shouldn't be any reason for me to be afraid. But this kind of messaging makes people afraid. And the reality is that that undetectability is durable. If you take your medication and you're having your viral load test done on a regular basis, that's advised by your doctor, you don't need to worry in between tests. You do not need to have that fear in between tests. So if you're taking your medication as prescribed, get your test done. Don't worry about it. People with HIV have lived in fear for so long. Now is our time to be confident that the medication we take to take every day to keep us healthy also means we can't pass on HIV. And then there's that catch-all. Sometimes you'll hear someone say, oh, well, you never know with U equals U. We hear that sometimes. But the truth is we do know. U equals U works, and we need to take our medication, have access to the medication and services and care to help us stay U equals U. Also, it needs to be consistent because we know change is hard, change is uncomfortable. So we need to hear it repeatedly from the right messengers and the right sources. We need to hear it from different channels and clinical rooms and newsletters, guidelines, and speeches. We need to have conversations with people when they're getting tested for HIV, when they're diagnosed, when they come in to get their lab tests, continually reminding people about this because it's a big change. And also we need to be conscious about it when we're talking about U equals U, and be very clear that a lot of people have barriers to care that make it difficult or impossible to get to U equals U. And there should be no shame towards anyone who doesn't have an undetectable viral load. We really need to have our phrasing in a way that no one living with HIV is a danger, regardless of viral load. And what we must continue to do, as Jacqueline said earlier, is use this win-win argument and advocacy to make sure that everyone with HIV has the opportunity to experience U equals U and live free and healthy without the fear of transmitting HIV. So we need to really work towards that to leave no one behind. And really quickly, here are the words from one of the most important researchers in the field, Alison Roger, who was the lead author of the partner studies, the really seminal studies that really confirmed U equals U. This is what she said when we asked her, what would you say to healthcare professionals or anyone withholding this information from people with HIV?
I think the time for excuses are over. I think it's very, very clear that the risk is zero. So I very much think we have to promote this. I think if you're on suppressive ART, you're sexually non-infectious, and yeah, the time for excuses is over. And I again pay tribute to you and your work.
Well said. Thank you, Alison.
So some of the things that people say of reasons not to inform U equals U are not reasons. One is people won't understand it. Well, it's up to us to teach people about it. Another is that I don't know if I have authority to talk about U equals U. We do have authority from the WHO, from UNAIDS, from the CDC, the highest levels of the land. Another is that people with HIV will be dishonest and not talk about and be detectable, but then say they're undetectable. That's just condescending to people with HIV. We are not inherently liars. That's no reason to withhold the information. Some people say this is irrelevant to people who don't have access to care, but the reality is we can use this as an argument and advocacy to ensure people have access to care. It's so important. It's good for us and good to end the epidemic. Again, that kind of paternalism, people with HIV won't understand this information, but we need to share it with them. And shaming people who don't have an undetectable viral load is not okay. We need to make sure that in our phrasing, we lift everyone up. There are ways to do that. If you come to our website, we have a searchable database that can show you all kinds of options for communicating U equals U. There are a lot of resources for healthcare professionals that you can access through our site. And finally, how can you join the movement? First, it's really important that governments are integrating U equals U into their national guidelines and policies and strategies and laws. We need to educate healthcare professionals and the community like we're doing today about U equals U. We need to make sure this is being promoted repeatedly and clearly in all of our health communications at every opportunity, and you can use the hashtag U equals U. And we must make sure that we are working to increase barriers and remove, and we must ensure that we're working to increase access and remove barriers to treatment, care, and services so everyone has the opportunity to get to U equals U. So thank you so much. This is our email. Our email's right here. Jacqueline and I would love to hear from you. Our website's here for more information. We hope that you will continue to work together to share this message that changes what it means to live and love with HIV around the world. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was a really excellent explanation of the prevention access campaign, U equals U. A lot of interference on the line. I hope you can't hear that. just keep going, but it's very noisy here on the line. Okay, all right, well, whatever it is, it's still going. Okay, is that better? Still noisy, no, nothing else open. No. Okay, it sounds, yeah, it's still echoing very badly. Yeah, there's only one login. I'm only using one login. All right, I'm going to log out and log back in. Apologies for the technical glitch here. Okay, we're back, and still with an echo. All right, I'm going to suggest we switch to the next session, which is a sofa chat discussion. So I'll log out and we can join again now for the next session.
Hello, welcome to this session. This is a panel discussion titled 30 Years Reflection on HIV/AIDS. I'm Crystal. I'm the moderator of this session. A brief introduction of myself. I'm a medical doctor trained in public health and also psychiatry. And interestingly, exactly 30 years ago, I started my work in HIV with AIDS concern as a volunteer helper. Welcome to this session. This is a panel discussion titled 30 Years Reflection on HIV/AIDS. I'm Crystal. I'm the moderator of this session. A brief introduction of myself. I'm a medical doctor trained in public health and also psychiatry.
Okay, there's a device playing it in your room. Somebody needs to stop the playback.
Welcome to this session. This is a panel discussion titled 30 Years Reflection on HIV/AIDS. I'm Crystal. I'm the moderator of this session. A brief introduction of myself. I'm a medical doctor trained in public health and also psychiatry.
Okay, there's a device playing it in your room. Somebody needs to stop the playback.
This section, this is a panel discussion titled 30 Years. Hello.
Hello. Are we online now?
Oh. Hello. Welcome to the session. This is a panel discussion titled 30 Years Reflection of HIV/AIDS. I'm Crystal. I'm the moderator of this session. A brief introduction of myself. I'm a medical doctor trained in public health and also psychiatry. And as you can see, Hello, welcome to the session. This is a panel discussion titled 30 Years Reflection of HIV/AIDS. I'm Crystal. I'm the moderator of this session. A brief introduction of myself. I'm a medical doctor trained in public health and also psychiatry. And as you can see, hello, welcome to the session. This is a panel discussion. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session. This is a panel discussion session titled 30 Years of HIV AIDS. And I'm the moderator of this session. I'm Crystal, and I'm a medical doctor trained in community medicine and also psychiatry. The reason for having this panel discussion is for us to reflect on the challenges and some of the success stories we have in HIV work in Hong Kong in the past, so that we can generate thoughts and insights to inform the work on the next HIV strategies for Hong Kong, and also to support people in the field to achieve the zero HIV new infection by the year 2030, which is a very ambitious goal set by the UNAIDS. With huge efforts, we have had some successes in bringing down new infection, as shown by Dr. Wong this morning. Yet, without far sustained and expanded effort, the epidemic can actually rebound faster than we can ever even know about it. So as you can see, we are very excited to have our other panelists here today with us to share their thoughts from their work for many, many years in Hong Kong. Let me introduce one of them one by one. Professor Joe Lau on the right-hand side. I think he needs no much introduction, as if we have been working in HIV in Hong Kong, we all know him very much. He just told me he started his work on HIV in 1990. He is a prolific researcher in behavioral science and HIV prevention in Hong Kong. And he has served numerous consultancy work, and he is currently the emeritus professor and research professor in the Jockey Club School of Public Health in the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Dr. Ho, who is sitting beside me, has just retired from his 34-year of public services last year. Before his retirement, he was the consultant dermatologist and head of the social hygiene services of the Department of Health, the public service provider for STI and dermatology service in Hong Kong. He coordinated the Universal Antenatal HIV testing program during his secondment to the AIDS unit in the Department of Health. And he has served as member of the Scientific Committee on AIDS and STI in different periods of times. He's currently a very important member in the AIDS Trust Funds, because he's a member of the Medical and Support Services Subcommittee of the AIDS Trust Fund. And Andrew, on the other side, he again probably knows much introduction. He's the chief executive of AIDS Concern in Hong Kong since 2013. Over this period of time, he has worked on the development of AIDS concerns and HIV prevention and support services with the aim to increase community impact and bring innovation to the HIV response in Hong Kong. Recently, he has been working on PrEP, HIV self-testing, and the launch of the place where three of us are sitting now, my place. This is a social enterprise project initiated by the AIDS Concern that provides services to the community at risk for HIV. He has also worked with various partner organizations and HIV projects across the Asia Pacific region. I'm very glad to have all these panelists with me and with us today from very different backgrounds. And I think that's already made a very important point in any successful health promotion programs. That is the commitment and also the passion of each one of us, and the collaborative work between the community, the public service, and the academic researchers, as well as community participation. So without further ado, let's start our chair discussion today. So we first begin with looking back in the 30 years response of HIV in Hong Kong. Dr. Ho, maybe you can share with us some of your insights and knowledge about what are the key milestones of HIV, the epidemic in Hong Kong?
Yes, I'm going to share these key milestones and or benchmarks in the history of HIV/AIDS in Hong Kong. The first HIV case was reported in 1984 in Hong Kong. And in 1985, the AIDS unit in Queen Elizabeth Hospital began as an AIDS counseling and health education service. In early 90s, well-known local AIDS unit, the name of the Special Preventive Program, was established in the Department of Health, led by Professor S.S. Lee. And since 1990, SPV has assumed the role of Secretary to the Advisory Council on AIDS, which was in fact established in the same year. That is, Advisory Council on AIDS was established in 1990. And in 1996, the Red Ribbon Center was established in Hong Kong, and the RRC was the designated UN AIDS Collaboration Center for Technical Support in 1998. And these are the important milestones. And in 1999, the Integrated Treatment Center, which is located in Kowloon Bay, was established. And the introduction of the Integrated Treatment Center for care of people with HIV infection have elicited a very strong community response in a negative way, opposition by the local community, which is an important benchmark. And in 1993, the AIDS Trust Fund was established, in fact, by the last Hong Kong governor, Honorable Christopher Francis Patton. And with the introduction and establishment of the AIDS Trust Fund, initially it is we provide assistance to HIV infected hemophilians, and then to strengthen the medical support service, and then to the public education on AIDS. This is a very, very important benchmark because the introduction of ATF. And how about the community? Well, in GIST, Joe will supplement what I say, my observation. A lot of in different time, the committees, say Scientific Committee on AIDS, Scientific Committee on Prevention and Education of AIDS, promotion of acceptance and of people living with HIV/AIDS, and all these committees provide a platform for the community participation, and this in the local HIV/AIDS prevention and care. The AIDS Concern was the first NGO established in Hong Kong in 1990, which is in 1990. The AIDS Concern was established, which is the first NGO with committed to service to AIDS care and then prevention. And it is a very good example of a local example of a multi and participatory community response to HIV/AIDS with participation and contribution by persons from different backgrounds. And I think there's a very important milestone is this is the first the first person living with HIV/AIDS, Dr. Mike Sinclair, a dentist, who openly disclosed his status, calling for positive public response in HIV/AIDS. And regrettably, Dr. Sinclair passed away in 1995. And the RTHA, in fact, is with a record, make a program and obtained a award in the Asia Award, which is a very important milestone that somebody just come out and make it in person and call for the local communities response to HIV/AIDS in Hong Kong. The first AIDS strategy, 1999 to 2001, adopt the community planning process principle. Okay, and then now is the community forum, which is the first local AIDS strategy, which is 1999 to 2001, and the more or less that's the same time in 2001 September, the local universal antenatal screening program was loaded in Hong Kong. Well, the program is an example of multidisciplinary, multi-organization, multi-sectoral engagement and participation. And I would end up here and pass my pass to Joe for his will.
Thank you, KF. We are old people in this area. We worked together for 30 years. And then I would like to comment first on the development of the NGO responses. So the AIDS Trust Fund, the AIDS Foundation and the AIDS Concern was established in 90 and 91. And then the AIDS Trust Fund, as said, is 93. That means a lot of NGO was set up around that time because they could obtain funding. And then at that time, it's very easy to set up an NGO. You can be a one-man band, and then in 1 or 2 weeks, and then you obtain a small grant, and then you can. So thus, at that time, a coalition of NGOs were formed, including Teen AIDS, Society for AIDS Care, and then later on, Action for Reach Out and Choice, etc. Right, and they form a CASO, a coalition of AIDS services in Hong Kong, and that actually was in charge of the community planning process. So the interesting thing is that we have quite a lot of small NGOs, and the second wave is under a special MSM funding, which I will mention, and then other NGOs more specific in MSM work, like Rainbow or AIDS Backup, were set up together with the participation of some mainstream NGOs, right? Like even BGCA, etc. So we have many NGOs, and the strength is that they can work from different angles. The difficulty is that they often, the economies of scale has been difficult to establish. And then even we have the coalition, except for the community planning process, was quite unable to integrate the services, although there's a lot of sharing. So this is one feature of the NGOs in Hong Kong. Then I briefly introduced the milestones in the interventions. In the interventions, I would say there are a few phases. The first phase is education, and then just people do not know what HIV is, so it's a lot of misconceptions. You can see under the ACA that the committee is called Committee for Publicity and Education in AIDS, right? So the activities would be a lot of advertisements. I made one of them. I suggest anyway. Jackie Chan, and you remember a lot of these advertisements and TV activities. But then it's not significant adequate to have education is recognized. So it's mentioned that the second phase is the community planning process following the US model to gather information about the risk situations in Hong Kong. And the report was given to Margaret Chandon. And then it has an impact on the HIV field because, as said, the AIDS Trust Fund and the ACA adopts the approach. And then the interventions now has to focus on risk group instead of very general, like basketball game and all those general education activities, right? So the third milestone is the Dr. Tim Brown's modeling report about the risk and size of the epidemic among MSM, okay? And then the government was responsive. They set up a special MSM funding. As I said, that is the reason of the increase in MSM work in NGO in very different angles, from different angles. The fourth milestone, I would say, would be the treatment and prevention cascade coming out, and people see prevention, biomedical prevention, treatment would be very effective for prevention. And the government has been doing very well on some of the cascade on treatment side. And then it highlights the gap would be on the testing side. And a lot of effort, hence more targeted to testing, especially in the MSM community. It's ongoing. The fifth wave milestone, I would say, is the start of the discussion of PrEP, right? And then It's still ongoing. It's a bit slow, as we will discuss more, but it's ongoing. And people have now put more emphasis and effort and hope and discussion with the government. So I'll finish here. I just hope that this gives you an overview of how the NGOs were formed and the changes in the emphasis of interventions. Of course, this is one of the personal interpretation of the scenario. Okay, I'll hand it back to Crystal.
Yeah. So thanks, Joe and Dr. Ho, for giving us a very concise overview of the development of Hong Kong HIV prevention work in the past 30 years. So how about Andrew, as really the field worker, what are some of your reflections about your HIV work or HIV prevention in Hong Kong?
Thank you, Crystal. Well, I think if we go back to the early 1990s, we can remember that HIV/AIDS at that time was a death sentence. People were getting very sick and they were dying, and it was a scary time. And we didn't have good treatment options available for people. So when AIDS Concern was set up in 1990, what the agency was trying to do was to provide support that it could to people with HIV/AIDS and their families. The situation was a very stigmatized one. Families were rejecting people living with HIV. They were afraid and fearful of this virus, and it was a very stigmatized virus. So it was a difficult time to be living with HIV. And the sort of work that AIDS Concern was doing was really providing practical and emotional help to people who were dying of HIV/AIDS. And so we as an agency were delivering food to people. We were helping them with their clothing laundry and things like this, talking to them, visiting them, because often family had just deserted them. So I think it was a very different time. And then, as just been described, came treatment options, and things have started to change a lot. So as we know from the last session, people are now able to live well with HIV when they're on treatment. So in that time, you've seen a big change in the way that NGOs operate. So rather than doing things like offering a hotline to people with HIV who are panicked about having a diagnosis, AIDS Concern now does a lot more work in the area of prevention, education in the community, helping people understand how to prevent HIV, what are the combination prevention options. But also providing HIV testing through our centre and other means, and also giving some emotional and practical support to people living with HIV. So I think the main observation I want to make about the history is the changing role of NGOs that's been changing to reflect the needs of the community in the epidemic. And I'll just give two very quick examples. One is on testing. As testing technology has been developing, we've been looking to see how can we make it available to the community. And we began piloting with the Chinese university self-testing in 2016 and seeing was it acceptable to the community following the World Health Organization's guidelines. We found that it was acceptable, it worked very well, and also it brings in people who never test normally, or people who often don't test often enough. So this was an important change, self-testing, and now we've been rolling out self-testing. Another big change, as Joe described, is PrEP. So AIDS Concern and other NGOs have been educating the community about PrEP and how it can work. We now need to understand how can we make sure that it's implemented so more people can access it. So this is the changing nature of the role of NGOs, which is reflecting the changing epidemic, but also the changing interventions that we have.
Thank you, Andrew, for your thoughts about HIV prevention work in Hong Kong. So from what I heard from all of you, I think there has been success in HIV prevention, definitely. We are seeing like a significant, about 20% drop of HIV cases among MSM over the last 6 or 7 years. So I think the important elements that Hong Kong have is a very strong commitment from the government, strong surveillance, epidemiology, AIDS trust fund that facilitate community response, etc., etc. And also we have excellent HIV treatment so that we can achieve a good control of viral load in the community among the HIV infected individuals. Of course, strong community participation is always a key element in successful health promotion in HIV prevention. But then what I just heard from all of you is that we have Dr. Mike back in 1990 to come up as the first person to speak up and to call for like positive response from the community about this issue. Like over the many years, we don't see another one, right? We don't see people with HIV coming up to talk about their experiences, despite the number have been, I'm sure, has been escalated to over 10,000. Infected people in Hong Kong. I mean, the numbers of patients are increasing, but they don't come up and talk about it in the community. That's one point that I just heard from the discussion. And apart from that, so with all these efforts, we are still seeing, on average, I think around 8 infections or reports every week. And infection numbers are still ongoing. So most of them would be MSM, and a number of them are still heterosexual male and female. So what are the challenges we are facing if we want to further reduce these numbers in Hong Kong? So maybe Andrew, you can go first. What are some of your thoughts that we should be doing so to further reduce the numbers?
Well, I think to comment on your point about there aren't many people with HIV speaking out, Crystal, I think it's very noticeable that compared to some other countries where there is a lot of work on HIV, there are very few people with HIV in Hong Kong who feel comfortable to speak out about it. And I think this is an important factor for us to understand in developing our interventions and responses. We can do more to encourage and support people with HIV to speak out. But I think the truth is in Hong Kong, HIV and this health issue remains very stigmatized, and people aren't comfortable to be seen as a poster person for HIV prevention work. And often it's their families telling them, even when we've had people who are saying, I might be willing to do something, often their families will say, oh, please don't do that. It will bring attention to our family, and we really don't want that about this issue. It's to do with stigma. So I think this is a very particular, it happens in many parts of Asia, but I feel it's particularly strong in Hong Kong. I think one of the big challenges, apart from stigma, is making HIV relevant and understood to the younger generation. So if you look at, for example, the key group of MSM, lots of older MSM in their 40s, 50s and above very well understand the AIDS panic in the 1980s and 90s and are aware at least of HIV and what some of the things they should be doing. The younger generation, in their teens, 20s, into the 30s for some, aren't necessarily as aware of the risk and the threats. And of course, if they do learn more about it, they learn that there is now treatment available. So it's a different risk for them, and they need to understand it. So we need to work to make sure that younger people understand the risk. Testing rates have risen, but there are still groups of people who are not testing, who are high risk, and people who are high risk and test, but don't test very often. So this is what we find when people with HIV are diagnosed. Some of them might have tested 2 years ago, and they might have had HIV for 6 months, a year, and they haven't tested. So offering people different types of testing options, different locations, HIV self-testing. Self-sampling is another option where people take a sample and send it off to have somebody in a lab do the diagnosis work. This has been used successfully in some countries. We can look at that as well. The other thing, one issue I was going to mention is the use of crystal methamphetamine. If you go back 10 or 15 years, there wasn't nearly as much of this among MSM in Hong Kong, but it has grown since then. And we know that often when people are using crystal meth, that the level of protection they use, their condom use drops. So we need to make sure people understand crystal meth and the risks of HIV transmission and how they can prevent it. So these are some of the challenges I wanted to mention.
Thank you, Andrew, for your insights. How about Dr. Ho? You have worked in the AIDS Trust Fund, right? So you have seen projects submitting for services and prevention. So, so what do you think are some of the challenges that you see in further expanding our efforts in HIV prevention in Hong Kong?
Well, from what I observed from the applications to the AIDS Trust Fund in the past 5 to 6 years, there's a few observations. The observation is, as we communicate with Joe, there's quite a number of NGO, including academic institutions. But even within the same academic institutions, to Unit A, I think to say the Service Department A does not actually speak to Department B within the same university. And in fact, they are doing more or less the same things with the same focus, not the same things. Well, maybe one is more focused on the behavioral side, the other is the behavioral side together with some of the treatment side, with a slightly very different, objective of the study, and they found separate projects. But if they combine together and to work a single project with in fact, it's more money, slightly more money, then the result may be more better and cost effective. But from a perspective of the funding agency, we have only A and B's. Okay, well, one is score 85, the other is score 80. It is very difficult for the funding agencies to grant funds to both. Okay, we have to sacrifice sacrifice one of them. But maybe the other, they scored the project with 80. They have something very supplement. Is something the result may supplements the deficiency of the project A. And this is one of the important observations. Same observation happens to the application from the other NGOs. As Joe said, the small NGOs, they do a small project, big NGO, but there's many overlaps. Not really very coordinated. Some hot topics, they have many projects, but there are some more important but more difficult to do area. So nobody is interested to send project applications to the so-called forgotten or important but difficult to do areas in the field. Therefore, this is one of the observation, and this is one thing. Coming back to the testing, we have from the perspective of previous government officer, we want to see is there's in fact a lots of different ways, a myriad of testing in terms of testing mode is a fingerprint, blood testing, oral fluid, government venue, NGO venue, self-testings, and even some of the different testing models, such as this is not exactly testing, but some kind of screening or a screening model, but it is also fulfill the function of testing. Is an opt-out model is opt-out urine testing for resident clinic users, and the antenatal setting is opt-out. Is an opt-out testing model, and this is very good. But the observation is no matter what we did, the testing rate, the ever testing rate is something like 80%. And they say that according to the Harris published in 2000, conducted in 2020, and about only 60% tested in recent 1 year, as Andrew pointed out. There is still a big gap in the most optimum in enhancing, big gap in testing, and the questions, this is some hidden, we don't know. It is not definite evidence based. If those who opt not to test, maybe those who have the highest risk, we don't know. Okay, this is something that we need to know and need to enhance. And for CAM Fund, Oh, it is a very, very difficult area, very, very difficult area to go in. And I think there's not too many interventional, not survey, but interventional projects received that from the ATF. Not too many. It is intervention. I mean intervention, not surveillance. Oh, surveillance is a lots of surveillance. No, but how to intervention? Good project. Good project, intervention project. There's not too many. This is what I've observed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ho. So the interesting point in Hong Kong is that we have individuals, academic, we have individuals, NGOs, but then how
not
we
very
can,
coordinated.
yeah. The issue is how we can actually put it into very cost-effective or very effective way to make even bigger prevention efforts in the community.
In fact, more cost-effective.
Yes.
Especially in nowadays we have difficult in sustain the funding.
Exactly. Difficult to sustain funding. I thought difficult to sustain the people also.
Oh, yes, right. Yes.
Because people goes with the money. The work goes with the money also. Okay. So Joe, you worked in the field as the application for the ATF and also support all the NGOs development.
Okay.
So
I'd like to ask you. Okay, what's the difficulty for you to communicate with the other department?
There's no difficulty, but there's no culture as well. There's not really
culture, right?
And then you have to understand that people are usually very, very busy when they think about one thing. They don't know what's the mind of the other. Well, I don't want to focus too much time on this. I think I agree with you more. Cooperations are always desirable. Okay. And then the other positive suggestion is that the AIDS Trust Fund can also do something. If there's something good, you can suggest the 85 scored team to talk a little bit with the 80 to consider that part instead of just chopping it off, right? And then I think something happens and something, but this is not I think that we're not going into spending too much time on this. The NGOs are also these integrations. I think it's more important than the academic field as well because they are the frontliners, right? And then, let me talk about other observations and challenges, which is maybe controversial and politically, I don't know whether it's correct. But as you said, KM, the behavioral change is not very evident in the HIV, right? Condom use, and then even testing, 2/3. It has been like 15 years. It's about around.
Which is although it's a slightly up and down in recent years, maybe a little bit decline, but overall
not what we would like to see, right?
Yeah.
And then, when we compare to other public health work like smoking or cancer screening, you spend that much effort in 20 years, you expect something more, right? But so the conclusion is that behavioral change is not happening. If we want to analyze, it's difficult, but there's a message fatigue. People have been talking about the same thing, wear a condom and the things, right? And then the NGO seems now to be a bit stepping back from the behavioral change approach and relying more on the biomedical approach like PAP or something like that, right? So if we review the programs, there might be not a lot of effective behavioral change programs being planned or implemented. But from the other perspective, I would like to discuss about the personal responsibility, the responsibility of being healthy. Like in COVID-19, we wear masks not only because of the law or something. We also want to protect ourselves and protect others. I'm quite sure, right? And then so I think the community needs to consider whether there's a personal responsibility to use condom and to get tested, but there's no law. Wearing a mask is a law, has been a law, but there's no law in the community, in some of the key populations. No law that you multiple sex partners or condom use There's no norm what people should do or quite right. So and this sometimes we can, like second smoking, we were quite able, public health people are quite able to establish and change the norm. You should not smoke in front of others. Okay, but the difficulty might be there's not, as we previously discussed, there's not easily an accessible intact community in MSM or other communities, key populations that have a very key good participations and accessibility to work with the HIV workers to see whether there's any possibility to change the norm a little bit. If the norm is not changed, testing behavior would be 2/3 or something. The NGOs try so hard, right? So this is just one perspective. I won't over one, and so I think the community work and this experts needs to be considered as well.
Yes. That is the problem of engaging, and actually the engaging the so-called the community people, engaging MSM, especially the KOL in MSM, actually to take part and take an active part and frontline part, okay, in front, okay, to engage in changing the culture, okay.
It's maybe especially important for young MSM when they get started. What is the norm? The norm is that everyone use, everyone not use, or something. This is a long procedure, but if the norm is not changed, the behavior is not changed, we can only rely on biomedical interventions, which is a long way to go.
Sorry to say that I'm not provocative. I tend not to be provocative. That means, for instance, for sex workers, the NGO workers is lot of good participations and active participation, but there is not too many sex workers themselves to actually engage in the project. MSM also apply to MSM. The drug users, there are too many, very few drug users. They are drug users themselves or ex-drug users themselves to actually engage, to change the norm and participate in this project.
We're off the script, but very brief. Well, female sex workers actually do have a law. Right? That you should use. They want them. Sex workers would like to use, and clients would like to use condom, or if you don't use it, you're away from the norm somehow. So actually, the condom use within the sex workers and clients are very high in Hong Kong. I just point out something from thought.
That is, you need to have this kind of active participation to make a cultural change, to create the norm. Okay, this is I think this is what Joe.
Andrew might be very.
Facilitators.
We're off the script now.
I agree with some of it, but I don't think I agree with all of it. I mean, I think it's true that there is, of course, we always in public health want to see stronger community norms that reflect public health messages, which are based on evidence. So, of course, there's always a gap. There's always a gap between what people are doing as a whole and where we want them to be. And in cases of some medical conditions like COVID, we've seen that the gap is less, but that's been with very, very strict enforcement and massive investment in education campaigns and so on. I think what we can see on HIV is that actually a lot of the community is following the public health norm that we want, but of course not enough of them are doing it. So a lot of MSM are using condoms. A lot of heterosexual men with multiple partners are using condoms. There are lots of MSM coming to NGOs asking about PrEP. How can I get PrEP? How can I use it to protect myself? So I think some people are doing it. The issue is really much more to do with the scale and how can we get more of them to do it. And I think what we're finding is that we have a whole range of different interventions that people can choose from to protect themselves. And we really need to make sure that people can find the ones that are suitable for them. Some people don't want to use condoms. They don't like it, or it's not convenient for them. So maybe they can use PrEP. Other people, got a visitor here. Other people don't want to go to a clinic to do HIV testing. And so we can find other options for them. They can send a sample back, they can do a self-test. So I think this is part of what we need to do in the next stage of the response. I don't think we're giving up on condoms and other interventions. I think we still need to state those and make sure they're accessible to people. But when we have new interventions available for people, we need to help make them available. I mean, on PrEP, I was listening to Dr. Wong Kar-hing talking about where they might go next. And I think what we need to do is to see how different sectors can work together on PrEP. I think it doesn't work often for the government services to be educating the community about some of these interventions in terms of community campaigns. I think it works within services, but often people don't want to go and hear it from the government services. They're wanting to contact NGOs and others because it's very stigmatized. So I think NGOs can do work on educating the community about what PrEP is, but I think we need some help from the government to open access to PrEP medicine and support by either integrating it into the public health system or finding a way to develop a partnership between social hygiene clinics, NGOs, and maybe some other private providers so that people can access PrEP. I think we've got a lot of evidence now about PrEP that we just need to find a way to fund it and roll it out. Maybe I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. So we probably had a lot of challenges, huh?
Yes,
if we need to further reduce the new infection really to like sort of close to zero in a number of years to come. Just to summarize, I think the challenges is that we need to balance availability of a combination of prevention that could be accessible and acceptable to the community. So we shouldn't be focused on just one of them, condoms or PrEP, but the availability of things that are suitable for the community. And I think we talked about stigma and sexuality of the younger generation. That would also be another, I think, an important area that we should work on. Because I think, for example, in my experience working with those with chemsex, some of them may have issues with mental health issues. Some of them will have issues with being in a non-healthy relationships. They may not be able to see the sexuality. They don't feel loved. There are some of these issues that we need to tackle in the sexual minority group, I would say, and that will start from sexual education in the youth or even parental education. So probably we don't have much time. Looking forward, let's move on. So I think it's actually very difficult to really get to know HIV infection in 8 years' time, but at least we should have some targets to move forward to. And and there are many things we need to do. Is how should we prioritize on what we need to do go forward? So maybe Dr. Ho, you have any views how we can make better collaborations, etc.
Okay, before I go to the collaboration side, well, something that I think I missed in the very initially, and nobody here have mentioned, is the HIV prevention in the ethnic minority in Hong Kong. Okay, it's another very challenging, and I think that's a important piece in the jigsaw puzzle. Okay, it's the ethnic minority, and this is I need to raise up in this in this meeting. And in terms of collaboration and cooperation, before I have nothing that which is a very urge to say, but I would like to invite Joe to share his experience he derived from when he is the chairman of Council. What is your observation, and what do you think that may be useful to improve the communication first among the NGOs? Okay, this is one thing. And as a chairman of the Council, you represent, in quotation, you represent the NGO. The better way to communicate with the government. And this is, well, your experience is very important.
I was only the second term chairman, okay, no longer now, right? And I was in charge with Graham Smith, the community planning process. I think it's always difficult because there are inherent unspoken type of competitions over the same thing. And because of this, as we said, the NGOs are not large size and they could only work on something very immediate, very manageable, right? And they could not plan a large. So I think it's both ways.
How do you better coordinate the effort of the NGOs?
Yeah, I think the government can put forth some commissions and some funding requests for large-scale collaborative research. I'll give you an example, testing, okay? The government might consider, okay, you NGOs come up with a joint proposal about how to increase testing in a very comprehensive and with division of labor who do what in what group, as you said, ethics minorities, one NGO and some, and so that under one, we don't have a lot of things to tackle. Testing is one of them. A special funding, as it happened, it was very influential. And then they have to work together then.
Then how to, Joe, but then how to, how to put, how to apportion, on the one side, community participation is very, very important. On the other side, you ask for to hand over, in quotation, hand over the leadership to the government side to direct the way to go, and how to make the balance between the two.
I would not use the word direct because it's just a call for proposal type of thing, a theme, and then the council under this stream, they will work among themselves, right, to come up with a sensible proposal because they have to work together in order to win, in order to win and win, right? And then they would start the conversations and what are you doing, what are we doing? Because they have a common aim. Now it's not. Now I can got this part and then I can survive. If I don't do that, I would disappear. Just one suggestion, because HIV is now we can easily come up with a few things, which is a priority. You can follow the A strategy plan or something. Testing is obviously, as you said, there's the gap for the cascade. That's my suggestion.
2 minutes left. So before we end, may I invite Andrew? Any thoughts about what Joe has suggested, like the funder call for collaborative projects?
I think that's what would be required to make it happen. I mean, I think it's having a collaborative funding platform or proposal would require the collaboration to be done in a more systematic way. I mean, already the NGOs, the NGOs we have, there are not very many actually. There are only 3 HIV NGOs really. One concentrates very much on care and 2 concentrate on prevention. I think there could be more collaboration across them, but there is already some demarcation of responsibilities that are a bit different, and some of the communities targeted different. The other HIV projects are really projects within other organisations, not those 3. So they're HIV projects that are part of other educational support campaigns. But those organisations might also be attracted to a collaborative approach. I've suggested in years gone by that we should consider merging some of the HIV NGOs, or at least having some stronger collaborations in some areas. But I appreciate it's sometimes very difficult to get those things to happen. But I think, yes, I think we have to look for routes to collaboration.
Yeah. So very briefly, once during the SARS period, there's also some grants commissioned by the government that requires 2 universities to work together. And this is there's one possibility.
This is the commission grant. The commission as a designated amount of money commissions to the university, call the university and commission to the university to do some kind of project research. And one thing, very briefly, is do you mean that the funding agency, say the ATF, should apportion the amount of money, say that you have the priority setting, okay, priority setting in the community planning, the community forum, the community planning process. Do you mean that the funding agency should say apportion 20% of money is focused on MSM, and of the 20% of the money is focused on out of this 20%, 40% is testing and 60%. Do you mean that the funding agency should do that? And if it is the case, then the questions comes up is whether the apportioning of the funding, the apportioning of the funding to the NGO could it be can the apportioning the decisions acceptable to the individual NGO? How to engage their support?
Yes,
for such
the community planning process was meant to be appropriate, but that was 2 decades ago already. We have to update such processes.
Yes.
But I think if we identify certain issues like testing, and the AIDS Trust Fund has a sizable. I don't think we are saying to use it all up but say okay, this year we of course there's some preparations. Okay, how much is needed if we want to? The NGO has to patch. This NGO patch, I'll do 10,000 testing. Okay, and this how many? And okay, so if you want to say, this year I would like to see how many 20,000-30,000 testing more, right? Then you can roughly think out how much that would mean, right? So it's a target thing. You don't need to allocate everything or on that basis, okay? But MSM testing is a priority, right? Sure. So if how much money you discuss with the community, how much money AIDS Trust Fund can allocate as a special fund or a pilot for collaborations. This is a possibility for people to consider.
I agree. I would say just my final comment would be, I think that testing collaboration is an opportunity. I also think PrEP collaboration is a big opportunity. And I don't just mean between NGOs, I mean between the public health system and NGOs. So I think this is the other thing that we need to look very carefully at, because it's difficult for HIV services in the public health system to allocate new resources. I understand this. But I think that there isn't a way that we can look for collaboration across the public health system and the NGO system to educate and provide PrEP for people. So I think if we're thinking about the HIV/AIDS strategy in 2030, getting to zero, I think these are 2 really important things we can do.
All in all, PrEP is the most important thing that we need to work together. Right? Testing, we know how to do. It's just not enough. But PrEP is the question of how to do it, and it has been hesitant for years. The government, right? It's now really time for action. Right? And then I think this is a good collaborative where we have to sort out what are the key issues, right? Is it because of course a co-payment model or whatever? And there's no perfect solution. The community and the government find some agreeable thing, and it's not once for all. Well, we need the government might think of a real, quite large scale first phase rollout or pilot, whatever we call it, right? And then we can adjust after 2 or 3 years about all this. But if we're hesitant, that we have the NGOs have been doing all they could.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we all agree that PrEP is one thing we need to really focus on. And at this point, I just want to raise a point is that we need strategic advocacy work to make things happen. So in the past, I remember when I was in the government, we can actually liaise with influential people like the legislators in the past, people who are speak up in the community to make changes. Sometimes people move because they have to answer questions in certain platform. So I would again just the last point I want to make is that we keep up our strategic advocacy role work from all parts of people in Hong Kong, and we should keep up our good work in the past, and we should focus on collaboration integration of services, and also targeting all the stigma and also the societal factors that affect HIV in Hong Kong. And with these, I hope we can work towards the goal of further reducing HIV new infection in Hong Kong in a few years to come. I think time sits about that. Andrew, do you have any last word to share?
I just wish to say thank you to Crystal and Kingman, and also to Joe for this really excellent and insightful panel discussion, which I think gives us a lot of thoughts about how we can improve the HIV response, learning from the past and also understanding the challenges of the present. So I think we're recording this session and we can share it with other people who I think will benefit from hearing your insights. I think we'll close this session now. It's time for lunch. Thank you. It's time for lunch. So we're on lunch until 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. we'll be having an update on PrEP from Dr. Heather Marie Schmidt, who is from UNAIDS. And then we'll hear from Mr. KB Lee from AIDS Concern. And then we'll also be hearing in the afternoon from Dr. Winston Goh about the important topic of rainbow health in Hong Kong. So thank you, everybody, for the sessions this morning. And we look forward to seeing participants in the afternoon. Thank you. Goodbye for now.
Okay, Andrew, stay. Let's take a screen capture on a photo. Screen capture a photo. Yes, okay, yeah.
Can anyone help us to take the
screen capture?
Tim, has it been done? You've been smiling for a long time, can't you?
I just did one, so we've got one.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, yeah,
I'll send it around.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye. Okay, bye.
Okay.
There have been almost 10,000 reported cases of HIV in Hong Kong since 1984, when the first of its kind was diagnosed. It has now been over 35 years and a lot has changed, especially on the development of HIV prevention and treatment. However, the stigma and discrimination towards people with HIV remain. As the first non-government organization committed to the service of AIDS care in Hong Kong, AIDS Concern has a dedicated team of staff, volunteers and supporters. We focus our effort on where we know we can have the most impact.
Thank you for supporting AIDS Concern Hong Kong. We really need your help to do the work that we're doing in the local community. HIV remains a real threat to health in Hong Kong, with many people being infected every year. If people get HIV, it can mean real health challenges for them. So we need to prevent HIV by helping young people understand that HIV is relevant to them and how they can stop it. We're also working to make sure that people living with HIV get onto treatment so that they can have good health and a good quality of life. This is the work that AIDS Concern's been doing over the last 30 years. We need to continue doing this work to make sure that people don't have to live with HIV, and those who live with it can do so well. In the coming months and years, AIDS Concern will be rolling out new innovations in HIV prevention and care. So we think it's really important that international innovations that are coming can be used in Hong Kong. So this is what AIDS Concern has been doing already this year by launching HIV self-testing, where people can test themselves. So please encourage people to test. And also in the coming months, we will be launching a PrEP medical checkup service. This is using HIV medication to prevent HIV. It's not available in Hong Kong easily. We're going to help people to get access to it by having the necessary medical checkups. Thanks again for your support.
Our team works with men sex with men, so we actively engage in LGBT community. Like we go bars and sauna to teach them about the combination prevention. We also engage in public events like Pride and Pink Dot. We also hold sex-positive workshop and activities like BDSM and sex toy to increase the awareness of consent and safer sex negotiation. Community use social media to talk with their friends. So we use Grindr and Hornet to reach them. We also reach the public forums like He Is Secret and TT 1069to teach them about sexual health.
In the past year, more than 900 clients have been referred to testing service. We have reached 38,000 followers on Gazami Facebook page, where we engage with them regularly with interesting and attractive information related to HIV and sexual health. Also, our team launched Know Your Risk, Know Your Status campaign, providing online emotional support and counseling service for high anxiety service users.
Let me introduce our team service to you. We have no official sex education in schools. Youth usually learn sex and bodies from social media. However, the information is not accurate and full of myths. They may use incorrect methods to prevent pregnancy and STI. Our testing service data also show that their STI infection rate is also very high and alarming, especially in young women cases. In the long run, we hope to establish a healthy and friendly environment, reduce the stigma associated with sex, so as to enhance youth sexual health well-being.
Here at AIDS Concern, we currently provide over 4,000 testing and counseling services that are free and anonymous. And also, any positive cases are referred to our PLHIV team, which provides supporting services and also counseling services needed as well. One of our new testing projects is our self-test kits, which comes in either finger prick or oral swabs, both of which can benefit those of you who are interested in testing in the convenience of your own home and in privacy as well.
The ethnic minority services at AIDS Concern aims at enhancing the HIV, STIs and sexual health knowledge of Filipino, Indonesian women, as well as African men and women in Hong Kong, as well as increase their testing behavior. Since the project started in April 2018, we have reached out to more than 10,000 people through our physical and internet outreach. We have engaged more than 4,000 people through our partnership workshop as well as individual workshops, referred more than 300 people to our testing services. In our experience, we find that peer development and partnership program is very crucial to achieve our aim.
From everyone at AIDS Concern, thank you for your support, which is so important so that we can stop the HIV epidemic and help people living with HIV.
Hi, I'm Benji. I'm a fitness instructor, and I'm here to discuss some great news with you about AIDS Concern. Do you know about PrEP? Well, PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis, is a proven and effective way to prevent HIV. Many people use it, together with their partners, to have sex without fear of HIV. How can you get prepped? In private clinics in Hong Kong, or in clinics in Bangkok, Thailand. No matter which way you get your PrEP, it is important to do a blood test and some regular checkups before taking your PrEP. You also need to do some regular checkups after 1 month and every 3 months after taking your PrEP. Wondering where to get that? AIDS Concern, a well-established organization committed to the services of AIDS care in Hong Kong, has established a new service lately. They're offering an accurate, affordable, and community-friendly checkup services for people who want to use PrEP. All you have to do is give them a call and book a blood test. The hotline is 2394-6622. On the day of the appointment, come to My Place by AIDS Concern in Jordan Kowloon and do the blood test. This is to make sure that you haven't got HIV, because people with HIV who take PrEP could develop drug resistance. This can also test your kidney and liver functions to make sure that the medications won't have problematic side effects. When the report of the blood test is back from the lab, you can then come and meet the doctor. He will explain the report and how you can access PrEP. Don't worry, our doctors are very friendly and experienced. You may ask them any questions you like. If everything looks fine, you will then have a prescription from the doctor. And AIDS Concern has some really good suggestions on where you can get your PrEP. And you can check their website to look for some details. And also remember that you have to come back to get some tests after 1 month and every 3 months while you are on PrEP. And if you have any questions, you can call the number 2394-6622.
PrEP 嘅全名咧就係 Pre-Exposure Prophylaxis， 咁而中文譯名咧就係暴露前預防性投藥。咩叫暴露前咧？就唔係裸露嘅意思，而係話咧使用呢隻藥物嘅朋友咧，當佢哋身處一個所謂暴露啦、高危可以感染愛滋病病毒嘅環境底下咧，剔咗呢隻藥就有機會可以減低嗰個感染率啦。由於個成效非常之高嘅關係啦，咁以至到咧係引入咗呢一種藥物嘅城市咧，嗰個感染愛滋病病毒嘅比率咧係大大咁驟降嘅。例如好似新南威爾斯啊、倫敦啊，甚至係美國好多嘅州份啦。咁但係好可惜，香港暫時咧就未正式引入嘅。咁所以喺現時香港嘅公共醫療系統裏面咧係揾唔到呢一隻藥。咁所以有不少咧同志社群嘅朋友咧都會透過譬如私人診所啦去買呢一種藥啦。咁但係個價錢咧相當之高昂嘅。咁大概可能每個月咧動輒都要用到8000咧至到1萬蚊不等嘅。咁所以未必好多人可以afford得起。既然咁貴就未必咁多人afford得起啦。咁但係咧同志社群就好醒嘅，可以透過其他嘅途徑啦去買到一啲較為廉宜啦。咁但係個成效係相仿嘅一啲仿製藥嘅。咁但係問題咧，服食 PrEP 有一個巧妙嘅地方就係，其實之前要做一個身體嘅測試啦，同埋食完之後咧要定期做測試嘅，有睇下你嘅身體到底適唔適應到啦，會唔會有副作用啦咁樣。咁雖然香港有好多嘅私家診所可以提供一啲身體嘅檢查啦，咁但係每一次咧都要成幾千蚊嘅，都唔平。咁但係最近我收到風，咁就係關懷愛滋咧，就啱推出咗一個叫做 My Place 嘅社企嘅一個體驗嘅計劃，係專係 for 同志社群嘅。咁啊當中包括咗 PrEP 前嘅身體測試啦，同埋定期嘅測試啦。不過呢個時候咧，梁少輝帶大家咧去認識下一個咁有趣嘅服務啊！跟我嚟。而家我哋上到嚟咧就係關懷愛滋位於佐敦嘅中心啦。上到3樓出 lift 轉左咧，你就會見到一個門牌寫住 My Place， 咁去啱地方啦。呢度就係提供咧就係食 PrEP 之前咧定期嘅身體檢測嘅服務嘅。咁但係記住就唔可以隨便 walk in 嘅喎，一定要電話預約。而預約嘅電話號碼咧就係23946622嘅。咁預約咗之後喺個鐘數咧就上到嚟撳鐘，咁就有人應門㗎啦。Hello。我姓梁㗎，我之前打個電話嚟咧就預約 PrEP 嘅身體檢查測試嘅。
唔該晒你。好，咁我哋咧收翻個檢查費，咁之後咧我就會俾呢個小便樽你啦。咁你記得要留至少1/3樽喎。
而家有啲緊張啦嚇，即係平時關係咧我都會有做呢個咧定期嘅愛滋病測試嘅。不過咧我就自己同自己做，就係嚟關懷愛滋咧買嗰啲 self test kit 嘅，咁自己翻屋企拮手指啦。但係今次咧就係姑娘幫我做啊。嚇？抽完㗎啦？拮咗落去都唔係好覺喎，原來。
其實食 PrEP 都的確係有2個方法嘅。第一個方法就係每日都食，而第二個方法就係有需要先食。 咁如果有需要先食嘅話，就係喺性行為發生之前2個鐘至到24個鐘就食2粒。咁之後再喺食呢2粒藥之後嘅每24小時再食多1粒，即係總共要食3個劑量㗎。
咁今日 Brian 咧就帶大家嚟到去認識啦，同埋去試下嘗試呢一個咧由關懷愛滋提供嘅 My Prep Service 啦。我嘅用後感咧就覺得首先好方便啦，1個禮拜已經知道結果啦。只需要醫生嘅電話預約啦。咁同埋最好同埋最大嘅賣點咧就係上到嚟咧，我覺得係個好安全嘅空間啊，好 LGBT friendly 啦，咩都唔需要解釋啦。同埋絕對保障大家嘅私隱啦。而最難得嘅地方就係連嗰個幫你檢測嗰個醫生咧都係自己人，呢個先正喎，喺邊度都揾係咪？咁同埋咧攞咗呢個處方之後咧，雖然喺呢一個 My Place 嘅中心裏面咧就唔會提供任何 Prep 嘅藥物，但係拎住醫生紙咧就可以透過其他途徑咧去買到你所需要嘅藥物啦。所以 My Prep 我有信心。
Together, we've changed the way HIV impacts lives. Together, we've helped people live longer, healthier. Together, we've turned the impossible into reality, knowledge into innovation, ideas into action. In joining together, we've continued to push what is possible. At Gilead, we will continue to make scientific breakthroughs in the space as we've done over the past 35 years. And while science will continue to drive us forward, we know that there is more work to be done together to address deep-rooted stigmas, mass misinformation, and ever-present homophobia. Collectively, we must continue to push our curiosity, our thinking, joining together in courageous and unexpected ways to dismantle these barriers. Frontline healthcare leaders and relentless problem solvers, tireless advocacy groups, and groundbreaking scientific innovators. By working as one, we can advance innovation and equitable care for all. Together, we can ignite action. Together, we are the difference. Together, we can end the epidemic for everyone, everywhere.
大家好，我係關懷愛滋大使劉俊剛。關懷愛滋喺2015年推出同志友善醫療推廣計劃，鼓勵香港嘅醫護人員了解更加多同志社群嘅健康資訊，增加佢哋對同志病人嘅敏感度，同時建立一個更加友善嘅醫療環境。研究發現，全世界大約有5%至10%嘅人口係同性戀者或者係性小眾。換言之咧，醫護人員每接觸10個病人，就可能有1個係性小眾人士。根據關懷愛滋做嘅問卷調查，有近20%嘅受訪同志曾經因為驚透露自己嘅性傾向而唔敢去睇醫生，而更加有近50%嘅受訪同志，就算係因為一啲性健康嘅問題要去睇醫生，都唔夠膽透露自己嘅性傾向或者係性經驗。有近70%嘅受訪同志就認為同志友善係佢哋選擇醫生嘅一個重要因素。而到底乜嘢係同志友善醫療呢？一齊睇下以下嘅模擬片段啦。
唔友善，今日有啲咩唔舒服啊？
喉嚨痛咗幾日咁咯。
喉嚨痛。除咗呢一樣嘢，仲有冇其他唔舒服？
都冇啦。
冇嘅話，我就同你睇一睇喉嚨先啦。真係幾紅下喎。有冇周身酸痛啊？
冇啊。
咁最近有冇去過外遊？休息得夠唔夠？
休息都 OK 嘅，不過都淨係留喺香港，真係冇去其他地方。
OK。
不過咧，其實醫生我近排咧屙尿咧有 啲痛嘅。
小便嘅時候有啲痛，係咪好似乸乸地有啲灼熱嘅感覺？
係啊係啊。
明白。我想了解埋你最近嘅感情狀況係點樣啊？會唔會有 partner？
都有嘅，近排有一個新嘅男朋友咯。
咁同男朋友有冇進行性行為？
上個禮拜有發生到。
有冇戴安全套啊？
冇啊。
咁嗰次你係做一仔定係零仔？
嗰次做一嘅。
嗱，初步估計咧，咁喉嚨痛啦，同埋小便灼熱咧，都係淋病嘅病徵嚟嘅。咁呢個病徵出現嘅時間咧，亦都同你同埋男朋友發生呢個無套嘅性行為嘅時間好吻合嘅。咁所以咧，嚟緊咧，我會同你做一個淋病嘅測試。如果測試嘅結果係陽性嘅話咧，我就會同你打返支針。不過咧，你都要記住叫埋男朋友過嚟做測試喎。
嚇，淋病係咪好嚴重㗎？咁我係咪斷唔到味㗎？
呢方面咧就唔需要太擔心嘅，只要你肯接受治療嘅話，淋病可以完全根治嘅。不過咧，基於你之前嘅性生活嘅狀況，咁淋病嘅測試無論結果係陽性或者陰性都好啦，我都會建議你做埋其他性病嘅測試，例如衣原體咁樣。咁同埋3個月之後就可以做埋 HIV 嘅測試。
咁好啦，我會同男朋友講聲㗎啦。唔該晒你，醫生。
盡快同佢講咯喎。
所以就算係網絡普通嘅症狀，都需要醫生嘅細心詢問同埋敏感度，先至可以幫到病人解決佢哋嘅健康困擾。常言道醫者父母心，同志友善醫療推廣計劃最希望嘅係可以幫助同志病人同埋醫護人員建立一個更加友善同埋有效嘅溝通方法，等病人可以好舒服咁樣同醫生講出佢哋嘅需要。即刻參加我哋嘅計劃，了解更多同志文化同埋醫療需求，幫你為同志病人提供更適切嘅服務啦！
要達至同志友善醫療，其實除咗醫護人員嘅配合之外咧，都好需要同志社群出一分力嘅喎。嚟緊我哋會講下 member 去就醫嘅時候可以留意嘅地方。
關懷愛滋喺2015年做過一份社群調查，發現有50%半嘅同志曾經係尋求性健康相關嘅醫療服務嗰陣隱藏過自己嘅性傾向啊，亦有2成同志反映試過因為自己嘅性傾向而唔尋求醫療服務。
咁其實點解佢哋會咁？可能佢哋遇過啲唔友善嘅對待啦，亦有啲人係因為驚醫護人員歧視佢，所以作出隱瞞。但你有冇諗過呢一啲隱瞞其實係會影響整個醫療診斷，從而令到你未必可以得到適切嘅治療？
咁作為一個精明嘅求診者，係有需要嘅時候係要準確地講出自己嘅身體情況同埋相關經驗。當然啦，點為之有需要呢？舉個例子，喉嚨痛同埋自己嘅性經驗究竟有冇關係呢？
其實可能有關嘅喎，因為喉嚨痛有機會係一啲性病嘅病徵，例如淋病。所以如果因為想收埋自己嘅性傾向而隱瞞曾經發生過口交，就有機會令到醫生忽略咗患有性病嘅可能性，因而延誤治療。
通常醫生問性病歷嘅時候，會事先解釋返。
佢哋可能會咁問嘅，循例問下，個個都問㗎啦，因為同你呢個病咧可能有關嘅。
但如果醫生突然之間問到一啲性經驗嘅問題，而你又唔確定應唔應該講喎，咁可以點做咧？
我哋鼓勵，如果你有疑問，不妨主動同醫生了解下點解佢要知道你嘅性經驗或者性取向，相信醫生會解釋翻相關疾病同病徵，從而了解你情況，先可以作出最準確嘅診斷。
當然啦，大家係有權利作出保密㗎，但係記住，好多時候呢啲答案都可以幫到醫生作出準確嘅診斷。
最後，希望所有人不論性傾向都可以獲得平等一致嘅醫療權利。如果仲有疑問或者想了解多啲，例如有咩醫生支持計劃嘅話，可以去以下網站了解關懷愛滋嘅同志友善醫療計劃。
There have been almost 10,000 reported cases of HIV in Hong Kong since 1984, when the first of its kind was diagnosed. It has now been over 35 years and a lot has changed, especially on the development of HIV prevention and treatment. However, the stigma and discrimination towards people with HIV remain. As the first non-government organization committed to the service of AIDS care in Hong Kong, AIDS Concern has a dedicated team of staff, volunteers and supporters. We focus our effort on where we know we can have the most impact.
Thank you for supporting AIDS Concern Hong Kong. We really need your help to do the work that we're doing in the local community. HIV remains a real threat to health in Hong Kong, with many people being infected every year. If people get HIV, it can mean real health challenges for them. So we need to prevent HIV by helping young people understand that HIV is relevant to them and how they can stop it. We're also working to make sure that people living with HIV get onto treatment so that they can have good health and a good quality of life. This is the work that AIDS Concern's been doing over the last 30 years. We need to continue doing this work to make sure that people don't have to live with HIV and those who live with it can do so well. In the coming months and years, AIDS Concern will be rolling out new innovations in HIV prevention and care. So we think it's really important that international innovations that are coming can be used in Hong Kong. So this is what AIDS Concern has been doing already this year by launching HIV self-testing, where people can test themselves. So please encourage people to test. And also in the coming months, we will be launching a PrEP medical checkup service. This is using HIV medication to prevent HIV. It's not available in Hong Kong easily. We're going to help people to get access to it by having the necessary medical checkups. Thanks again for your support.
Our team works with Men Sex with Men, so we actively engage in LGBT community. Like we go bars and sauna to teach them about the combination prevention. We also engage in public events like Pride and Pink Dot. We also hold sex-positive workshop and activities like BDSM and sex toy to increase the awareness of consent and safer sex negotiation. Community use social media to talk with their friends. So we use Grindr and Hornet to reach them. We also reach the public forums like He Is Secret and TT 1069to teach them about sexual health.
In the past year, more than 900 clients have been referred to testing service. We have reached 38,000 followers on Gazami Facebook page, where we engage with them regularly with interesting and attractive information related to HIV and sexual health. Also, our team launched Know Your Risk, Know Your Status campaign, providing online emotional support and counseling service for high anxiety service users.
Let me introduce our team service to you. We have no official sex education in schools. Youth usually learn sex and bodies from social media. However, the information is not accurate and full of myths. They may use incorrect methods to prevent pregnancy and STI. Our testing service data also show that their STI infection rate is also very high and alarming, especially in young women cases. In the long run, we hope to establish a healthy and friendly environment, reduce the stigma associated with sex, so as to enhance youth sexual health well-being.
Here at AIDS Concern, we currently provide over 4,000 testing and counseling services that are free and anonymous. And also, any positive cases are referred to our PLHIV team, which provides supporting services and also counseling services needed as well. One of our new testing projects is our self-test kits, which comes in either finger prick or oral swabs, both of which can benefit those of you who are interested in testing in the convenience of your own home and in privacy as well.
The ethnic minority services at AIDS Concern aims at enhancing the HIV, STIs and sexual health knowledge of Filipino, Indonesian women, as well as African men and women in Hong Kong, as well as increase their testing behavior. Since the project started in April 2018, we have reached out to more than 10,000 people through our physical and internet outreach. We have engaged more than 4,000 people through our partnership workshop as well as individual workshops, referred more than 300 people to our testing services. In our experience, we find that peer development and partnership program is very crucial to achieve our aim.
From everyone at AIDS Concern, thank you for your support, which is so important so that we can stop the HIV epidemic and help people living with HIV.
Hi, I'm Benji. I'm a fitness instructor, and I'm here to discuss some great news with you about AIDS Concern. Do you know about PrEP? Well, PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis, is a proven and effective way to prevent HIV. Many people use it, together with their partners, to have sex without fear of HIV. How can you get prepped? In private clinics in Hong Kong, or in clinics in Bangkok, Thailand. No matter which way you get your PrEP, it is important to do a blood test and some regular checkups before taking your PrEP. You also need to do some regular checkups after 1 month and every 3 months after taking your PrEP. Wondering where to get that? AIDS Concern, a well-established organization committed to the services of AIDS care in Hong Kong, has established a new service lately. They're offering an accurate, affordable, and community-friendly checkup services for people who want to use PrEP. All you have to do is give them a call and book a blood test. The hotline is 2394-6622. On the day of the appointment, come to My Place by AIDS Concern in Jordan Kowloon and do the blood test. This is to make sure that you haven't got HIV, because people with HIV who take PrEP could develop drug resistance. This can also test your kidney and liver functions to make sure that the medications won't have problematic side effects. When the report of the blood test is back from the lab, you can then come and meet the doctor. He will explain the report and how you can access PrEP. Don't worry, our doctors are very friendly and experienced. You may ask them any questions you like. If everything looks fine, you will then have a prescription from the doctor. And AIDS Concern has some really good suggestions on where you can get your PrEP. And you can check their website to look for some details. And also remember that you have to come back to get some tests after 1 month and every 3 months while you are on PrEP. And if you have any questions, You can call the number 2394-6622.
PrEP 嘅全名咧就係 Pre-Exposure Prophylaxis，咁而中文譯名咧就係暴露前預防性投藥。咩叫暴露前咧？就唔係裸露嘅意思，而係話咧使用呢隻藥物嘅朋友咧，當佢哋身處一個所謂暴露啦、高危可以感染愛滋病病毒嘅環境底下咧，剔咗呢隻藥就有機會可以減低嗰個感染率啦。由於個成效非常之高嘅關係啦，咁以至到咧係引入咗呢一種藥物嘅城市咧，嗰個感染愛滋病病毒嘅比率咧係大大咁驟降嘅。例如好似新南威爾斯啊、倫敦啊，甚至係美國好多州份啦。咁但係好可惜，香港暫時咧就未正式引入嘅。咁所以喺現時香港嘅公共醫療系統裏面咧係揾唔到呢一種藥。咁所以有不少咧同志社群嘅朋友咧都會透過譬如私人診所啦去買呢一種藥啦。咁但係個價錢咧相當之高昂嘅。咁大概可能每個月咧動輒都要用到8000咧至到1萬蚊不等嘅。咁所以未必好多人可以 afford 得起。雖然咁貴就未必咁多人 afford 得起啦。咁但係咧同志社群就好醒嘅，可以透過其他嘅途徑啦去買到一啲較為廉宜啦。咁但係個成效係相仿嘅一啲仿製藥嘅。咁但係問題咧，服食 PrEP 有一個巧妙嘅地方就係，其實之前要做一個身體嘅測試啦，同埋食完之後咧要定期做測試嘅，有睇下你嘅身體到底適唔適應到啦，會唔會有副作用啦咁樣。咁雖然香港有好多嘅私家診所可以提供一啲身體嘅檢查啦，咁但係每一次咧都要成幾千蚊嘅，都唔平。咁但係最近我收到風，咁就係關懷愛滋咧，就啱推出咗一個叫做 My Place 嘅社企嘅一個體驗嘅計劃，係專係幫同志社群嘅。咁啊當中包括咗 PrEP 前嘅身體測試啦，同埋定期嘅測試啦。不過呢個時候咧，梁少輝帶大家咧去認識下一個咁有趣嘅服務啊！跟我嚟。而家我哋上到嚟咧就係關懷愛滋位於佐敦嘅中心啦。上到3樓出 lift 轉左咧，你就會見到一個門牌寫住 My Place， 咁去啱地方啦。呢度就係提供咧就係食 PrEP 之前咧定期嘅身體檢測嘅服務嘅。咁但係記住就唔可以隨便 walk in 嘅喎，一定要電話預約。而預約嘅電話號碼咧就係23946622嘅。咁預約咗之後喺個鐘數咧就上到嚟撳鐘，咁就有應門㗎啦。Hello。我姓梁㗎，我之前打個電話嚟咧就預約 PrEP 嘅身體檢查測試嘅。
唔該晒你。好，咁我哋咧收翻個檢查費，咁之後咧我就會俾呢個小便樽你啦。咁你記得要留至少1/3樽喎。
而家有啲緊張啦嚇，因為平時 Brian 咧我都會有做呢個咧定期嘅愛滋病測試嘅。不過咧我就自己同自己做，就係嚟關懷愛滋咧買嗰啲 self test kit 嘅，咁自己翻屋企拮手指啦。但係今次咧就係姑娘幫我做啊。嚇？抽完㗎啦？拮咗落去都唔係好覺喎，原來。
其實食 PrEP 都的確係有2個方法嘅。第一個方法就係每日都食，而第二個方法就係有需要先食。咁如果有需要先食嘅話，就係喺性行為發生之前2個鐘至到24個鐘就食2粒。咁之後再喺食呢2粒藥之後嘅每24小時再食多1粒，即係總共要食3個劑量㗎。
咁今日 Brian 咧就帶大家嚟到去認識啦，同埋去試下嘗試呢一個咧由關懷愛滋提供嘅 My PrEP Service 啦。我嘅用後感咧就覺得首先好方便啦，1個禮拜已經知道結果啦。只需要醫生嘅電話預約啦。咁同埋最好同埋最大嘅賣點咧就係上到嚟咧，我覺得係個好安全嘅空間啊，好 LGBT friendly 啦，咩都唔需要解釋啦，同埋絕對保障大家嘅私隱啦。而最難得嘅地方就係連嗰個幫你檢測嗰個醫生咧都係自己人，呢個先正啊！喺邊度我都揾啦，係咪？咁同埋咧攞咗呢個處方之後咧，雖然喺呢一個 My Place 嘅中心裏面咧就唔會提供任何 PrEP 嘅藥物，但係拎住醫生紙咧就可以透過其他途徑咧去買到你所需要嘅藥物啦。所以 My PrEP 我有信心。
Together, we've changed the way HIV impacts lives. Together, we've helped people live longer, healthier. Together, we've turned the impossible into reality, knowledge into innovation, ideas into action. In joining together, we've continued to push what is possible. At Gilead, we will continue to make scientific breakthroughs in the space as we've done over the past 35 years. And while science will continue to drive us forward, we know that there is more work to be done together to address deep-rooted stigmas, mass misinformation, and ever-present homophobia. Collectively, we must continue to push our curiosity, our thinking, joining together in courageous and unexpected ways to dismantle these barriers. Frontline healthcare leaders and relentless problem solvers, tireless advocacy groups, and groundbreaking scientific innovators. By working as one, we can advance innovation and equitable care for all. Together, we can ignite action. Together, we are the difference. Together, we can end the epidemic for everyone, everywhere.
大家好，我係關懷愛滋大使劉俊剛。關懷愛滋喺2015年推出同志友善醫療推廣計劃，鼓勵香港嘅醫護人員了解更加多同志社群嘅健康資訊，增加佢哋對同志病人嘅敏感度，同時建立一個更加友善嘅醫療環境。研究發現，全世界大約有5%至10%嘅人口係同性戀者或者係性小眾。換言之咧，醫護人員每接觸10個病人，就可能有1個係性小眾人士。根據關懷愛滋做嘅問卷調查，有近20%嘅受訪同志曾經因為驚透露自己嘅性傾向而唔敢去睇醫生，而更加有近50%嘅受訪同志，就算係因為一啲性健康嘅問題要去睇醫生，都唔夠膽透露自己嘅性傾向或者係性經驗。有近70%嘅受訪同志就認為同志友善係佢哋選擇醫生嘅一個重要因素。而到底乜嘢係同志友善醫療呢？一齊睇下以下嘅模擬片段啦。
唔友善，今日有啲咩唔舒服啊？
喉嚨痛咗幾日咁咯。
喉嚨痛。除咗呢一樣嘢，仲有冇其他唔舒服？
都冇啦。
冇嘅話，我就同你睇一睇喉嚨先啦。真係幾紅下喎。有冇周身酸痛啊？
冇啊。
咁最近有冇去過外遊？休息得夠唔夠？
休息都 OK 嘅，不過都淨係留喺香港，真係冇去其他地方。
Welcome back to the AIDS Concern Virtual Conference 2022. In the afternoon sessions, we'll focus on the healthcare support for the LGBTQIA+ community. In this session, we have two speakers covering the topic pre-exposure prophylaxis, PrEP. As the speakers will be speaking in different languages, please make use of the interpretation function of the webinar to switch your languages. You can find the button at the bottom of your computer or the phone screen. So now we have Dr. Heather Marie Schmidt. Heather Marie Schmidt is the Regional Advisor for PrEP program, jointly run by the UN AIDS Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, and the Testing, Prevention and Population Team at WHO Global HIV, Hepatitis and STI Program. As part of this role, she provides technical assistance to countries, organizations, and communities across the Asia-Pacific region to support planning, implementation, and monitoring of the evaluation of PrEP program. Over to you, Dr. Schmidt.
Thanks, Jean. As mentioned, I'm Heather Marie, and I'm going to share an update on PrEP in our region. It's been a decade since WHO made its first conditional recommendation on oral PrEP. Since 2015, WHO has recommended oral PrEP as an additional HIV prevention option for anyone at substantial risk of HIV as part of combination HIV prevention approaches. There is high-quality evidence from clinical trials, open-label extension studies, and real-world implementation that shows that oral PrEP is highly effective, and that applies equally to daily dosing regimens as well as to event-driven, also known as on-demand, ED or 211 PrEP dosing regimens. However, effectiveness is also highly correlated with adherence. So the key message here is that PrEP works, and it works well, but only if you take it. Large-scale uptake as part of combination prevention and on the back of high testing and treatment coverage has been associated with population-level decreases in new HIV infections. And this has been seen in places like Australia, England, Scotland, cities in the US such as Seattle and San Francisco, and others, where they have achieved really high levels of uptake, but also typically have done so fairly rapidly. And this has really interrupted HIV transmission within populations, leading to those decreases. And this really shows that benefit of PrEP over and above individual protection. One of the things that we haven't spoken very much, or we don't speak very much about, is that PrEP is also empowering for an individual and has psychological benefits, which include reduced shame and fear. These are really important, and I don't think we emphasize those enough. The UN also recognises PrEP as an important HIV prevention tool and has included it in the political declaration as well as the new global AIDS strategy, and it is an integral part of the UN 2025 targets for 95% of people having access to comprehensive prevention approaches. And so looking in our region, PrEP is really important. In the Asia and the Pacific, there were an estimated 240,000 new infections in 2020, a decline of only 21% since 2010. But this figure hides significant variation by country, but also by populations within countries. Some countries have experienced declines, including Vietnam and Thailand, while others have rising epidemics, including Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, Pakistan, the Philippines. Overwhelmingly within our region, the epidemic is concentrated among key populations and their partners, who accounted for 94% of new adult infections. Critically, key populations are underserved by national HIV prevention programs, and often the available programs are reliant on international donor funding. These programs typically have suboptimal coverage, and they contribute to continuing inequity, particularly in cases of criminalization, persistent stigma and discrimination. The situation is particularly acute for young people. While young people accounted for only 6% of people living with HIV, they are accounting for increasing numbers of new infections. And in 2020, almost 1 in 4 new infections was among somebody aged 15 to 24 years. Young people, and I'm going to say young members of key populations, are typically even more poorly served by existing programs, which, where they are available, are often designed for the needs and the preferences of older adults. Young people often have poor access to sexual health education and may not meet their unique needs, particularly for HIV prevention. And the laws may restrict access to HIV testing, PrEP, and other services. Where laws do not restrict access, clinicians may still be reluctant to provide these services to minors. However, we are seeing a increasing momentum for PrEP being available in countries within our region over the last 3 or 4 years. Countries such as Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Nepal are all in the process of scaling up their programs, as is the Philippines. And a particular feature is the access points and the diversity of those access points and clinics. As you can see here, most of the countries are, however, in earlier stages of PrEP implementation, with new programs starting in places like Bangladesh, Indonesia, India, Pakistan just last week. And access may be limited to demonstration projects to certain geographical areas, quite often big cities or a capital city, and or the private sector. What this means ultimately is that there are only a small proportion of the people who might otherwise benefit from PrEP as an HIV prevention choice are able to get it. And you can see this when we look at the expansion of PrEP programs in terms of the numbers of people who are accessing PrEP. There are undoubtedly more people than ever who are accessing PrEP within our region. However, Asia and the Pacific accounted for less than 10% of PrEP users globally in 2020 and about only 2% of the 4 million person target for 2025 for our region. What's really critical here is that the number of PrEP users is not proportional to incidence within any country, to prevalence, to PrEP need, and is not enough to affect the course of the epidemic in any country except for Australia. And this is a particular concern with those rising epidemics across our region. Remembering it's been a decade since that first conditional recommendation and 7 years since the strong recommendation from WHO, and that we need to really not have demonstration size projects of a few hundred or a few thousand people, but we need to roll it out at scale to achieve an impact of interrupting HIV transmission. So let's look at some case studies from within our region and the lessons that have been learned. Thailand began providing PrEP as part of a demonstration project in 2014 and is one of the first countries worldwide that provided PrEP. Their program, of course, has evolved and expanded over this time, but one key achievement I would like to highlight is that they formally integrated PrEP within their universal health coverage or their national program in 2021. This process started in 2019, but was completed in 2021. And this has supported the expansion of PrEP overall, but also within the public health system, as well as community and key population-led services. There are now more than 16,000 people who are using PrEP, up from 3,000 just 2 years ago, and 80% of the people who access PrEP do so via key population-led services. Key population-led services are led by lay providers, and they have been instrumental and somewhat synonymous with the Thai approach in creating available, accessible, and acceptable and differentiated services that are designed to meet the needs of key populations of communities. Critically, these services are now reimbursed by the national health system, and there is an accreditation process. So they are embedded within that national response. Another thing that I want to highlight, because there are a lot of things I could talk about with Thailand, but just one more thing, is around their innovation. And so there are two things with the innovation, not just the key population-led clinics, which is an amazing innovation, but it is an older one. But during COVID-19, they really tried to improve service delivery. So this included shortening clinic visits, using self-sampling for STIs, mobile drug delivery, digital health, and also switching their entire messaging from risk-based kinds of messaging to much more gain framing messaging to raise awareness and to really give people much more of a need for PrEP. A short note on the key population-led services. So these deliver the full range of services required by PrEP users. In these services, an individual comes into a key population-led clinic. As I mentioned, these are run by key population, so peer lay providers without a doctor or a nurse on site. An individual receives the blood draw and their HIV test using a 4th-generation rapid test. That negative test result is shared with the doctor via an online chat application. The doctor can then review and approve the prescription back by that same application. And then the lay provider is able to dispense PrEP as an initiation or as a follow-up. And it's almost always within 1 hour of the client presenting for that initial HIV test. So what's really important to highlight here is that the client never sees the doctor or the nurse. That interaction is managed by the key population-led provider. And that peer is really able to increase the acceptability, the accessibility of these services. Vietnam has a lot of innovations, and I had an entire other slide that I don't have time to share with you, but I wanted to highlight one important case example. Vietnam is in the process of scaling up their programs, and they have over 26,000 people, I think, last year on PrEP. However, they have really recognized that there are certain places and certain populations who are really underserved by the existing programs. So in last year, they introduced a mobile PrEP service to better complement existing services and to meet the needs of these underserved populations who may experience barriers to accessing services, particularly may be unable to get from where they're living or working to where a clinic is located. The teams in these mobile services include physicians, nurses, counsellors, pathologists, and also peers. This is really important that there is a multidisciplinary team. And they provide a range of services, including HIV and STI testing, counselling, assessment for and provision of PrEP, of course, as well as STI treatment and referral to other services. So far, they've been launched in 4 provinces, and they have really supported increased uptake of PrEP, as well as have supported continuation on PrEP, and will soon be expanded as demonstrating how well they have been received. In the Philippines, PrEP is beginning to expand more rapidly, and I've included it here as an example of what can be done by clinicians and civil society. The CBO Love Yourself originated PrEP with the Project PrEPy pilot project, and their model and their current model really uses a friendly community-based setting and prioritizes task sharing with peers with activities like PrEP information, counselling, and eligibility assessments. During their expansion phase, they took even more differentiated and client-centered peer-driven approaches. And this included streamlining consultations, and I mentioned this also around Thailand. What a lot of providers find is that once they become much more confident in prescribing PrEP, they can really reduce the amount of time that a client needs to spend, and they find much more efficient ways of delivering PrEP. They also increased or expanded access points. So one of the really cool things that they've done is that they have really leaned into online spaces in digital health. So they can have their initial consultation with the counsellor and with a doctor online, attend a diagnostic facility to have their necessary tests, and then, if necessary, have a follow-up with a doctor or a counsellor, but also have their medication delivered to them. So somebody doesn't actually need to attend a clinic. And this has been really important where accessibility has been an issue, and this particularly obviously COVID-19. There are many other times where somebody is unable to attend a clinic or take the time out during clinic opening hours. Honestly, there are so many other great examples from within our region that I would love to share. But what I would like to do right now is to highlight something that we've seen from many countries within our region, and that is that shift in demand generation. Demand generation has been largely led by community organizations, and the campaigns, and you can see these here, there is an increasing trend for positive, empowering, and fun and sexy messaging. And this is helping to normalize PrEP as part of a suite of options that's available, and to reframe conversations, both clinical and in the community, away from risk and towards benefit. And this is hopefully helping to reduce stigma and discrimination and to reduce fear. So to very quickly summarize, and this is particularly relevant to the countries I haven't been able to address, some of the lessons that we've learned from the region include the importance of client-centered design and differentiated service delivery to make services accessible, available, acceptable, and affordable. Convenience is really key, and this includes opening hours and days, locations, the use of mobile clinics. A further example of this is that when Sri Lanka offered PrEP on Sundays, they were able to increase uptake by 50% without one change. A range of service types and locations really are needed. Malaysia is planning to introduce PrEP in pharmacies on a trial basis initially to really increase access. Key population-led services are often preferred by potential users. Affordable pricing, and I haven't really gone into affordable pricing, but this is really important. What I can say is that countries without subsidized PrEP have lagged in uptake, and this includes countries such as mainland China. And attention is really shifting towards underserved populations, including people who inject drugs. PrEP must be integrated into the national response to HIV for there to be a real uptake and to achieve scale. I mentioned that reframing the conversation and removing legal and social barriers. And this includes anything that restricts access to for PrEP to young people, and can be maybe perhaps not restricted, but testing is. And so this is really important. And that promotion, gain framing messaging, and also supporting training and mentoring a real diverse range of providers who may be really acceptable to communities or who may interact with communities, because people don't necessarily present to a KP-led service, to an HIV service. Their interaction may come at a different point. So it's really important that there are lots of different providers who are skilled to at least know what PrEP is and to refer them to the right place. And COVID-19 has had a lot of negative impacts, but perhaps one of the things that has come out of it is really the innovations that have inspired services to free up resources. And these really need to continue post-COVID. And that includes digital and telehealth, self-sampling, increased use of HIV self-testing, simplifying visits. Nobody needs to spend 3 hours in a clinic. Mobile drug delivery, community pharmacies, these kinds of innovations are really important. And so just a few words before I go, there are new products on the horizon. Everything I've spoken about has been related to oral PrEP. But there are new products. So the dapivirine vaginal ring was a recommended by WHO in 2021. It is a female-initiated option for pre-exposure prophylaxis. This is not yet available in the Asia Pacific, but we are looking at acceptability and feasibility quite soon in several countries. The other one, which I'm sure that you've probably heard of, is long-acting injectable cabotegravir, which is a highly efficacious 2-monthly injection. There is a pressing need for implementation studies to be conducted because at the moment we have 2 phase 3 trials and very limited implementation beyond that. So there's a lot of things that we need to understand better as we're in the process of scaling up CAB-LA as an additional option. These are all about providing lots of options and choices so that people will have access to something rather than this is not pitting products against each other. And so WHO is expected to release a recommendation on this in next month, actually. And as part of increasing this choice and really trying to offer more choices and improve PrEP programming, advocacy for PrEP availability, accessibility, product choice, guidelines and approvals, we have also partnered on a survey to understand preferences for PrEP products and services among gay men within our region. So we would highly encourage you to share, to participate if you are eligible for the Asia PrEP survey. Your opinions really do matter. And finally, I just want to let you know about upcoming WHO guidance in 2022. I have already mentioned the upcoming recommendation on CAB-LA. We also will be releasing guidance on simplified and differentiated approaches to oral PrEP, which will include expanded eligibility for ED PrEP to all cis men and trans and gender diverse individuals who are not taking estradiol and who have sexual exposure. Reduced stopping period for daily PrEP from 28 to 7 days, updated kidney function guidance, HBV is no longer a contraindication for ED PrEP, greater support for HIV self-testing for PrEP follow-up as well as initiation, and more information on differentiated service delivery models and those options that are available. We'll also be updating the WHO implementation tool from September, which will include a new PrEP and STI integration module and updates to the other modules, including the clinical module first, to integrate these new PrEP products as well as the guidance. To the organisers, to all of my colleagues and contributors to this presentation, as well as AIDS Concern and all of the PrEP advocates, allies, users, implementers, providers, policymakers, researchers and communities in Hong Kong. You are the future of PrEP. And so thank you for everything that you have done and that you will do to get PrEP done. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schmidt. The next session will be conducted in Cantonese. If you would like to hear this in English, please switch to the English channel with the button below now. 接下落嚟咧，我哋邀請到關懷愛滋嘅項目經理李啟龍先生 KB 同我哋咧分享關於機構咧喺 PrEP 方面嘅工作嘅喎。KB 咧其實喺前線服務已經工作咗好多年㗎啦，喺咧 HIV 嘅預防同埋社群教育咧都有非常之豐富嘅經驗嘅。佢曾經咧負責青少年嘅教育項目啦，主要向年輕人提供性教育，亦都曾經支援過咧愛滋病嘅病毒感染者嘅。而家 KB 咧喺關懷愛滋咧，主要係負責 MSM 嘅項目，負責咧服務男性接觸者嘅社群啦。而佢亦都咧透過關懷愛滋旗下嘅社企 MyPlace 開展咗 PrEP 嘅教育、檢查同埋購買藥物嘅服務嘅喎，亦都令到咧香港嘅 PrEP 咧可達到更加高。咁提大家啦，如果陣間咧有任何問題希望問 KB 嘅話咧，都歡迎你喺我哋 Zoom 嘅對話框裏面打低佢，咁我陣間咧就會代為發問嘅。而家我哋將時間交俾 KB 先。
OK， 唔該 Jenny。 大家好，咁我係 KB 啦。咁其實咧，我嚟緊會講一個即係喺關懷愛滋一個社區為本嘅預防性投藥嘅一個即係健康身體檢查嘅一個服務嘅。咁其實呢個係一個社企服務啦。咁開頭嘅時候，我會大概簡介下嗰個嘅服務係啲乜嘢啦。咁另外即係我哋因為都收集咗即係我哋服務使用者嘅一啲即係問卷，咁我都會講下即係入邊我哋一啲 findings 啦。咁跟住我都會講下即係其實係推行呢個項目嘅時候，我哋面對一啲乜嘢嘅挑戰嘅。咁最尾就會有一啲建議啦。咁其實講少少個 background 先。咁點解我哋會即係推薦呢個項目咧？咁其實2018年我哋見到中大有一個調查入邊咧，其實我諗大家而家都應該會知咧，其實我哋喺食 PrEP 之前咧，其實應該做個身體檢查啦。咁同埋即係其實期間都會一路要即係睇住自己嘅身體健康狀況嘅。咁但係其實嗰個即係問卷就會發現到有1成啦，咁同埋有25%咧，都有1/4嘅。即係服務使用者或者係即係社群人士咧，其實佢哋唔打算去睇醫生啊，即係講緊係去食 PrEP 嘅時候或者停 PrEP 嘅時候啦。咁其實有接近一半咧都話啊，我都唔會每3個月去即係再做身體檢查㗎啦。當我食緊 PrEP 嘅時候，咁同時間咧，其實喺即係關懷愛滋入邊，我哋有做一啲 VCT 嘅，即係做一啲愛滋病毒測試啦。咁我哋都見到咧，其實喺2019年，咁大概即係唔夠一半嘅社群人士知道原來食 PrEP 係要做身體檢查嘅喎。咁去到其實舊年咧，咁呢個即係知嘅朋友咧，咁上升到56% 啦。咁但係我哋見得到咧，其實亦都唔係有好多社群人士知道其實食緊 PrEP 咧要去做身體檢查嘅。咁所以就關懷愛滋就開展咗呢個項目啦。其實就最主要就希望增加即係如果食 PrEP 嘅朋友仔，佢哋嗰個測試可達到。咁另外一樣嘢就係其實因為食 PrEP 咧都相對地比較即係複雜嘅。咁因為大家都知有2個食法啦，咁嚟緊其實係有打針添。咁所以我哋都好希望咧就係將即係呢個正確嘅資訊咧咁話到俾即係社群知啦。咁尤其是如果我哋食緊 PrEP 嘅時候，其實正確地去食咧，咁對於即係預防愛滋病毒咁係非常之重要嘅。咁首先我哋睇一啲即係基本資訊先。咁其實我諗如果有即係朝頭早有聽嘅朋友仔咧，咁亦都有聽過即係其實喺我哋自己即係中心測試嘅服務使用者入邊咧，咁話俾我哋聽，其實佢之前有食過 PrEP 嘅人咧，其實呢過2年咧係上升得好多嘅。咁其實由過去19年第二季咧嘅5.3% 咧，其實已經上升到即係17% 㗎啦。咁呢個講緊係我哋舊年嘅第3季啦。咁個升幅其實都顯著嘅。咁之後我哋問佢啦，其實你喺邊度去即係買 PrEP 咧？咁大家見到咧，其實因為過去2年咁大家都知道咧，即係有一班嘅朋友仔本身去泰國買藥嘅咧，咁其實就停咗㗎啦。咁但係呢一個嘅問卷其實我哋就冇限話佢即係咩時間買嘅。咁總之過去買嘅時候咧，咁原來發覺就係最多人咧，其實因為中大咧，我哋 PrEP Free 嘅呢個計劃咧，其實最多人可以喺即係中大嗰邊去攞到PrEP 啦。咁亦都唔少人其實係透過 online 啊，或者係去外國度買嘅。咁同埋大家亦都見到就係其實喺香港一啲即係私人診所咧，咁亦都有啲即係PrEP 嘅提供啦。咁所以其實見得到過去2年，即係雖然因為疫情嘅關係咧，咁其實少咗人去泰國啦，咁甚至乎係極少啦。咁但係其實隨住一啲研究項目嘅發展咧，咁其實都係多翻少少人係可以喺唔同途徑買 PrEP 嘅。咁隨住其實大家見到 PrEP 嘅食嘅人多咗嘅時候咧，咁另外一樣嘢就係講緊即係 HIV 嘅人數下降啦。我諗今朝早亦都有即係醫生啊，咁或者有講者有提過嘅。咁當然即係而家有好多討論就話究竟其實而家愛滋病毒嘅感染數字下降，咁其實係咪同 PrEP 有關咧？咁當然呢個亦都係即係需要一個研究去再繼續去講啦。咁但係我哋亦都見得到，其實無論喺香港啦，定係其實唔同地區，例如喺美國或者喺英國、澳洲，咁其實亦都見到係息息相關嘅。即係隨住 PrEP 嘅普及啦，咁同埋食 PrEP 嘅人嘅上升嘅時候咧，其實愛滋病毒個數字係慢慢下降緊啦。咁當然另外一樣嘢大家會講嘅就係 U 等於 U 啦。咁即係可能講緊就係多咗人去食愛滋病毒抗病毒藥物嘅時候咧，咁其實亦都有助於係遏止嗰個疫情嘅。咁所以我哋見得到咧，其實喺香港方面，即係好多人認識到 PrEP 啦，咁但係又未必太多人去有即係做測試嘅時候咧，咁所以關懷愛滋亦都喺19年年底咧，咁開展咗一個社企啦，咁就叫做 My Place 啦。咁其實 My Place 都係一個即係自負盈虧嘅項目嚟嘅。咁我哋都希望即係填補翻而家即係喺服務提供上面即係一個缺口啦。咁所以我哋就希望即係會多啲人去過嚟去做身體檢查，咁同埋會認識多少少其實正確地點樣去食 PrEP 嘅。 咁流程我哋就好簡單嘅啫。咁首先其實佢即係服務使用者打電話過嚟去做一個預約啦。咁其實第一下過嚟抽血，咁抽血大概過一個禮拜咧，咁就會有個抽血報告㗎啦。咁到時其實亦都會有一個即係醫生嘅問診服務嘅。咁如果過嚟睇醫生，如果醫生覺得嗰個即係服務使用者佢係適合食 PrEP 嘅話咧，咁其實佢亦都會有一個即係醫生處方 PrEP 啦。咁另外一樣嘢就係其實佢都會講解下即係點樣去食嘅。咁跟住就服務使用者佢哋就自行決定其實係去邊度去買 PrEP 啦，即係買 brand Truvada 啊，定係喺唔同嘅途徑買都得嘅。咁另一邊廂就係話，如果我哋即係測試方面，如果見到服務使用者其實係某啲嘅性病感染咗嘅話咧，咁其實亦都可以喺度開藥嘅。咁我哋醫生亦都會開藥俾佢啦。咁如果係有需要嘅話咧，其實都會做一個即係轉介服務嘅。咁因為始終即係唔係每一個人嘅身體健康狀況都適合食 PrEP 啊。咁所以即係我哋強調就係點解身體檢查嗰個重要性。咁呢個就係我哋即係大概嗰個 PrEP 嘅測試嘅流程啦。咁因為我哋主要都係跟翻即係世衛佢一個建議啦。咁大概每3個月咧，咁除咗即係愛滋病病毒測試之外咧，咁我亦都會包埋其他一啲性病，咁同埋即係會包埋一啲即係肝腎功能嘅測試嘅。好啦，咁頭先都講咗，即係我哋賣 PrEP 呢個服務。咁其實我哋啲朋友仔過嚟去做即係身體檢查嘅時候咧，咁我哋亦都會收集到一啲即係問卷啦，咁去睇翻佢哋一啲嘅狀況嘅。咁首先年齡方面咧，其實大家見到咧，咁我哋服務使用者其實大部分都係18至30歲，同埋31至41歲。咁有啲咩意思咧？即係呢個嘅數字。咁因為如果大家有留意，即係最近或者係即係愛滋病病毒感染人士嘅歲數嘅話咧，咁其實絕大部分都係講緊40歲樓下嘅。咁所以其實我哋即係嘅年齡分佈啦，即係過嚟用賣 PrEP 嘅朋友仔咧，咁佢哋嗰個年齡同而家感染個數即係感染嘅年齡組群咧，其實係相若嘅。咁另外一樣嘢啦，即係其實我都有問你係咪第一次過嚟食，即係過嚟用呢個服務咧？之前有冇食過 PrEP 咧？咁我哋又發現就係話其實原來大部分嘅朋友過嚟去用我哋服務嘅時候，其實佢都係未開始食 PrEP 嘅。咁所以佢係過嚟關懷愛滋賣 PrEP 呢個服務嘅時候咧，其實就打算即係去開始食 PrEP 啦。咁我哋呢個亦都係覺得亦都中到我哋本身想做嘅嘢啦。咁因為其實好多時候我哋見有啲社群人士其實可能講緊究竟食唔食 PrEP 好啊，15、16啊，又擔心有副作用啊咁。咁我哋都希望即係呢一個服務其實可以解答到佢哋即係某啲嘅問題啦。咁同時間亦都可以話到俾佢哋聽佢哋身體健康狀況其實係咪適合食 PrEP 啦。咁更加緊要嘅就係其實未食過 PrEP 嘅朋友仔過嚟嘅話咧，咁醫生其實亦都會講解其實成個食 PrEP 嘅流程啊，同埋有啲咩要留意嘅。咁另外一樣嘢啦，其實我哋都有問佢啦，佢即係嚟緊打算係用即係每一日食啊，定係即係我哋叫 on demand 啦，即係佢係需要嘅時候先食咧咁樣。咁當然即係其實係大部分嘅朋友仔就話其實我都諗住每日食㗎啦。咁其實同我哋本身我哋叫做 VCT data 揾到嘅數字係有少少唔同嘅。咁 VCT data 咧，我哋其實係大概一半一半咧，即係講緊原來每日食同埋即係按需要食嘅朋友仔呢個比例一半一半嘅。咁呢度有imply 緊就係話其實如果係諗住每日食嘅朋友仔，佢嗰個去睇醫生或者去定期做測試嗰個嘅動機咧，其實就相對地去大啲啦。咁另外一樣嘢就係話其實我哋即係都有問佢啦，即係如果係食緊嘅或者係即係有食過嘅朋友仔入邊，其實佢過去有冇試過唔記得啊、唔記得食藥啊咁？咁其實都有唔少嘅人有同我哋提過，就係話佢都唔記得過嘅，即係有42%嘅人啦。咁但係呢度講緊即係因為個人數就唔係太多啦，即係我哋淨係訪問到40人啦，咁所以可能有啲 bias 嘅。咁但係呢個調翻轉亦都會諗就係話咧，其實養成個習慣係非常之緊要嘅，因為比較多其實係過嚟我哋做服務嘅人係一啲新嘅即係 PrEP user 啦，我哋叫做。咁所以可能喺好多時候佢一開頭嘅時候未必養成個習慣，咁所以點解我哋持續地去同佢哋講話，即係要做測試啊，咁或者係即係正確地食 PrEP 係咁緊要。咁因為好多研究都講緊就係話，其實 PrEP 嘅成效高低咧，其實係同佢嗰個即係我哋叫 drug adherence 係有關啦咁樣。咁至於一啲風險因素方面啦，咁其實我哋都有問過佢即係相關問題嘅。咁其實左手邊咧都係我哋一啲即係PrEP 賣 PrEP 嗰個嘅服務使用者嗰個數字啦，咁右手邊其實就係我哋即係 VCT 一啲 data 嚟嘅。咁其實如果賣 PrEP 嗰邊，我哋都有問其實佢即係佢用 condom 即係用安全套嗰個情況係點樣啊？咁只係有20%嘅朋友仔同我哋講，佢過去6個月係每一次 係啦，每一次光膠唔膠都有用安全套。咁但係右手邊咧，其實就係我就抽咗一啲即係同固定伴侶用安全套嘅狀況啦。咁其實有接近40嘅人咧，其實就話佢過去半年咧係同呢個嘅即係 partner 係有用套嘅。咁變相就係話其實呢度嚟講，我哋喺相對地係賣 PrEP 嘅朋友仔，即係用安全套嗰個嘅狀況就比起即係普通我哋講緊做 VCT 嘅就會低啲啦。咁另外一樣嘢就係講緊嗰個即係性伴侶嘅數目啦。咁其實過去6個月咧，咁大家見到左手邊即係超過10個性伴侶數目嘅即係朋友仔入邊都有接近20%啦。咁喺我哋即係 VCT 即係測試服務使用者入邊咧，大概有3%嘅人咧，其實係有超過10位嘅即係性伴侶嘅。咁另外啦，即係我哋亦都有問到即係3P 啦，即係我哋叫群交嘅狀況啦。咁其實左手邊亦都係一啲賣 PrEP 嘅 data 啦。咁賣 PrEP 嘅 data 入邊咧，其實大家見到有接近40%嘅人其實係有試過即係群交。咁喺我哋嘅 VCT 嘅即係測試嗰數字入邊咧，其實大概19%嘅朋友仔話俾佢聽，佢哋有時有群交嘅。咁所以大概大家見到咧，嘅數字都係一半或者係1倍嘅，即係講緊風險因素方面。即係講緊1倍嘅意思，即係講緊喺賣 PrEP 嗰個狀況入邊，我哋見得到其實佢哋相對地個風險係高少少嘅。咁另外啦，咁CAMSES 啦，咁頭先亦都有即係講者有分享過，即係呢啲 CAMSES 嘅狀況啦。咁其實我哋喺即係我哋賣 PrEP service 入邊咧，我哋亦都有見得到有大概14%嘅朋友仔咧，咁其實佢哋喺過去嘅6個月入邊有試過 CAMSES 嘅。咁呢個數字其實如果比較起 Harris 咧，咁因為今朝早亦都有講者提過 Harris 咧，其實8.6% 啦，咁所以個數字都係會高少少啦。咁另外最尾啦，咁我哋亦都有問過，即係佢哋過去有冇即係感染過一啲性病咧咁樣。咁但係呢度大家留意少少就係嗰個時間線唔同。係啦，咁左手邊賣 PrEP 嗰個我哋問佢過去6個月啦，咁右手邊即係如果係測試服務，我哋問佢過去12個月嘅。咁但係即使係過去6個月嘅狀況咧，其實嗰個即係之前感染過我哋叫性病嘅人數咧嘅percentage 咧，其實係高過咧喺測試服務嗰度嘅。咁所以總結嚟講，即係大家見得到，無論喺即係用安全套使用率啦，咁同埋係即係性伴侶嘅數目咧，其實喺賣 PrEP service 嗰個數字上面，相對地亦都會高啲嘅。咁呢度講緊啲咩咧？就係話其實喺我哋嘅服務嚟講，我哋都揾到一啲相對高少少風險嘅朋友啦。咁因為其中喺即係無論 WHO 世衛又好，或者係即係衞生服務中心都好啦。咁佢哋其中一個建議就係話，即係食 PrEP 嘅朋友仔都希望即係增加佢哋嘅保護性啦。咁同埋可以即係 target 到一啲比較高風險人士嘅。咁當然即係頭先講話，除咗即係我哋 check 到有性病感染之外咧，咁其實喺我哋呢度亦都可以做一個即係治療啦。咁大概呢度俾大家見就舊年即係過去1年度咧，其實我哋大概有24位啦嘅人士，其實我哋係 screen 到係有呢一個嘅性病感染嘅。咁如果本身梅毒啊或者尿道炎感染咧，咁我哋可以直接喺度開藥啦。咁有另外2位，其實我哋亦都揾得到係即係愛滋病病毒感染嘅人士，咁我哋亦都轉介咗去即係愛滋病專科診所嗰邊咧去繼續跟進嘅啦。咁但係呢度係講翻就係其實點解食 PrEP 之前嘅 checking 係咁緊要？咁呢度亦都可以講就係其中1位愛滋病病毒感染嘅人士，其實佢係先前嘅 rapid test 啦，我哋嘅快速測試係陰性嘅。咁但係其實佢過嚟我哋嗰度做傳統抽血測試，嗰個結果就係陽性啦咁樣。咁所以就係即係喺食 PrEP 之前點解做一個嘅即測試咧係咁緊要？咁另外就係我哋都有即係問過啲朋友仔啦。咁因為而家我哋講緊即係PrEP 嘅可達度啊嘛。咁如果佢哋係去即係做身體檢查嘅時候，其實佢哋想去邊度咧？咁當然因為呢度係嚟我哋即係中心嘅一啲服務使用者嘅數字啦。咁所以都好正常地，佢哋會擺即係最多係希望係一啲社區為本嘅組織嘅。咁但係另一邊廂咧，就係因為其實亦都過去2-3年咧，亦都有啲大學嘅即係項目咧，亦都係有可以提供到 PrEP 俾佢哋啦。咁所以有唔少嘅即係服務使用者亦都係希望就可以喺大學嗰度攞到 PrEP 或者係做身體檢查嘅。咁另外就係其實Department of Health 啦，即係可能講緊衛生署一啲社會衞生科啊，或者九龍灣綜合治療中心咧，其實對於 服務使用者嚟講咧，咁其實佢哋都希望可以喺嗰度去即係做到一啲身體檢查啦，咁從而令到佢哋知道自己個身體狀況係點樣嘅。咁頭先我都一輪嘴講咗好多，即係關於我哋即係 service data 嘅一啲情況啦。咁我以下落嚟都會講下，其實我哋面對緊啲乜嘢嘅挑戰咧咁樣。咁講挑戰之前咧，其實我想講下就係大家對於 PrEP 嘅一個認知。咁其實對於 PrEP 我哋講緊都講咗好幾年啦，就係香港。咁我哋亦都收集咗啲數字，就話其實過去2-3年入邊咧，咁其實大家由66%，即係喺社群人士入邊有聽過 PrEP， 知道咩 PrEP， 其實去到舊年嚟講已經超過90%㗎啦。咁其實呢個數字亦都係同 Harvard 嘅數字係差唔多嘅。係啦，即係可能講有90至到95% 嘅社會人士其實聽過 PrEP 啦，知道 PrEP 係可以預防愛滋病病毒啦。咁當中喺中大嘅研究入邊亦都見到咧，其實有接近80%嘅即係社會人士咧都會考慮去食 PrEP 啦。即係如果 PrEP 係即係比較容易啲攞到嘅話，咁喺我哋自己即係內部嘅 VCT 嘅數據入邊咧，咁我哋都見得到就係有超過60%，即係其實2/3嘅人咧，佢哋都會考慮 PrEP 作為一個額外即係預防 HIV 嘅一個項目。咁大家見到右手邊啦，其實右手邊一個數字咧，其實就係 Harris 即係喺2020年嘅一個數字啦。咁其實佢亦都顯示緊即係大概有6.3% 嘅人咧去食緊 PrEP 嘅。咁除咗 Harris 講6.3% 嘅人食緊 PrEP 之外咧，咁其實我哋亦都即係有問過其實而家有幾多人食 PrEP 咧咁樣。咁喺我哋嗰個測試嗰個狀況入邊咧，咁其實如果佢食緊 PrEP 嘅人，大家亦都見得到過去即係1-2年嘅狀況咧，其實都係升緊嘅。即係由本身4.3%，其實去到舊年第3季咧，已經去到7.5% 嘅啦。咁我哋估其實嗰個數字會再高少少啦。咁嗰個原因係因為其實我哋收集呢個數字嘅時候咧，咁係基於即係如果佢本身係試過唔用安全套咧。咁我哋先至會問呢條問題嘅，因為呢個我哋係一個風險評估嘅問題啦，咁樣，咁所以即係呢個數字我哋估就會再高啲啦。即係如果講緊係過去個半年或者1年入邊，咁其實係根據翻即係頭先講一啲 data 咧，咁其實我自己亦都粗略去睇到一個我哋叫喺香港嘅 PrEP case 機啦。咁咩意思咧？就話其實大家見到由聽過知道 PrEP 係啲咩嘅人咧，其實有超過90% 啦。咁打算去食嘅人咧，其實有60幾至70幾個 percent 啦。咁但係中間最大嗰個即係 gap 或者最大個差距就係講緊由考慮食去到真係有食過或者係食緊嘅咧，其實呢個嘅即係差距係相對地比較大嘅。咁大家見到即係由70個 percent 一跌到17個 percent 啦，即係講緊由過去有食過，咁過去有食過去到而家食緊啦，咁其實又跌到唔夠一半，即係其實係變咗6.3%。咁所以其實呢一個嘅差距係相對地大嘅。咁我哋中間亦都會諗其實係啲咩原因咧？嗱，雖然就係即係而家 PrEP 喺香港，即係大家可以攞到 PrEP 係方便咗啲啦。即係頭先講就係過去2年，咁但係始終即係因為 PrEP 喺香港仍然唔係一個即係可以喺公共衛生系統度攞到嘅一個藥物啦。咁第二樣嘢就係其實因為大家都知過去近2年因為封關嘅關係咧，其實本身過去泰國買藥嘅人咧，其實都幾乎絕跡咁滯㗎啦。咁所以而家即係其實喺香港可以食到 PrEP 嘅，咁大部分我哋嘅服務使用者都係可能係講緊喺網上買啦，咁又或者係去私家醫生去買 PrEP 嘅。咁因為中大其實PrEP free 就啱啱停咗㗎啦，咁所以其實你變相就係而家其實近呢1年或者半年入邊咧，其實可以揀即係社群人士可以買到 PrEP 或者攞到 PrEP 嘅渠道其實減少咗嘅。咁另外一樣嘢，其實我哋亦都見得到喺過去2年，咁因為今日講疫情啦，咁其實我哋亦都見得到好多時候嘅服務使用者喺食 PrEP 嗰個習慣方面係有少少變化嘅。咁例如啦，其實今朝早有嘉賓亦都提過，就係其實社群人士個性行為減少咗喎咁樣。咁我哋見到其中一樣嘢就係以前有啲 PrEP user 佢本身係即係 daily 咁樣去食，即係每一日食 PrEP 啦。咁可能佢哋話翻俾我哋聽，性行為佢哋減少咗。咁於是佢哋由轉 daily 咧，即係每日食咧，變咗按需要嘅時候先食啦。咁甚至乎有啲就可能係已經停咗食 PrEP 啦。咁另外一樣嘢就係，即係頭先講，即係隨住即係 PrEP free 即係中大嗰個計劃嘅開始完結嘅時候咧，咁其實 社群人士開始攞到 PrEP 嘅機會咧，亦都少咗。咁變相佢哋就係會從乜嘢途徑攞 PrEP 咧？咁其實開頭嘅時候，其中一個數字就係大家即係或者社群人士會喺朋友嗰度咧去買 PrEP 攞 PrEP 嘅。咁點解咧？咁其中第一個原因就係因為頭先講啦，即係本來買咗 PrEP 嘅人，其實佢個性行為減少咗啦，咁其實佢可能就冇食得咁多啦。咁但係變相就係佢剩低呢啲 PrEP 咧，佢亦都會借俾啲朋友啦。咁甚至乎有啲係可能喺唔同嘅途徑咧去賣俾人嘅。咁另外一樣嘢就係其實我哋亦都見得到咧，其實社群人士就係願意即係去用錢去買 PrEP 嘅。咁但係當然因為而家大家都知道其實branded Truvada 啦，其實即係如果專利藥物嗰個價錢係比較貴啦，咁所以其實係一般即係社群大人士咧，其實佢哋未必負擔得起呢一個嘅價錢。咁所以即係如果係講緊即係建議嗰度，因為我哋基於頭先講嘅一啲即係發現啦，咁同埋我哋即係知道社群嘅啲狀況嘅時候咧，咁其實我哋覺得比較緊要啲就係其實繼續要同社群講，或者繼續我哋要提供服務就係一啲即係定期嘅測試服務啦。咁因為的而且確我哋喺我哋服務嗰度咧，其實揾到一啲即係 positive case 啦。咁另外一樣嘢就係即係繼續去同佢哋講話，即係點樣食啊，咁同埋正確嘅使用 PrEP 咧係非常之重要嘅。咁另外一樣嘢就係因為呢一節比較講多啲 PrEP 啦，咁但係其實我哋好多時候講 PrEP 嘅時候，我哋都會講係一個 combined prevention，即係一個綜合預防項目啦。咁因為如果佢食 PrEP，其實我哋都會鼓勵埋佢過嚟做呢個 HIV 測試。咁 HIV 測試嘅時候，其實亦都係講緊綜合預防項目之一。咁所以另外我哋會繼續強調就係使用安全套嘅重要性啦。咁同埋如果佢真係發現咗有即係性病感染嘅話咧，咁都可以即係去做翻個治療嘅。咁最尾就係話其實因為好多時候我哋見 HIV 嘅疫情嘅下降同埋 PrEP 嘅可達度嘅增加咧，其實都係少不免政府一個參與啦。咁所以另外我哋亦都見到其實社群人士係願意即係去俾若干嘅價錢咯去買藥物咧。咁所以如果係其實增加即係政府嘅參與，咁我今朝早聽到黃家興醫生話，即係政府會再俾多啲資源落嚟，咁我都幾期待嘅。咁所以如果係可以公營系統嗰度，甚至乎可以喺社會衞生科，佢哋可以做到即係有呢個性病測試或者一啲肝腎功能嘅測試咧，咁令到佢哋係更加容易去食到 PrEP 咧。咁你同時間亦都可以繼續做到一個即係監察佢哋食 PrEP 係食得正確啊，或者係如果食得唔正確嘅就可以及時有一個干預咧。咁其實呢個都非常之緊要嘅。咁我今日嘅分享大概係咁多，唔該晒。
好多謝晒 KP 你嘅分享。我呢一度咧有一啲咧嚟自觀眾嘅問題啊，係關於 PrEP 咧喺香港推行嘅情況嘅喎。咁我哋咧都希望金邊咧可以同我哋解答下啦。咁第一個問題咧就係問咧都係關於 COVID-19 即係新冠病毒嘅疫情期間咧，其實社群嘅活動狀況即係可能包括性行為啊，或者佢哋可能用一啲交友模式啊，有咩嘅改變咧？咁呢一樣嘅改變對於 HIV 嘅傳播同埋 PrEP 嘅使用會有啲咩嘅影響咧
？OK， 唔該晒 Jenny。咁頭先聽到就係話佢哋即係係咪交友軟件或者交友嗰啲狀況嘅轉變？咁其實我哋亦都聽到有兩個唔同嘅狀況嘅，因為今朝早嘉賓亦都有分享過啦。其實喺即係新冠疫情期間咧，其實亦有啲社群人士係少咗有呢個性行為嘅。咁變相就係少咗有性行為嘅時候，即係可能佢。因為大家都知道新冠期間就係要進行一個社區一個無論隔離又好或者社交距離又好啦，咁所以有啲社群人士的而且確嗰個即係性行為模式係少咗。咁另一邊廂我哋亦都聽到咧，其實有啲人嗰個即係性行為係頻繁咗嘅。咁個原因就可能係即係因為大家都知道酒店嘅一個比較平啦，即係喺嗰段期間，咁所以亦都容易啲即係用唔同嘅一啲社交媒體咧去揾唔同嘅性伴侶啦，咁所以你話綜合嚟講，咁如果係跟翻即係今朝早講者嘅一啲 findings，我哋叫做咁，可能係講真係性行為啦，咁同埋性伴侶嘅數目相對地咧，即係整體嚟講係少咗嘅。咁喺疫情期間，咁至於影響 PrEP 嗰度啦，咁頭先亦都有輕輕提過啦，就係話因為其實我哋見得到比較多 PrEP user 咧，其實佢哋真係少咗一啲嘅性行為啦，咁所以變相我哋會多翻啲藥喺度，咁多翻啲藥喺度嘅時候，有幾個影響啦。咁第一個影響就係話佢會將由 daily 啦變咗做 on demand 啦，即係其實係個藥量會少咗啦。 咁第二，我哋亦都見到一個比較得意嘅狀況就係，咁頭先我亦都有一個數字咧，就講緊佢而家食緊 PrEP 嘅人數有即係個 percentage 有幾多啊嘛？咁我哋發覺過去年幾兩年喺我哋 VCT data 入邊，其實又冇特別減少喎，即係可能係增加咗喎。咁變相呢度可能係反映緊咧，就係一來佢哋即係轉咗唔同嘅服用方法啦，即係由 daily 變咗做 on demand啦。咁第二樣嘢咧，我亦都有見到咧，其實有陣時當疫情開始緩和嘅時候咧。咁其實我哋叫做咧，我哋生意好咗啦。咁咩意思咧？就話其實多咗人過嚟去做測試，咁去諗住食 PrEP。咁可能係因為疫情，即係如果緩和咗嘅時候，咁其實社會人士亦都有機會多翻少少唔同嘅一啲行為咧。咁其實佢哋過嚟做測試啦，咁過嚟諗住買 PrEP 咧，咁其實係諗住去保護自己，咁去準備好咧。其實係喺疫情緩和咗嘅時候，就會有其他一啲性行為啊，或者性活動嘅發生啦咁樣。咁所以其實過去2年大概我哋見得到會有呢啲嘅趨勢嘅。
明白。咁另外咧，頭先你都提過啦，疫情即係而家我哋見到，雖然香港嘅數字好似又升翻少少啦，但係我諗整體嘅趨勢嚟講咧，大家都可能即係對疫情有一啲抗疫疲勞啊，或者都已經適應咗呢一個新嘅模式啦。咁其實咧，嚟緊我哋都會見到頭先你提過 PrEP 嘅使用咧，有機會會上升，亦都有更加多社群人士去揾呢一類型嘅服務。咁你覺得咧，即係可能無論係政府，又或者係其他持份者，包括係唔同嘅團體啦，你覺得有啲咩我哋係可以配合到？同埋頭先其實 Dr. Schmidt 都提過咧，喺泰國啊、越南嘅地區咧，佢哋有好多比較創新嘅服務。咁香港又有啲乜嘢可以借鏡其他國家去拓展 PrEP 嘅使用咧？
咁呢方面係問得好好嘅。咁尤其是我哋睇翻咧，即係除咗泰國、越南啦，咁啊如果係講緊即係食 PrEP 已經比較發展得比較耐少少嘅地方，例如係美國啊，或者澳洲啊、英國等等咧，咁其實我哋見得到個政府嘅參與亦都係非常之緊要啊。咁因為嗱頭先我冇提到啦，就係我哋都有問過啲即係朋友仔，其實係有啲咩因素影響佢食定係唔食 PrEP 咧咁樣。咁其實最多人揀嘅一個咧就係當然係價錢啦。咁因為即係大家都知道而家喺香港，即係仍然係得專，即係如果係食PrEP 嘅一個即係官方途徑就仍然得一個有專利嘅 Truvada 啦，咁其實嗰個價錢係比較貴嘅。咁當然頭先有提過就係我哋點解見得到嗰個即係食 PrEP 嘅朋友就有上升咧？就係因為其實有好多唔同嘅一啲即係途徑佢哋可以即係繼續攞到 PrEP 啦。咁但係因為隨住啲途徑完或者係提供有限度嘅 PrEP 嘅時候咧，咁其實亦都有機會限制咗佢哋攞 PrEP。咁更加緊要嘅係，其實你話咁變相係咪食 PrEP 嘅人係少咗咧？咁數字上面又唔係話反映少咗喎。咁變相係變咗啲咩情況咧？就係咧，我哋亦都有聽得比較多係真係唔做測試地去問朋友去攞 PrEP 嘅。咁呢個就相對地係唔太理想啊。個原因係頭先講就係因為其實始終 PrEP 都有機會有啲副作用啦。咁其實副作用亦都係即係我哋問卷調查入邊咧，第二個最 concern 即係最擔心嘅一個地方啊。咁所以我哋點樣去即係令到佢哋明白個副作用，但係同時間亦都係繼續 keep 住即係 mon 住自己嗰個身體健康狀況係非常之緊要咧。咁變相就係可能係更加多嘅地方，其實佢哋可以容易去做到身體檢查啦。咁另外就係即係PrEP 嘅一啲即係價格嘅下降咧，其實呢兩大 part 咧，咁我相信係政府啦，其實呢個亦都係可以做到一個非常之大嘅效果或者作用嘅。咁當然其實AIDS Concern我哋自己亦都有一個即係 self finance 嘅一個服務啦。咁但係始終我哋可以做測試嘅點係得一個。咁但係可能政府我哋講緊，如果係社會衞生科或者其他一啲即係門診，佢哋可以即係亦都提供到一啲測試服務，或者係可以一啲即係我哋叫做資助式嘅PrEP 可以食到嘅時候，咁其實呢個亦都大大可以增加到即係 PrEP 嘅一啲流通量啦。但係呢個更加緊要嘅係唔係淨係即係只係方便佢哋做測試咯。咁因為我哋見得到其實係即係除咗方便佢哋做測試之外咧，亦都係一啲資訊相當緊要。咁因為其實而家佢哋攞 PrEP 咧，其實攞少量嘅 PrEP 亦都唔係未必係咁困難。咁但係即係正確地或者持續地去食啦，或者去用咧，咁呢個相對地或者佢哋點樣攞到一啲正確嘅資訊？咁因為佢哋要做測試或者去做身體檢查嘅時候，正正係一個即係平台咧。我哋容易可以同佢哋講到佢點樣去即係正確地食，咁同埋亦都係容易地，如果佢哋真係有其他一啲性病嘅感染啊，咁啊容易係可以及早治療咯。咁所以 呢 part 亦都好緊要啦。咁當然作為即係如果係社群人士或者作為即係非牟利機構嘅時候，咁我哋亦都會繼續去同即係大家講，其實食 PrEP 身體檢查嘅重要性啦。咁同埋即係點樣去正確地去食 PrEP， 咁先至為之即係緊要啦。咁我哋會繼續從唔同嘅渠道咧去散發呢個信息。咁咪另外一個持份者，我覺得社群人士亦都係一個非常重要嘅持份者啦。咁因為就係話，如果佢即係佢知道身邊朋友有食 PrEP 嘅時候咧，咁其實同佢講即係一個正確或者點樣食係相當緊要。咁咧我亦都有聽過就係話，其實有啲人去即係去發生性行為嘅時候，可能對家啦，其實就係攞咗2粒 PrEP 過嚟俾佢食。咁當然即係大家都知道2粒 PrEP 其實佢諗住用一個 on demand啦，即係需要嘅時候食。咁但係實際上大家都知道其實2粒 PrEP 係唔夠去預防嗰個即係 HIV 嗰個感染嘅。咁所以即係點解話即使社群人士亦都係可以有一個好緊要嘅角色喺度，就係如果大家聽到我哋今日嘅呼籲啦，或者係佢本身已經即係識得點樣食 PrEP 嘅時候，亦都可以將呢個資訊咧，其實講翻俾佢身邊嘅朋友聽。
咁我哋呢度有咧最後一個問題嘅。咁咧頭先其實今朝早咧阿顧醫師咧佢都提過咧關於 chemsex， 即係話用藥性愛。咁咧其實對於用藥性愛嘅一啲 user 嚟講咧 ，PrEP 係唔係都可以有幫助嘅咧？對於預防 HIV？
咁當然呢個相當有幫助嘅。咁因為其中無論係即係世衛啦，定係即係衞生防護中心咧，咁亦都其中一個有提過就係一個重點嘅，即係叫做target population 啦，就希望係即係用藥性愛嘅朋友仔入邊咧，咁去用 PrEP 嘅。咁因為咁我諗大家都知啦，其實好多時候喺用藥嘅時候，其實用安全套嗰個即係效能，或者用安全套嗰個可以持續地用安全套個狀況咧，其實相對地比較低嘅。咁所以變相其實 PrEP 就係另外一個即係可以提供額外保護嘅一個途徑嚟㗎啦。咁所以亦都見得到頭先有個數字，就係其實喺我哋即係服務使用者入邊有14%嘅人，其實亦都有試過即係用藥性愛啦咁樣。咁所以其中一 part 佢哋亦都做咗一個好緊要嘅項目，就係過嚟做測試咁，同埋食 PrEP 啦。咁所以呢度亦都見得到，其實PrEP 亦都可以好有效地預防到。咁中間其實佢哋有陣時翻嚟做測試嘅時候，我哋亦都未揾到一個 positive case。咁所以其實喺嗰個狀況底下，我哋亦都見到其實係 PrEP 係發揮緊佢嗰個嘅功效嘅。咁當然另外一樣嘢就係話，咁頭先有提過就係即係要正確地食啦。咁因為食 PrEP 其實佢嗰個效能或者佢可以預防嘅效果，其實個成功關鍵就係佢係咪食得正確或者食得準確。咁所以即係除咗你話真係佢哋攞到 PrEP 之外，另一個比較關鍵嘅就係佢係唔係即係正確地食啦。咁呢個其實無論係咪用藥性愛都好啦。咁其實呢個喺食緊 PrEP 嘅朋友仔入邊都係非常之緊要。
唔該晒金邊。咁咧，我哋呢一節咧關於 PrEP 嘅介紹咧就會完畢啦。咁嚟緊咧，我哋將會有一個15分鐘嘅小休嘅時間啦。咁咧喺小休之後咧翻嚟咧，我哋將會有Dr. Winston 哥，咁佢會同我哋分享咧關於 LGBT 社群裡面咧嘅一啲健康嘅信息嘅。
Together, we've changed the way HIV impacts lives. Together, we've helped people live longer, healthier. Together, we've turned the impossible into reality, knowledge into innovation, ideas into action. In joining together, we've continued to push what is possible. At Gilead, we will continue to make scientific breakthroughs in the space as we've done over the past 35 years. And while science will continue to drive us forward, we know that there is more work to be done together to address deep-rooted stigmas, mass misinformation, and ever-present homophobia. Collectively, we must continue to push our curiosity, our thinking, joining together in courageous and unexpected ways to dismantle these barriers. Frontline healthcare leaders and relentless problem solvers, tireless advocacy groups, and groundbreaking scientific innovators. By working as one, we can advance innovation and equitable care for all. Together, we can ignite action. Together, we are the difference. Together, we can end the epidemic for everyone, everywhere.
Hi, I'm Benji. I'm a fitness instructor, and I'm here to discuss some great news with you about AIDS concern. Do you know about PrEP? Well, PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis, is a proven and effective way to prevent HIV. Many people use it, together with their partners, to have sex without fear of HIV. How can you get prepped? In private clinics in Hong Kong, or in clinics in Bangkok, Thailand. No matter which way you get your PrEP, it is important to do a blood test and some regular checkups before taking your PrEP. You also need to do some regular checkups after 1 month and every 3 months after taking your PrEP. Wondering where to get that? AIDS Concern, a well-established organization committed to the services of AIDS care in Hong Kong, has established a new service lately. They're offering an accurate, affordable, and community-friendly checkup services for people who wants to use PrEP. All you have to do is give them a call and book a blood test. The hotline is 2394-6622. On the day of the appointment, come to My Place by AIDS Concern in Jordan Kowloon and do the blood test. This is to make sure that you haven't got HIV, because people with HIV who take PrEP could develop drug resistance. This can also test your kidney and liver functions to make sure that the medications won't have problematic side effects. When the report of the blood test is back from the lab, you can then come and meet the doctor. He will explain the report and how you can access PrEP. Don't worry, our doctors are very friendly and experienced. You may ask them any questions you like. If everything looks fine, you will then have a prescription from the doctor. And AIDS Concern has some really good suggestions on where you can get your PrEP. And you can check their website to look for some details. And also remember that you have to come back to get some tests after 1 month and every 3 months while you are on PrEP. And if you have any questions, you can call the number 2394-6622.
Together, we've changed the way HIV impacts lives. Together, we've helped people live longer, healthier. Together, we've turned the impossible into reality, knowledge into innovation, ideas into action. In joining together, we've continued to push what is possible. At Gilead, we will continue to make scientific breakthroughs in the space as we've done over the past 35 years. And while science will continue to drive us forward, we know that there is more work to be done together to address deep-rooted stigmas, mass misinformation, and ever-present homophobia. Collectively, we must continue to push our curiosity, our thinking, joining together in courageous and unexpected ways to dismantle these barriers. Frontline healthcare leaders and relentless problem solvers, tireless advocacy groups, and groundbreaking scientific innovators. By working as one, we can advance innovation and equitable care for all. Together, we can ignite action. Together, we are the difference. Together, we can end the epidemic for everyone, everywhere.
要達至同志友善醫療，其實除咗醫護人員嘅配合之外咧，都好需要同志社群出一分力嘅喎。嚟緊我哋會講下 member 去就醫嘅時候可以留意嘅地方。
關懷愛滋喺2015年做過一份社群調查，發現有50%嘅同志曾經係尋求性健康相關嘅醫療服務嗰陣，隱藏過自己嘅性傾向啊！亦有2成同志反映試過因為自己嘅性傾向而唔尋求醫療服務。
咁其實點解佢哋會咁？可能佢哋遇過啲唔友善嘅對待啦，亦有啲人係因為驚醫護人員歧視佢，所以作出隱瞞。但你有冇諗過呢一啲隱瞞其實係會影響整個醫療診斷，從而令到你未必可以得到適切嘅治療？
咁作為一個精明嘅求診者，係有需要嘅時候係要準確地講出自己嘅身體情況同埋相關經驗。當然啦，點為之有需要呢？舉個例子，喉嚨痛同埋自己嘅性經驗究竟有冇關係呢？
其實可能有關嘅喎，因為喉嚨痛有機會係一啲性病嘅病徵，例如淋病。所以如果因為想收埋自己嘅性傾向而隱瞞曾經發生過口交，就有機會令到醫生忽略咗患有性病嘅可能性，因而延誤治療。
通常醫生問性病歷嘅時候，會事先解釋返。
佢哋可能會咁問嘅，循例問下，個個都問㗎啦，因為同你呢個病咧可能有關嘅。
但如果醫生突然之間問到一啲性經驗嘅問題，而你又唔確定應唔應該講喎，咁可以點做呢？
我哋鼓勵，如果你有疑問，不妨主動同醫生了解下點解佢要知道你嘅性經驗或者性取向。相信醫生會解釋返相關疾病同病徵，從而了解你情況，先可以作出最準確嘅診斷嘅。
當然啦，大家係有權利作出保密㗎，但係記住，好多時候呢啲答案都可以幫到醫生作出準確嘅診斷。
最後，希望所有人不論性傾向都可以獲得平等一致嘅醫療權利。如果仲有疑問或者想了解多啲，例如有咩醫生支持計劃嘅話，可以去以下網站了解關懷愛滋嘅同志友善醫療計劃。
Together, we've changed the way HIV impacts lives. Together, we've helped people live longer, healthier. Together, we've turned the impossible into reality, knowledge into innovation, ideas into action. In joining together, we've continued to push what is possible. At Gilead, we will continue to make scientific breakthroughs in the space as we've done over the past 35 years. And while science will continue to drive us forward, we know that there is more work to be done together to address deep-rooted stigmas, mass misinformation, and ever-present homophobia. Collectively, we must continue to push our curiosity, our thinking, joining together in courageous and unexpected ways to dismantle these barriers. Frontline healthcare leaders and relentless problem solvers, tireless advocacy groups, and groundbreaking scientific innovators. By working as one, we can advance innovation and equitable care for all. Together, we can ignite action. Together, we are the difference. Together, we can end the epidemic for everyone, everywhere.
實 PrEP 嘅全名咧就係 Pre-Exposure Prophylaxis，咁而中文譯名咧就係暴露前預防性投藥。咩叫暴露前咧？就唔係裸露嘅意思，而係話咧使用呢隻藥物嘅朋友咧，當佢哋身處一個所謂暴露啦、高危可以感染愛滋病病毒嘅環境底下咧，剔咗呢隻藥就有機會可以減低嗰個感染率啦。由於個成效非常之高嘅關係啦，咁以至到咧係引入咗呢一種藥物嘅城市咧，嗰個感染愛滋病病毒嘅比率咧係大大咁驟降嘅。例如好似新南威爾斯啊、倫敦啊，甚至係美國好多嘅州份啦。咁但係好可惜，香港暫時咧就未正式引入嘅。咁所以喺現時香港嘅公共醫療系統裏面咧係揾唔到呢一隻藥。咁所以有不少咧同志社群嘅朋友咧都會透過譬如私人診所啦去買呢一種藥啦。咁但係個價錢咧相當之高昂嘅。咁大概可能每個月咧動輒都要用到8000咧至到1萬蚊不等嘅。咁所以未必好多人可以afford得起。咁貴就未必咁多人afford得起啦，咁但係咧同志社群就好醒嘅，可以透過其他嘅途徑啦，去買到一啲較為廉宜啦，咁但係個成效係相仿嘅一啲仿製藥嘅。咁但係問題咧，服食 PrEP 有一個巧妙嘅地方就係，其實之前要做一個身體嘅測試啦，同埋食完之後咧要定期做測試嘅，有睇下你嘅身體到底適唔適應到啦，會唔會有副作用啦咁樣。咁雖然香港有好多嘅私家診所可以提供一啲身體嘅檢查啦，咁但係每一次咧都要成幾千蚊嘅，都唔平。咁但係最近我收到風，咁就係關懷愛滋咧，就啱推出咗一個叫做 My Place 嘅社企嘅一個體驗嘅計劃，係專係 for 同志社群嘅。咁啊，當中包括咗 PrEP 前嘅身體測試啦，同埋定期嘅測試啦。不過呢個時候咧，梁少輝帶大家咧去認識下一個咁有趣嘅服務啊，跟我嚟。而家我哋上到嚟咧就係關懷愛滋位於佐敦嘅中心啦。上到3樓出 lift 轉左咧，你就會見到一個門牌寫住 My Place， 咁去啱地方啦。呢度就係提供咧就係食 PrEP 之前咧定期嘅身體檢測嘅服務嘅。咁但係記住就唔可以隨便 walk in 嘅喎，一定要電話預約。而預約嘅電話號碼咧就係23946622嘅。咁預約咗之後喺個鐘數咧就上到嚟撳鐘，咁就有人應門㗎啦。Hello。我姓梁㗎，我之前打個電話嚟咧就預約 PrEP 嘅身體檢查測試嘅。
唔該晒你。好，咁我哋咧收翻個檢查費，咁之後咧我就會俾呢個小便樽你啦。咁你記得要留至少1/3樽喎。
而家有啲緊張啦嚇，因為平時 Brian 咧我都會有做呢個咧定期嘅愛滋病測試嘅。不過咧我就自己同自己做，就係嚟關懷愛滋咧買嗰啲 self test kit 嘅，咁自己翻屋企拮手指啦。但係今次咧就係姑娘幫我做啊。抽完㗎啦。拮咗落去都唔係好覺喎，原來。
其實食 PrEP 都的確係有2個方法嘅。第一個方法就係每日都食，而第二個方法就係有需要先食。咁如果有需要先食嘅話，就係喺性行為發生之前2個鐘至到24個鐘就食2粒，咁之後再喺食呢2粒藥之後嘅每24小時再食多1粒，即係總共要食3個劑量㗎。
咁今日 Brian 咧就帶大家嚟到去認識啦，同埋去試下嘗試呢一個咧由關懷愛滋提供嘅 My PrEP Service 啦。我嘅用後感咧就覺得首先好方便啦，1個禮拜已經知道結果啦，只需要醫生嘅電話預約啦，咁同埋最好同埋最大嘅賣點咧就係上到嚟咧，我覺得係個好安全嘅空間啊，好 LGBT friendly 啦，咩都唔需要解釋啦，同埋絕對保障大家嘅私隱啦。而最難得嘅地方就係連嗰個幫你檢測嗰個醫生咧都係自己人，呢個先正喎，喺邊度我都揾啦，係咪？咁同埋咧攞咗呢個處方之後咧，雖然喺呢一個 My Place 嘅中心裏面咧就唔會提供任何 PrEP 嘅藥物，但係拎住醫生紙咧就可以透過其他途徑咧去買到你所需要嘅藥物啦。所以 My PrEP 我有信心。
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, cool. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to this session of Rainbow Health in Hong Kong. And in this session, we're very, very happy and very proud to have Dr. Winston Goh to give us a talk. And let me very briefly introduce to you about Dr. Goh. Dr. Goh is a family physician who obtained his medical degree from the University of Hong Kong, and also he did some overseas training in the UK and the US. He moved back to Hong Kong in 2015 with his husband. Dr. Goh has a particular interest in healthcare education for the LGBTQ community. In San Francisco, he volunteered at the API Wellness Center from 2010 to 2015, caring for homeless, transgender, and cis-transgender patients with HIV who have no access to traditional healthcare. In Hong Kong, Dr. Goh has also formed the Hong Kong LGBT Medical Society with the mission to promote LGBT plus healthcare and education in Hong Kong. Additionally, the society also hopes to encourage LGBT plus diversity and inclusion to ensure that LGBT plus medical professionals in Hong Kong can bring their authentic selves to work. So let's welcome Dr. Goh.
Thanks, Travis, and thank you, AIDS Concern, for inviting me to talk about this important topic today about LGBTQ plus health and service development in Hong Kong. I hope in the next 20 minutes or so, I can impress upon you the importance of LGBTQ plus awareness in your everyday healthcare practice. Whether you're a doctor, a nurse, social worker, or anyone who's working with patients, I think these tools will equip you to become more patient-centered and more understanding towards your LGBTQ plus clients. So I'm gonna try to move the slides. So my objectives: why is LGBTQ plus sensitivity in healthcare services important? How we can achieve this? What is the situation in Hong Kong locally compared with overseas? I'll talk about the Hong Kong LGBT Medical Society and what this is about. Finally, how the medical profession and the general public can foster a more tolerant, rainbow-friendly clinical environment. So a little bit about myself. As Travis had mentioned, I'm a cisgender gay family physician. I did my medical training in Hong Kong University and subsequently went overseas to some postgraduate training in the US and the UK. This is a picture taken in 2014 together with my husband in San Francisco when we were still able to travel freely. And this is a fundraiser event that I attended for the Asian Pacific Islander Wellness Center. So the API Wellness Center is an NGO very similar to AIDS Concern. It provides health services, education, research, and policy planning for the San Francisco community. The center primarily caters to gay and lesbian and transgender clients, as well as people living with HIV. A lot of those patients also were homeless and lived in substandard housing. The clinic was free and open to all, and the mission statement was to transform lives by advancing health, wellness, and equality. So through my experiences there, I learned how to become more competent in taking care of LGBTQ plus clients. So before I jump into sharing a case I encountered in my clinic, I would like to spend a few minutes talking about the terms sexual orientation and gender identity. I think these two terms are frequently confused. So I'm going to illustrate that by looking at the genderbread person you can see here on the screen. So both sexual orientation and gender identity are multidimensional, not something that you will know right off the bat by looking at a person, because it all happens in the mind. If you don't ask someone, you won't know. Hence, it is important to stay open and non-judgmental. You can see here in the genderbread person, there is a brain, a heart, and the sex symbols, the male and female gender symbols. So the gender identity, the brain, refers to one's internal psychological experience of how one sees one's gender. And for most folks, it's pretty simple. It's either male or female. But for transgender people, gender identity does not always match the gender they were assigned at birth. Sexual orientation, on the other hand, refers to the heart, refers to one's romantic and emotional attraction towards the same sex or the opposite sex. So for gay and lesbian people, is an attraction towards the same sex, whereas for heterosexuals, is attraction for the opposite sex. And for bisexuals, is attracted to both sexes. Gender expression, on the other hand, refers to how one expresses oneself towards the outside world, the way you wear your clothes, the way you comb your hair, the way you sit, All that can be masculine or feminine or something in between. Bottom line is that our external genitalia does not dictate our gender identity or sexual orientation. Way round. So let's move on to our case example. So this is a lady, her name was Letitia. She was a 30-year-old African-American transgender woman who came to my practice. And this picture is not what she really looked like, but it's something I found on the internet. But suffice to say, this is what she looked like when she came to my clinic. When she speaks, you can still tell she's a man because of the male masculine voice, hence the male to female transgender woman. Complained of anal discomfort for several months, and she thought that she had hemorrhoids, and she wanted me to check. So on physical examination, I examined her together with a chaperone and found that she didn't have hemorrhoids, and what she had was a large ectopitic growth in her anal area, and it turned out that she had anal warts. Upon further questioning on her sexual history, I realized that she was HIV positive and she had unprotected sex with multiple sexual partners. And the reason for doing this was because she needed the money to pay for her medical transition procedure. Just got out of jail. So you can imagine someone coming in like this, there was multiple things going on in my mind. First of all, I had to connect her with a surgeon to take care of her anal warts. I also had to connect her with care so that her HIV can be treated properly, to get her the proper medications. And lastly, to speak with the medical social worker to make sure that her finances are taken care of. So over the course of my 3-year volunteer experience at the API Wellness Center, I realized that there was a genuine health need and health disparity. Most of these clients did not feel loved or supported or accepted by their society, and many endured harsh discrimination and mistreatment from members of their family, the healthcare system, and people around them. Most of them just wanted someone to listen to them and hear them out. And it wasn't so much about medication as it was support, social support, mental health needs, and even physical needs like just having a warm meal. So why is LGBTQ+ sensitivity needed? The reality is majority of LGBTQ, in particularly the youth, have higher rates of mental health problems, higher rates of depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, being bullied at school, substance abuse and addiction compared to the general population. So you can see the statistic up here, 4.5% of the US population considers themselves LGBT, and a third of them have mental health problems. And transgender youth risk is even higher, 92% for ages less than 25, which is extraordinarily high. And why is this the case? The reality is they don't feel loved or supported by members of the community. And us as healthcare providers, we have a duty of care to care for these individuals, regardless of their sexual orientation and gender identity. And the goal is to improve patient outcome. We don't want to see any more people dying unnecessarily because of who they are. What is the situation like in Hong Kong? Unfortunately, local epidemiological data on health disparities amongst the LGBTQ population is very limited. But just 1 month ago, if you have heard the news, there were these 2 female students who committed suicide, jumped off this 23-story residential building in Shao Keng Wan. They came from a prestigious secondary school in Happy Valley, both only 14 and 16. And they left a suicide note on the rooftop. And sources said that both of them were lovers, and one was airing grievances about the relationship towards the social worker. We don't know exactly the ins and outs, but most likely the relationship was not tolerated by the school or the families, and they felt trapped and hopeless and ended their lives. So the goal is try to avoid these situations from happening. And how can we do that? The best way is for healthcare providers to create an environment that's welcoming for them. How we can do that? To achieve LGBTQ+ health confidence is firstly to create a safe environment so that patients feel comfortable talking about themselves, so that they can feel supported and and not stigmatized by the healthcare workers. Posting rainbow stickers and brochures and magazines about important LGBTQ+ issues such as safe sex, pre-exposure prophylaxis for gay men, hormone therapy for transgender people. All these things are important to convey that you are welcome. As soon as a person walks into the door, they know that they are safe. What else? You can acknowledge relevant days of observance in your practice. For example, this month is June, which is Pride Month. It is an opportunity to honor those, the 1969 Stonewall movement in Manhattan. It was the tipping point of the gay liberation movement in the US. It also commemorates members of the community who lost their lives from hate crimes or HIV or AIDS. So by putting the celebrating this in your practice, it makes a huge statement towards your LGBT clients. You can also be inclusive in your intake forms using words such as partnered in addition to marital status. This also is important, and adding transgender option to your male and female checkboxes will help make your clients feel more welcome. Excuse me. So also don't make any assumptions about gender identity or sexual orientation. Excuse me, sorry about that. So next, what else can you do? You can learn to embrace differences. Understand that the LGBTQ+ population have unique differences compared with the general community, which is why staff training is very, very important. Those who work in the front line need to cast away their internal prejudices and also patient confidentiality. I've heard a patient one time telling me when he entered a family planning clinic, the nurses was shouting his name in the corridor and saying, please come and collect your HIV. That's a definite no-no. You have to respect a person's privacy, especially when it comes to sexual health and important sensitive information. Taking a proper sexual history, asking open-ended questions, using the correct pronouns. All these measures are aimed at making patients feel welcome and loved and supported. So I talked about how to do this. The next is I'm going to segue and talk a little bit about the Hong Kong LGBT Medical Society. This is a registered organization under CAP 151 Society Ordinance in Hong Kong. It was a society founded by myself in 2018 together with two other medical professionals in Hong Kong. When I came back to Hong Kong in 2015, I felt there was a lack of support and unity amongst the local LGBT+ professionals. And the goal of the society is to promote, firstly, LGBTQ+ health education in Hong Kong, but also to encourage health professionals to bring their true selves to work. I feel that if healthcare professionals are comfortable and open about their sexual orientation and gender identity, it brings a huge positive message towards their patients. If you are comfortable in your own skin, then your clients will definitely be open about sharing their private lives to you, and it also speaks volumes for the stigma that surrounds being LGBTQ. So over in 2019, unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we weren't able to do very much social gathering because of social distancing. But here are some of the things that we've done in the past. So we did happy hour at Time Bar. You can see a picture here of some of our members enjoying themselves. And then also some more serious things are in September 2021, we held a CME seminar for the United Christian Nethersall Hospital and talked about sexual and reproductive health amongst the LGBTQ+ community. Current initiatives are in place. You can see here we do have a website, and there's website content enhancements. There will be hyperlinks to reputable articles on LGBT health and perspective articles. There's a focus group study being conducted at the moment to identify deficiencies and areas for improvement, CME activities for healthcare professionals, and also educating the future generation of doctors and nurses, working with Hong Kong U and CUHK on LGBTQ awareness in healthcare. Next, I'm going to segue and talk a little bit about the Dr. Rainbow scheme. This is an initiative done by AIDS Concern, and this is how I got connected as well. This is how doctors can be involved. By learning about LGBTQ plus culture, you go through training workshops to acquire the skills, the lingo, become more LGBT friendly in your consultation. If you are more effective at talking to your clients, this will make a huge statement for yourself, but also for your patients. So I encourage all doctors to join this. And finally, what can you do to foster a more LGBTQ plus friendly environment for the public? It's about getting educated. It's about visibility and showing support. So for these local LGBTQ organizations such as Pink Alliance, Pink Alliance is a nonprofit organization and registered charity. Their mission is to advance dignity, acceptance, equal rights for LGBT people in Hong Kong, community engagement, and public education. So by supporting these important organizations like Hong Kong Gala and other resources here, you are helping the LGBT community at large and removing the stigma of being LGBT in Hong Kong. Lastly, I would put in here, these are some resources that the first one is an LGBT toolkit where you can make simple changes to your clinic to make it more LGBT friendly. The second resource is about transgender health protocols produced by the UCSF or San Francisco to help equip primary care physicians to meet the needs for their transgender and gender non-conforming clients. And lastly, the Hong Kong Medical Diary. This is an editorial article that I wrote back in March, which summarizes all the things that I've talked about today. And so I'm open to questions. And
right, yeah, excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Goh. And I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Travis Kong, and I also teach at Conference here, and I'm the chairperson of AIDS Concern. Anyway, yeah, we got two questions for you comes in, and then the first one is so Dr. Goh, are there any sort of changes in the pattern of communication between doctors and LGBTQ patients in the past few years? Example, do you think patients now are more willing to disclose their sexual orientation or what? So what's your observation?
I think, yeah, in general, I think people are a little bit more open, especially the younger generation. Patients feel more at ease when they want, especially talking about their sexual health or their gender identity. They are less reserved compared with the older generation. And I think, I don't know if it's because, being LGBTQ is more tolerant in the society because things in the media or social media, it's being more advertised or publicized. So I do find that my clients are more open, but still there is a challenge. You have to be able to be sensitive when the patient comes in the door to know that they're ready to disclose that information. And it's about building trust. It's about building trust with your patients and being friendly to them and knowing about their background. Because sometimes they may when they walk in the door, they may not feel that they can trust you. So if they don't trust you, they're not going to tell you about their private lives. But I do feel that the younger generation is more open.
Okay, so yeah, that's the age difference. So how about for example, class or in terms of occupation or gender and other components? Do you find sort of differences?
Occupation, not so much. I don't think it's about occupation. It's about perception of whether it's okay to be open. And so in our practice, we have we're very open. In our waiting room, or as you walk into the door, there is a sticker saying we are LGBT friendly. So right off the bat, patients know that if they speak to any physician, doesn't have to be myself, but any of the clinicians who work in the practice, they have as a policy of tolerance, and that patients do not have to fear being judged for who they are. So it's about making those little changes in practice to become LGBT friendly. Of course, that when the patients down with you, you have to use your doctor-patient relationship and other skills that you've learned to try to get as much from them as possible and be open. But I don't think it has to do with the profession that they are.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we also got another question. It's like, how important is it for medical students to receive LGBT plus related training? And how can this actually be able to achieve? What do you think?
Yeah, it's very, very important. I mean, I have to say, when I was going to medical school many years ago, I never received much in terms of LGBTQ awareness. It was not even talked about. I think we only had one lecture talking about sexuality, and it was a 30-minute discussion, and really it was very, very limited. So nowadays, there's so much more information out there and the internet and whatnot, but even, within the curriculum of our local universities here in Hong Kong U and CUHK, it's not required that to learn about LGBTQ health. But I think this will slowly change as we continue to push for this with the medical schools. But it is important. If you think about it, if those doctors who are going to be taking care of patients, they are not equipped at taking a proper history or on knowing what lingo or what ways to speak to your patients, then clearly they won't be able to provide the best care for their LGBT clients. So it is very, very important that the future generation of doctors and nurses are trained on this particular topic. And I hope that in the very near future, all the students, doctors and nurses, the other allied health professionals who come out from the schooling are equipped to be able to handle patients who walk in the door with LGBT issues.
Okay, well, so yeah, I also have because we've got a little bit more time, so I also have one more question. Is about the Hong Kong LGBT Medical Society. So how can that society in some way help promote and what sort of challenges that you're now receiving, and anything you would like to share with us?
Well, we have about 60 odd members in our society at the moment. But the challenges are finding people to do the work. So because obviously we are all very busy people, as you know, doctors and nurses, and this is not a paid job. It's a entirely volunteer organization. So we don't get paid for doing the things we do. This is all community service. So finding the right people to do the job of educating the public, and also educating other doctors requires time and effort. So it's about finding the right people, or having people step up and do the work, because you're basically paving the way for the future generation, and you're allowing the future generation of peoples to have a better than what we had before. So I encourage more doctors who, if they feel the calling to help out, to join our society. And we have a WhatsApp group that we try to do communication, but as well as social events that we hold regularly, and hopefully with COVID permitting, we can do for social gatherings to meet more folks, but also through the CME events, we're hoping that we can communicate the message to more people in Hong Kong, not just the public, but also the greater medical community as well.
Yeah, it's excellent. Yeah, because we actually talk about different things, right? We talk about doctor-patient relationship, we talk about students, and we also talk about doctors, among doctors, professionals. So, in general, have you received sort of resistance from the medical professional? I mean, traditional, the kind of medical professionals, sometimes they might be quite homophobic or LGBT phobic, so.
Yeah, I mean, the
society, how is actually being received, by the mainstream medical professionals in Hong Kong.
I mean, I have to say that the mainstream medical profession probably doesn't know very much about us, and the only thing, I talked about the United Christian Medicine Hospital seminar. That was the first time, the government hospital formally invited our society to talk about LGBTQ health, and the reason behind that was because there was a agent, a client who kind of made a complaint towards the hospital. Hospital needed to make some sort of change to their existing policy. Which was what prompted us to be involved. So the hopes is that the local medical profession can become more user-friendly and more welcoming. But that also takes time. It's not something that happens right away.
Right.
It's about making ourselves known to everybody, and then it's going to take time and opportunities where we can work.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We don't have any more questions. So maybe we just end the session here then.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Dr. Go.
Thank you very much, Travis.
We now go back the session, handing back to Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, what a really excellent discussion about LGBT health with Dr. Winston Goh from the Hong Kong LGBT Medical Society. Thank you very much to him for his valuable time to share some insight on how health is for the local LGBT community and what we can do to improve it. So I'm going to just conclude this conference today with a number of remarks to follow up. I particularly want to thank the sponsors of this conference today. So the companies Gilead and also Vive. Thank you very much to them for their sponsorship of this event. I want to thank the AIDS Concern team who has been working to put together this event. So particularly Jen Chan, Jeannie, and also Clarence in that team who've done so much work to draw it together and arrange speakers and set everything up. And also the technical team who's been supporting us to run this event virtually. I think the title has been Powering Through Global Challenges. And I think we've heard some really insightful evidence from local, regional and international experts about what we need to do in the coming years up to 2030 in order to achieve zero new infections in Hong Kong. The really positive news is that we've been able to make some progress already since 2015. I remind people that in 2015 at the peak we had over 750 new infections per year in Hong Kong, but now we're down at between 400 and 500 per year. And we've actually seen a drop of nearly 50% in the number of MSM infection cases per year since 2015. There's more progress to be made. We've got to particularly look at the subgroups where there hasn't been so much progress. And we need to look at how to use the range of interventions that we have targeted at specific target groups. So just as a reminder of what we've had presented to us today, you can actually access all of the
presentations on the YouTube channel or on AIDS Concern's Facebook. If you search for AIDS Concern YouTube, you can go on there and you can find the recording. You will need to toggle through to find what the particular presentations that you're looking for, but you can refer back to the schedule that's also on the website. We will separately be editing these videos and putting them up separately, but if you want access to them sooner, you can go in and look at any of them already straight away. So this morning, we had a presentation from Dr. Wong Kar-hing from the Centre for Health Protection, where he gave us an update on the Hong Kong HIV epidemic, which showed very clearly that we've seen some progress, but there is much more to do. He talked about how the strategy on getting people with HIV onto treatment is working to prevent new infections. He also sounded a message of optimism that he thinks it will be possible to find a way to make better use of PrEP in the years ahead, when he was responding to questions about the HIV/AIDS strategy for the coming years. We then had a session looking at recent evidence about issues connected with the HIV epidemic in Hong Kong. So Dr. Phoenix Mo presented her research about COVID and MSM, which is showing that some people are at greater risk of HIV. Their risk behaviour has increased during COVID, whereas others, their risk behaviour has declined. So I think there's some really important evidence there that we can use to see are there ways we can adjust the interventions we have. We'll need to wait, as she said, to see whether some of the behavioural trends continue as the COVID pandemic hopefully begins to subside. We heard from Dr. Stefan Koo in Taiwan, who talked about chemsex in Asia, and particularly in relation to MSM. And he was talking about some of the interventions that appear to provide benefit, but also about the rise in slamming for some MSM that we need to be aware of. We then heard from Professor Wong Nai-Zi, who talked about the evidence on the heterosexual epidemic, and she was sounding a word of caution that care needs to be taken not to forget the heterosexual epidemic, because there is a risk of it rising again without care. So she was presenting some data on that. Later in the morning, we had a presentation from Mr. Bruce Richmond and Jacqueline from the Prevention Access Campaign. So they were really explaining the work on undetectable is untransmittable. And they were explaining that the evidence is now very clear that you can say that people with HIV who have reached an undetectable viral load have zero chance of passing on HIV through sex. So this is really important information that we all need to understand and use in our discussions with people with HIV, but also others in the community, to make sure people understand the certainty that there is about U equals U, and consider how to make use of it to destigmatize some of the work that we do. We had a panel discussion. So Dr. Crystal Lee moderated a discussion. We had Dr. Hawkingman and also Professor Joseph Lau and myself talking about 30 years of work on HIV. So we looked back at some of the history, and we also talked about some of the challenges for the coming years. And I think in conclusion, we talked about two particular areas where we think there is a need for strong collaboration within NGOs, between NGOs, but also between different partners working on this challenge, including the public health system. So we talked particularly about driving up HIV testing rates. Although the headline rates of testing in Harris might show quite large numbers of people who've tested within the last 12 months, for example, when you drill down into subgroups, there are big gaps, as Dr. Hawkingman was describing. And so we need to look at how to offer different types of testing to different audiences to help them get better access to it. The other issue that we identified was PrEP and opening up access to PrEP. And I was talking about how we can look to the NGOs to do work on community education, but that we need help from the government to open up access to PrEP medication so that more people can take advantage of it. So those were the sessions in the morning. In the afternoon, we heard from Dr. Heather Marie Schmidt from UNAIDS, who was giving us an explanation about PrEP implementation around Asia. Some really promising programs to roll out PrEP in Thailand and Vietnam, for example, where we're starting to see quite large numbers of people taking advantage of PrEP. And she was really giving some good examples about innovation in PrEP service delivery, where people are using technology and also different providers like pharmacists to be able to make PrEP more accessible. She mentioned that the World Health Organization has some new guidelines on PrEP coming. So I think we need to keep a lookout for those. I'm sure that's probably coming at the conference, the International AIDS Conference in July. Then we heard from Mr. KB Lee, who was giving observations on PrEP use in Hong Kong. So he was giving data from the AIDS Concern My PrEP service, and also from the testing user survey at AIDS Concern, which is showing that nearly 20% of MSM who come to test at AIDS Concern say they have tried PrEP. I think what's quite striking is that, in fact, only about 6% of the testing users say they are currently taking PrEP, but nearly 20% have tried it. So he was talking a bit about why is there this gap? And I think it's to do with the access problems and the financial cost. He was talking about some of the behavioural change in PrEP use that has been occurring during COVID. So I think this is important for us to understand as well. And then we've had the final presentation this afternoon from Dr. Winston Goh, who was talking about his work with the Hong Kong LGBT Medical Society and LGBT health in Hong Kong. So we can see that there's a lot of work to do on LGBT health in terms of mental health, HIV, and also other related concerns. And I think it was really good to hear about the developing work of that society, and I think we can work in collaboration together with them in the coming years. Okay, so I'm going to finish there. So thank you again to the sponsors, to all of the speakers, to everybody who's joined us, and please make use of the recordings to learn more and spread this information to your colleagues. Okay, have a good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time. Goodbye.
Together, we've changed the way HIV impacts lives. Together, we've helped people live longer, healthier. Together, we've turned the impossible into reality, knowledge into innovation, ideas into action. In joining together, we've continued to push what is possible. At Gilead, we will continue to make scientific breakthroughs in the space as we've done over the past 35 years. And while science will continue to drive us forward, we know that there is more work to be done together to address deep-rooted stigmas, mass misinformation, and ever-present homophobia. Collectively, we must continue to push our curiosity, our thinking, joining together in courageous and unexpected ways to dismantle these barriers. Frontline healthcare leaders and relentless problem solvers, tireless advocacy groups, and groundbreaking scientific innovators. By working as one, we can advance innovation and equitable care for all. Together, we can ignite action. Together, we are the difference. Together, we can end the epidemic for everyone, everywhere.